the railing when all the tiny hairs on my arms stand on end. My body wars with whether to freeze or launch myself the rest of the way over. It isn't until something impossibly soft nudges at my hand and a low purr reaches my ears that my tense shoulders relax a fraction. My eyes focus on the Black Panther who's now standing at my side. It's impossible, but I swear an amalgamation of sadness and confusion emanates from her. My whisper is barely audible. Lo siento, amor, pero necesito ir. I'm sorry, love, but I need to go. I shouldn't be surprised when she rubs her face against my hand before backing away. This particular creature has always been incredibly intuitive. She purrs before cocking her head to the side as if to say, "Go ahead and leave. I'll stand watch." With a firm grip on the railing, I lift up, prepared to swing my other leg over, when a voice rings out. "The fuck do we have here?" No. This can't be happening. Damn it! Andro emerges from the shadows, the glint of his gun reflecting in the meager glow from the distant lights. Hatred encases each word as he sneers. "You're fucking up my life, bitch!" Striving to keep my voice calm, I discreetly adjust my grip on the metal railing. "I haven't done anything but help you." He strides forward, but abruptly stops when loud purring erupts. "The fuck?" Disbelief bleeds from his voice. When he resumes his advance, I scramble back over the railing as he aims at the panther bristling with tension beside me. I barely have time to firmly plant my feet in the grass when an all-too-familiar masculine voice sounds. "Andro." Pure, unadulterated menace drips from Santiago's tone, drawing his nephew to a stop. "Move the fuck away from her." Steady but filled with intent, Santiago's footsteps are muted as he moves closer. As if privy to his approach, the security lights mounted along the compound's outer walls turn brighter. Now that the surrounding shadows have lost a fraction of their dark obscurity, it's easier to see Santiago's gun is trained on his nephew. Andro's features twist with angry resentment. He gestures to me while addressing his uncle. "You're aiming at me instead of the bitch who was trying to escape?" His gun jerks with each of his movements. "You know she was gonna go spread our shit to the cops." "I wasn't." I blurt this out without meaning to. Ignoring Santiago, I focus on Andro. "I only want to escape this place." My voice cracks with desperation. "I want nothing to do with any of this. All I want is to be left alone." Belleza edges closer to me, her purring growing louder. She's smart enough to sense the danger. I lay a hand on her back and stroke her fur in an attempt to calm her. When she leans back on her hind legs, her front ones poised, my lungs constrict because I know what that means. She's ready to attack because I'm being threatened. "It's okay," I coo, but there's no mistaking the panic threaded in my voice. "Don't." It happens in slow motion, in a way that makes me feel utterly helpless. Belleza launches herself at Andro, and I scramble to push her out of the line of fire. But I fail. 41. Lola. I barely register the burning pain in my shoulder when the second shot rings out, and Belleza's body collapses to the ground. No! Horror assails me. I see dread feeling the marrow of my bones. Shouting ensues, but it turns muffled, drowned out by my thundering heartbeat. I drop to the ground beside her limp form, my hand searching for the bullet's entry. Please let it be non-life-threatening. Please! The bottom of my stomach drops out the instant my hands encounter sopping wet blood, already matting her fur. I will my hands not to shake as I inspect her wound, my eyes pinching closed at the rapid outpouring of blood. But when Belleza lets out a wet-sounding cough, as though she's choking, and her tongue falls limp past her mouth, panic gouges deep into my chest. Oh, God, no. These are all glaring signs the bullet has penetrated her organs, and she's bleeding internally. Ragged emotion coats my whisper. No, 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 no. Scrambling for my bag, I grab my cayenne pepper with shaking fingers and apply as much as I can to her wound. But it's no use. Blood flows so freely from her precious body, and her pulse is already so weak. Her breathing staggered. Her body twitches intermittently, as if mustering what futile fight it has left to give. All because she wanted to defend me. She was prepared to attack someone with a loaded gun to save me. This innocent creature owed me nothing, yet she sacrificed herself for me. A strangled cry is ripped from my chest as I apply pressure to the wound, even though I know it won't do any good. I drop my head closer to hers, my ragged whisper suffused with desperation. Please don't leave me. Please. Santiago lowers himself beside me in an attempt to help. He sets his gun down beside Belleza, his tone filled with urgency. What can I do? A surreal mix of shock, grief, and adrenaline swirls inside me, but I can't answer him. Instead, I raise my eyes to Andro, who remains standing in the same spot he's been in. With his arms cinched by two of Santiago's men, he stares down at us. His features hold disbelief and hurt, and I'm unsure how he can feel the latter. He's not the one who's dying. With detached, almost robotic motions, I grab Santiago's gun and aim at Andro. I don't fully register the wetness trailing down my cheeks. I'm too focused on my target. My finger is poised on the trigger as I will my hand to stop shaking. My throat feels as if it's been coated with sand, and it's a chore to push the words out. It's not bad enough that you tried to kill me more than once, is it? I stare back at the monster whose eyes spear me with hatred, while my one hand remains on Belleza. I don't care how messy I'm becoming from her blood. I refuse to let her die without knowing some semblance of comfort in her last moments. You just had to take an innocent being's life, too? My finger flexes on the trigger. Lola. Santiago's deep voice breaks through my haze of agonizing heartache and pain. Taking a life stains your soul. You gotta know what you're dealing with here. Concern laces his words, and it makes sense because he's worried about me killing his nephew. You don't want to have this on your conscience. His voice deepens as though blanketed with thick emotion. I promise you, I'll take care of him. But he doesn't understand. He doesn't know. My soul is already stained because I've killed before. I can claim I had no choice, but that's a fucking lie. There's always a choice. I choose myself over them, and I'd do it all over again if I had to. It doesn't mean my conscience rests easy. He's right about it staining your soul. It changes a person forever. Voice raspy, Santiago continues. Lola, don't do this to yourself. Let me deal with him. My chest heaves with labored breaths, and my vision blurs. I blink rapidly, desperate to maintain focus on the bastard who doesn't bother to disguise his animosity. Andro's lips curl in a sneer. Better listen to him, bitch. Shut the fuck up, Andro, Santiago bellows. For me, his tone softens. Lola. The plea in his voice compels me to look at him. Our eyes lock as he holds an outstretched hand in a silent request for his weapon. His brows pinch together in a fierce expression as my throat swells with marrow-deep heartache. Lola, don't stain your soul. He's not fucking worth it. Please. Fuck you! Andro's outburst barely registers because Santiago's pleas ricochets in my mind. It's only the second time I've ever heard him utter that particular word. Please. This man is giving me yet another choice, all while reminding me of the repercussions, the consequences. He could have easily overpowered me to reclaim his weapon, but he hasn't. The question is whether I believe his promise that he'll deal with his nephew. Belleza lets out a weak, pained sound, and I flick the gun's safety back on, before shoving it into Santiago's outstretched palm. Directing my sole attention to Belleza, I speak softly while petting her blood-soaked fur. ¿Estás bien? You're fine. Todo estás bien. Everything is fine. Estoy aquí. Estás seguro. I'm here. You're safe. Mi belleza dulce. Siento mucho. My sweet beauty. I'm so sorry. I stroke her and repeat whatever comes to mind that I think might console her. My tears fall more rapidly, dropping into her fur and combining with her blood, as her breathing slows more and more, until she goes impossibly still. She was the first to trust me when I came here, the first to allow me to help heal her. She was the first friendly soul I met here. And now she's gone, forever. Sobs overtake me, my body shuddering with gut-wrenching grief, as I cradle her head in my lap. Barely audible, the words inch up my throat before falling from my lips. Don't leave me. Please, please, please. Don't leave me. A gunshot rings out, jolting me from my grief-filled stupor. My head snaps up to witness one of Andro's legs giving out. Eyes widening in shock, I turn towards Santiago, who lowers his weapon at his side. His hardened gaze never veers from his nephew. You're done here. Tone reinforced in steely foreboding, his expression is granite hard. Don't you ever show your fucking face around here again. With a lift of his chin, his silent order is obeyed by the men who drag Andro away by his upper arms. His nephew shouts obscenities and complaints the entire time, but I don't grant him any more of my time or attention. My sole focus returns to Belleza. She didn't deserve to die like this. Shot by a monster on someone's lawn? I slide my hands beneath her body in an attempt to pick her up, but she's heavier than she appears. When Santiago lays a hand on my shoulder, a sharp lance of pain has me recoiling from his touch. You're hurt. His low, even tone is filled with command. Let me carry her for you. I peer up at him, attempting to gauge his sincerity. I don't know why he's trying to help. None of this would have happened if he had just left me alone from the start. His mouth presses thin, those dark eyes never leaving mine. I'll carry her. I scramble to my feet, ignoring the nagging pain in my shoulder. We need to take her into the jungle. My words emerge rapid but robotic. I need a shovel. With more gentleness than I would expect, he carefully lifts the panther's body in his arms and starts walking. Numbly, I trail after him, barely registering his curt command for someone to find 2 shovels and flashlights. He leads me around the other side of the house, weaving around the vast area until we arrive at the well-guarded stone steps that descend to another section of the jungle. A handful of his men close in behind us, while the others stand watch above. Someone shines a spotlight ahead of us, illuminating our way into the thick, dense brush. Santiago pauses in deference to me, to lead the way. One of his men offers me a flashlight. Wordlessly, I accept it, and edge past Santiago to venture beneath the canopy of trees. The humidity is stifling, so dense it makes it challenging to breathe. Drawing to a stop in a relatively flat section near 2 ojoche trees, I peer up into the massive branches in the darkness. Here. That's all I can muster. Sightlessly, I grab a shovel from one of his men. Then I set the flashlight on the ground nearby and start digging. The sound of another shovel soon accompanies me, but I pay it no attention. Sweat trails from my hairline and down my face, mingling with tears that refuse to cease. My bare feet sink into the terrain as I plant them more firmly with each shoveling motion. My clothing clings to the dampness at my lower back and between my breasts. I lose all semblance of time as we dig a grave for Belleza. Finally, I stop and let the shovel drop to the ground beside me. As I stare down at the shallow grave, grief feels as though it's drowning me from within. When I turn to face Santiago, he spears his shovel into the dirt beside the area we've dug. He gestures to Gordo, who holds the panther's body, and the other man lowers to his knees and carefully lays Belleza in the grave. My hands fist at my sides while my entire body twitches with longing to climb in with her. To have them bury us both. Because I know what's in store for me after tonight. I have no doubts about that. I disrupted the course of events and threw down the proverbial gauntlet. My life will become a living nightmare, albeit a slightly different one from years past. With my heart in my throat, I pinch my eyes closed and whisper a weak apology to Belleza. Then I grab my shovel and scoop the first bit of dirt to scatter it over her body as I say a silent prayer. Santiago helps me as we redeposit the dirt until she's completely covered. Using the rounded back of our shovels, we compact the top of the dirt mound as best as we can. My shovel drops from my now limp fingers, thudding to the ground. My knees give out, and I drop heavily onto them, the dirt serving as a subtle cushion. I splay my fingers over the newly filled grave, wishing with every molecule of my body to wake from this nightmare. Lightning flashes, illuminating patches of sky still visible beneath the dense trees. Thunder rumbles in the distance, giving us the typical brief precursor before a few drops of rain begin to fall. Dirt clings to my damp palms, and I lower my forehead to the ground. As tears drip from my face and into the earth, it's as though my heart hemorrhages inside my chest. It doesn't faze me when the sky lets loose with rain, pelting down in stinging fashion. I relish it. If only it could wash away my pain. If only it could clean my filthy soul. Because I did this. I caused this. It's my fault that she's dead. Santiago thought he was sparing me from having a stained soul, but he doesn't know that my soul is already stained, in the worst way. But for some reason, this, witnessing Belleza's death, has tipped me over the edge. Give and take, amor. That's what life is. My abuelita often said this. She'd remind me that death was inevitable, but that it wasn't something to be afraid of. She told me that no one should allow grief to overtake their life, that death meant a rebirth. But right now, in this moment, I don't know how not to let grief overtake me, especially when it should be me in that grave. Lola. I ignore Santiago and close my eyes. Strong hands land at my waist before I'm gently lifted and cradled in his arms. Face drenched, it's impossible to decipher between the torrential downpour of rain and my incessant tears. Grief and heartache have suffocated any fight I might have had left in me, so I let myself be carried away.
42. Santiago. I've faced down cold-blooded killers, addicts with nothing to lose, and downright motherfucking bastards before, without blinking an eye. I'd rather deal with all of those over this any goddamn day. Having a limp Lola Arias in my arms feels like I've taken a round of ammo straight in my gut. 'Cause this isn't her. I may not have known her for years, but this sure as hell isn't the ballbuster who stood up to me time and again. This is a mere shell of the brave and beautiful woman who made my daughter fall in love with her, almost instantaneously. Once I step inside the house, my wet shoes squelch with each step. Rain-soaked, our clothes stick to us like a second skin. Head lifting from where it's been slumped against my shoulder, her voice is painfully hoarse. I can walk. Didn't say you couldn't. When I turn down the opposite hall, she protests again, and a part of me is grateful it spurred on some of her innate feistiness. She twists in my hold. My room's the other way. When she attempts another escape move, her immediate wince tells me all I need to know. Gordo. Boss? He calls out from behind me. Where the hell's Doc? Should be getting here any minute now. Check. My curt tone is demanding, but I don't fucking care. Muttered words drift from behind me as I near my bedroom door. Then Gordo says, Doc just arrived at the gate. Send him right in. I carry Lola directly into my ensuite bathroom, the sensor lights turning on with our presence, and gently ease her onto the large granite vanity. The downpour of rain has washed away most of the remaining traces of the animal's blood. With her hair matted against her cheeks and the back of her neck, no way in hell should she still look beautiful. But she does. The only thing that detracts from it is the desolate look in her eyes. She shivers, and I grab a clean towel, carefully wrapping it around her, mindful of her injury. Gotta get you out of that shirt and get a look at your shoulder. I'll be fine. I lower my face, forcing her to look me in the eyes. What'd I say? She scowls, and before she can offer another protest, I firm my tone. Doc's coming anyway. Might as well do it now. I can practically see the internal war taking place in her mind. When her body slims marginally, I know I've won this round. Fine. Letting the towel drop to the counter and bunch around her hips, she eases her black shirt up and over her sports bra. After she slides her right arm free, she attempts the same with her left arm, but stops with a sharp hiss. Let me help. At my request, weary brown eyes lift to mine. A few seconds pass until she murmurs, "Okay." Her lips press into a thin line as I ease the shirt off her, guiding her arm as gently as I can. Letting the wet fabric drop onto the counter, I grit my teeth at what it's bared. Son of a bitch. She tried to shield that panther with her own body and got shot. Thank fuck it didn't do more damage and only grazed the flesh of the outer part of her shoulder, where it meets her upper arm. Gently taking her arm in my hand, I inspect it closely. Blood still stains the area where the bullet left a small gouge in her inked flesh. No wonder movement makes her wince. I force myself to take a breath before my gaze connects with hers. You know how many of my guys have been grazed like this and whined about it? My thumb sweeps along her elbow. And here you are, not giving it much thought. She stares at my throat, but it's like she's looking straight through me, not really seeing anything. I nudge her chin upward with 2 fingers, forcing her to meet my eyes. The emptiness in them twists my gut into knots. That alone tells me Marcelo's suspicions are pure bullshit. This woman isn't a spy for Hidalgo. There's no fucking way she's faking any of this. It's why my steely declaration comes so easily. He's gonna pay for what he did. Why do you care? Her tone is listless, without any inflection. My muscles knot with tension because I sure as hell don't like having my motives questioned. I drop my hands from her and step back. I don't hurt animals, especially not ones who defend a human. Her face crumples, her chin dropping to her chest. She sits atop my vanity in her black pants and sports bra, traces of dirt remaining along the bottoms and sides of her feet. My eyes are drawn back to her wound, and I ease forward again to inspect it. The instant I lay my hand on top of her inked shoulder slightly above the injury, I freeze in place. Her body turns to steel beneath my fingers, her breathing shallow. Holy fuck. Hidden in this particular section beneath those colorful blue morpho butterfly tattoos are a shit ton of thick scars. Don't. Ragged with emotion, her whispered plea has my eyes jerking to her face, but her gaze remains averted. Don't ask. How the fuck can't I? It's not like this is your average type of scar either. I know what it feels and looks like after a knife's carved into someone's skin. That's exactly what this is. Slowly, starting at the side of her neck where her ink starts, I trace a downward path with my fingertips. Making sure to avoid her injury, I sweep over the marred skin at her shoulder and trail along the colorful tattoos, intermittently encountering more hidden scars along her arm and knuckles. Some motherfucker took a goddamn knife to this woman and carved into her like a toddler would scribble on paper. Who the fuck did this to her? A knock on my bedroom door sounds, followed by Doc's voice. Mr. Hernandez. I drop my hand and force myself to move to the side to make room for him. In here, Doc. With his brows drawn together, he rushes in, bag in hand. Setting it on the counter, he appraises Lola, his gaze instantly zeroing in on her injury. Well, young lady, it seems I'm the one who'll be patching you up. I grip the rigid muscles in the back of my neck, not wanting to leave, but she probably wants me to. Edging back farther, I'm about to step out when Lola's voice stops me. Could you? She hesitates. Stay? It doesn't even cross my mind to deny her. I instantly move to her opposite side while Doc prepares to clean her wound. She curls her fingers tightly over the edge of the bathroom counter, but we don't speak. Doc starts cleaning the area, his tone gentle as he shares his assessment with her. He must touch on a tender spot, though, 'cause she sucks in a sharp breath. Her right hand grips the counter's edge so tight, I fear the granite might crack. When my hand settles over hers, we both jerk in surprise. Hell, I even surprised myself with that move. But I don't withdraw it. I keep my palm covering hers. The offer climbs out of my mouth before I realize it. You wanna hold on to me? You can. A beat passes, those pretty eyes searching my face before she releases her hold on the counter. Turning her hand over, palm side up, she threads our fingers together. An instant later, she tightens her hold on me and her eyes pinch closed. My tone is stern as I level a hard look at the Doc, even though he's not paying me attention. Almost done? Face a mask of concentration, he murmurs. Almost. To her, he asks, do you need anything for the pain? No, it's fine. Damn her stubborn ass. Doc continues. Would you rather me use surgical glue? What would you prefer? Cayenne pepper and castor oil. She releases a slow, calculated breath before opening her eyes. Please. It'll be enough to allow it to heal properly on its own. He gives a curt nod before preparing a bandage. I started carrying those with me ever since Mr. Hernandez mentioned you using the combination to accelerate healing. It's remarkable and so simple. As he uncaps the cayenne pepper, concern blankets his tone. I must say, though, you're lucky that bullet didn't nick an artery. Releasing my hand, she lowers her gaze to the floor like that revelation already weighs heavily on her. I know. I back away and lean against the wall, waiting for Doc to finish up. Once he zips up his bag, he tips his head, gesturing like he wants to speak to me privately. When I lowered my chin in a nod, he pats Lola's knee. You're all set. I've left some extra bandages. Remember to keep it dry if you need to shower, but I'm sure you know how to handle things from here. Her weary eyes lift to his. Thank you. My pleasure. I exit the bathroom, and Doc trails me without a word. He stops once we step into the empty hallway. His gray brows dive together. I'm sure you already know she's suffering from shock. That's not all she's suffering from. His gaze narrows. What do you mean? Casting a backward glance to ensure Lola remains in the bathroom, I still lower my voice when I sum up what happened earlier. Doc's eyes flick to the bathroom and he releases a sigh. I'm assuming you notice what those tattoos along her shoulder and arm are hiding. Every muscle in my body goes rigid just thinking about it. Yeah. He grimaces. You know I don't ask questions, but this is the first time. He cast another glance toward the bathroom, where we'd left Lola. I've been worried about somebody you've got under watch. I straighten, not liking where this is leading. Just say what you got to say, Doc. He holds up a hand in defense. I'm not challenging your decision, but I'd honestly bet my life that that woman in there doesn't pose a threat to you like you think. Our gazes hold for a moment. Meaning? Mouth pressed thin, he appears to search for the right words. He must fail because he simply repeats, I just don't believe she's a threat to you. His eyes rake over my face as if trying to gauge something. At least not to your life or your business. Irritation scrapes down my spine like fucking razor blades. The fuck you mean by that? He shakes his head in what seems like a fatherly way. Not that I ever experienced anything like that firsthand. I swear there's a tinge of pity in his eyes. The only danger that woman poses is to your heart. What looks like regret and sadness wash over his features. I just hope you realize the potential before you do something to ruin it. With a nod of deference, he walks away, leaving me to digest his words, as if I need more shit to deal with, especially since I still need to address something important. Turning my attention to the interior of my bedroom and the light casting out from the bathroom, I roll my shoulders and stretch my neck from side to side. It's time for Lola Arias to answer a few questions. First, where the fuck she's trying to sneak off to in the dead of night? Second, who the fuck chooses to escape by scaling a goddamn concrete wall into the jungle? And third, the one I refuse to admit rubs me fucking raw. What the hell made her desperate enough to flee from me? 43. Santiago. Once I locked my bedroom door, I head for the bathroom and stop at the doorway. With her back to me, Lola's drying her now clean feet with a towel, her attention trained on her task. Her movements slow and careful. She's at least taking care not to aggravate her injury. Palms braced against the door jamb, I study her while she's unaware of my presence. Those scarlet macaw tattoos at the base of her neck remain mostly hidden by her hair as the remaining colorful ink extends downward. Disappearing briefly beneath the rear band of her sports bra, purple flowers and vivid green leafy vines decorate the length of her spine. At the low-rise waistband of her pants, the inked artwork curves around her side and ends near her hip bone. Where were you going in such a hurry tonight? Her head snaps up, alarm etched on her face. I hold her gaze in the mirror as I move to the other sink. The dull noise from the running faucet lingers momentarily as I quickly wash my hands. Once I dry them, she turns to face me, and I do the same. Puffy red-rimmed eyes stare back at me. I was going home. Planting her feet, she notches her chin up a fraction. Because I'm done being your prisoner. I'm tired of being kept here. Oh yeah? A rough sound rumbles free of me. You wanted to go home badly enough that you... Pinning her with a challenging glare, I bite out the words. Decided scaling a concrete wall down a motherfucking ravine into the jungle at night was the way? Nostrils flaring, her eyes flash with indignation. As if you'd let me leave here. Her jaw goes tight. I just wanted to be left alone, once and for all. Our gazes hold for a long moment. Anger floods me because she's deflecting and not giving me a straight answer. After everything that's happened, you're safer here than anywhere else. Unease breaks through her expression. What do you mean? Dropping my hands at my sides, I tisk and shake my head. Miss Arias, there's no mistaking the condensation in my tone. You're a smart woman. Think about it. I edge toward the doorway and lean back against the door jamb. With my arms crossed, I'm blocking her only exit, and her cagey eyes don't miss a thing. Andros had it out for you from the start. Now, though, I raise my brows. Now he's gonna blame you even more for what happened to him, especially since I tossed him out on his ass. Panic edges into her features, the pulse along the side of her neck going wild. I can just... No. My voice deceptively quiet but lethal, I cut her off. What you can do is fucking be honest with me once and for all, and tell me why you were wanting to leave here so badly. Advancing toward her, I don't stop until we're toe-to-toe. I tower over her, making her expression flicker with unease. It's exactly what I want right now. I want her to feel intimidated, 'cause in my experience, that's the best and surest way to cut to the truth. Nobody with any goddamn sense is gonna descend a steep 17-foot wall into the jungle at night. My tone has a hard edge, filled with the demand for the fucking truth. Everybody knows that stepping foot in there after sunset means we become the prey instead of the other way around. Crowding her against the vanity, I cage her with my palms on either side of her. She sucks in a sharp breath, but meets my gaze resolutely. Now, I lower my face, barely inches away from hers. How about you tell the truth about why you were leaving?
44. Lola. Now, how about you tell the truth about why you were leaving? Sinister, menacing, those black eyes bore into mine. You want to tell me why you were outside with a packed bag tonight? Fuck. I swallow hard. Because tonight he's been so... I almost choose the word kind, which seems downright bizarre and unlikely for a man like him. But it's true. He shot his own nephew in retaliation for me. He carried Bellesa's body to the jungle so she could be buried. He helped dig her grave. And when my legs gave out, he carried me back to the house. But most of all, he held my hand and let me squeeze it, as if willing to take on the brunt of my pain. Rioting emotions ignite inside me, because I know better than to fall for ruses. I know better than to think anyone would choose me over money and power. Once upon, always upon. There's no getting past it. But I know very well I have to give a little, so he'll back off. Handing over any information to him is not only supremely stupid, but dangerous as hell. Yet I know he'll hound me until I disclose something, and I'll have to give him just enough. Stick as close to the truth as you can. Resignation envelops me, thick and suffocating. I manage to dredge the words up. It's my birthday, of sorts. Explain. Expression hard, his gaze is positively arctic. I inhale deeply before forging on. Today is my birthday, and the anniversary of my death. His eyes narrow, but he remains silent, waiting for my explanation. I left behind a prison, emotionally and physically. And being here, I gesture with my right hand, is too similar. It's a continuous reminder of my past. My throat threatens to swell shut, but I force the remaining words out. I worked so hard to build this life for myself. A harsh, mocking laugh spills out. And I get that it's nothing like the life you have. I don't have a ton of money and a huge home to show for it, but it's mine. My voice trails off, diminishing. It's something that's all mine. Swallowing audibly, I meet his dark gaze. And you came and ripped it away from me. We stand entrenched in silence. His focus remains riveted to my face, as though he's scouring for evidence of lies. Something indecipherable flashes across his features, his expression speculative. And those scars along your shoulder are from this. He hesitates a millisecond. Life you left behind. I strive to trap the raw emotion attempting to rise to the surface. No good ever comes of revisiting my past in any way, whether tapping into wounded emotions or memories. Yes. A muscle in his cheek jumps. The ones on your face, too? Yes. How many are there? My brain stutters on his question. How many scars? That muscle in his cheek jumps again. Yeah. My mouth curls in the start of a humorless smile. Too many to count. He shoves off the vanity with such abruptness that it catches me off guard, and my body goes rigid. Fury bleeds into his features, his nostrils flaring as if he's desperate to inhale much-needed oxygen. Fists clenching and unclenching, his eyes bore into mine. And since today's a complicated day for you, his voice is like sandpaper, rough and raspy. You got spooked with everything that went on. I lift my chin defiantly. And because I'm tired of being kept here with no say in my life. Silence saturates the air for a long moment. You don't have prints on file. Sharp, assessing eyes scrape over me. That have something to do with this life you left behind. Don't look away. Don't paint yourself with any guilt. Yes. Because it's true. I'm simply not volunteering more information. Where else did he scar you? I straightened my shoulders, willing myself to answer him calmly and devoid of emotion. Down my spine. A severe scowl descends over his face. Where else? It's instinctive to reach with my left hand, and I wince at the movement before correcting myself, gesturing with my right hand to the left side of my head, toward my scalp. I add, here. Eyes glittering with anger, the stern angles of his face grow more distinctive. And your hand. My fingers curl tightly, that area on my left hand igniting with fiery pain. Yes. A deep cavernous furrow forms between his brows. And your so-called death happened today, on your birthday? Yes. You got away from him. He says this as a statement instead of a question. My answer sticks in my throat just the slightest bit. Yes. His expression intensifies, gaze so cutting it acts like a machete that's slicing through to the truth. But he's still out there. My chest depresses heavily with what feels like a 2-ton weight, because he's asking too many questions. Yes. He's not close by, though. No. But you still fear him. I hesitate to answer. Do I still fear him? God, isn't that just the infamous question? Because I'm not the same person I once was. There are only small shreds of the old me that still remain today. Staring down at my palms, I study them as if they hold the secrets of the world, while thoughts whirl in my mind. If he were to find me today, he wouldn't hold the same power over me. Now that I've had the glorious taste of freedom, true freedom, I'd never let myself be caged in a torturous prison ever again. The poetic nature of my death occurring on my birthday didn't escape my notice. My main regret is that I never properly mourned myself. I never mourned the life that was stolen from me, the opportunities lost, and the possibilities that never came to be. I never properly mourned the youthful, naive, and sweet woman I once was. Lola. My name on his lips has my head snapping up. So lost in my thoughts, I now realize that I didn't answer him. When our eyes lock, my answer dies on my tongue, because barely concealed rage blazes in his features. You really 29, like your ID says? Razor-sharp fear claws at my insides. Close, I hedge. Gaze turning flinty, his mouth flattens. How old are you? Fuck. Acid churns a searing path up my throat. 32. His words may be quiet and measured, but there's no mistaking the ominous, threatening undertone. Arias is your real last name? Close enough. Jaw turning to granite, tense lines brag at his mouth, but he says nothing for a moment. I'd chosen Lola because of the meaning behind it. Lola is a nickname for Dolores, a name that carries the message that in order to experience joy in life, one must experience great sorrow. Dark eyes pierce me so intrusively, as if to sift through the partial truths. Not gonna tell me your real first name, huh? Damn it. How he managed to infer that, I'll never know. Placing my hand over my stomach, I will the nausea twined with the phantom ache to subside and shake my head slowly. It's safer that way. That monster already stole so much from me. I refuse to ever say his name, let alone reveal myself to someone and risk them dragging me back to that prison, to him. You saying that for my benefit or yours? Both. That's so. Yes. Huh. Features stamped with a heavy dose of suspicious curiosity, his brows rise a fraction. You don't think I could find that out on my own? I don't answer because I've revealed far too much already. I have enough sense to know laying down any semblance of a challenge in front of a man like Santiago Hernandez is begging for trouble. For this reason, I briefly allow pain to dampen my voice. I know you could if you wanted, but I'd prefer to leave my past where it belongs. Behind you, he finishes for me. Yes. His unflinching gaze canvases me from head to toe. It spawns regret for revealing what I did, and it tastes rancid on my tongue. Those scars aren't the only damage you got from him. His eyes drop to the hand I didn't realize still covered my stomach. As if I'd been burned, I drop my hand at my side. But it's too late. He's far too perceptive. With a lift of his chin, he gestures to my stomach, and my heart splinters in my chest. That why you're hot and cold with Alma? His question acts like a punch in the solar plexus. What? Slowly he lifts a shoulder. Sometimes you're 100% with her, but other times... His brief pause sends a fissure of alarm racing through me. Other times it's like you're trying to hold back from getting too attached to her. I shrug, attempting to play it off. I'm just looking out for her, because I won't be a permanent fixture here. This is only temporary, and I wouldn't want her to get too attached to me. That all-too-perceptive stare threatens to burn a path straight through me, while his nonchalant tone has the tiny hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. So it has nothing to do with you not being able to have kids? Dangerously taut silence suspends between us like a rubber band stretched to the brink of snapping. The casual way he posed that question has my stomach torquing so violently, bile rises up my throat. How could he know that? His mouth remains in a harsh, flat line, seemingly calm and composed, while my breathing turns shallow, my muscles knotting in fear. Voice muted, he finally says, "That's what I thought." I sputter, trying to regain even ground. I never said, "Your lack of response said it all." A vein along his temple stands out. "That fucker hurt you badly enough. You can't have kids." I link my fingers in front of me and draw in a deep breath. Look, I think we're getting off base here. None of this is important because... It wasn't important to you? His harsh question has my defenses rising. What the hell kind of question is that? Of course it was important to me. He advances a single step, his tall form as imposing as his dark tone. Yeah, then I'd expect you to act like it. I toss up my hand in exasperation, my voice rising in volume. What exactly do you want from me? I advance on him, anger fueling me while anguish bleeds from each word. To tell you it's devastating, knowing that I've always wanted a family of my own and he robbed me of that? Is that what you want to hear? If that's the fucking truth, then yeah.
45. Santiago. I want something real out of her. None of this partial bullshit she's been handing me. I've come across enough people who've suffered from domestic violence to know why she's like this, though. And I can't say I blame her. Not entirely. But damn if I don't want her to let down her guard, 'cause something tells me she never gave herself the time to process that. Grief blankets her voice, those deep, soulful eyes of hers, gleaming with pain. I shouldn't give a shit about her. Not one fucking bit. When I made the choice not to kill her, it gave birth to nothing short of a fuck ton of complications in my life. Combine that with Hidalgo increasing his stunts, and I've got enough to worry about. And then some. But this woman's managed to somehow ensnare me. She's brought out protective instincts in me that haven't emerged for a woman in decades. Fine. Her eyes speared me with fury and exasperation. It was devastating. She shoves a hand at me, but it's nowhere near enough force to make me budge. Are you happy now, asshole? She beats her right fist against my chest, her voice turning hoarse, ragged with emotion. Is that what you want to hear? Another slam of her fist. That it gutted me? Her voice cracks as she lands another hit. That I wish I could go back and kill him for it? My hand closes over her fist, locking her in place. You say the word, and I'll kill him for you. She goes eerily still, those red around the edges eyes going wide. When her breath catches in her throat, my chest takes on an odd tightness. I don't know why I fucking said that, but it's too late to take it back. Not only that, but I meant it. Her pain's so raw, it's almost palpable. There's no way in hell she's faking this. With parted lips, she stares up at me as if she's seeing me for the first time. She lets out a weak laugh of disbelief. You do that? I'm not sure I like how she's looking at me right now. With a strange mix of shock and wonder in her gaze, she's staring at me like I'm some hero. Even so, I find myself answering her, my words muted but firm as hell. Fuck yeah. I barely get the words out before she rises on her toes and fits her mouth to mine. A groan rumbles deep in my chest when her tongue dives inside, the kiss deep and hungry. When I bend an arm around her and tug her even closer, she arches that perfect body against mine, her hand fisting the front of my shirt. God damn, she's hot for me. But this is different from the other times. Something's shifted. It's like she's letting me pass some of the defenses she's had in place. She tears at my shirt, and I help her undo the buttons before shrugging off the damp fabric. Her desperate fingers drop to my belt, tugging it loose before she unfastens my pants. I've got to stop her so I can remove my holstered weapon and set it aside. Movements bordering on frantic, she shoves my pants past my hips. When they gather at my ankles, I remove my ankle holster and place it beside my other weapon before kicking my pants aside. When she attempts to remove her damp sports bra, her wince has me backing away. At my retreat, those brown eyes blink up at me, hazy with lust, and something twists behind my ribs. I tug open a vanity drawer and retrieve a knife. Let me help you out of that. Her brows draw together and she huffs out a breath. I've never met anyone who stashes knives in their bathroom. Yeah? Well, I like to be prepared. With the blade in my hand, I keep my voice steady and gesture to her sports bra. Promise I'll buy you a new one. At her nod, I gently pull her bra away from her skin and drag the sharp blade carefully through the fabric. It falls away, revealing her perfect tits, and I use the same caution as I slice through the straps. Letting her bra drop beside the sink, I lower my attention to the knife in my hand. I use this to help you. When I lift my eyes to hers, I add, You know I'm not gonna hurt you with it. She swallows audibly, and something softens in her gaze. I know. I return the knife to its drawer. Then I slide my fingers beneath the waistband of her black pants, my eyes never leaving hers. Hell if I know why, but I'm compelled to tell her exactly what I'd do to that fucker who hurt her. It's like I've picked up on a silent request from her. Somehow, I know she needs to hear it. I tortured him like he did you. She sucks in a breath, desire flashing in her eyes. I ease her pants down, and she shifts to help me get them past her hips. I'd take my time cutting on him, drag it out for hours, days, weeks. When my fingers encounter more scars hidden within the ink etched low along the side of her hip and curving toward her stomach, my words are forced from between gritted teeth. Make him bleed and cry like a goddamn baby. Her nipples tighten and her chest heaves, those eyes darkening with arousal. Yeah, she wants to hear this. Needs to even. I tug off her pants and let them drop to the floor. I'd make him fucking suffer as long as I could. Break every bone in his body. Puncture his lungs and spleen. Sitting in a plain cotton thong, she cinches her legs around me, tugging me closer. Her hand molds over my cock where it's as hard as steel, practically punching through my boxer briefs. Voice breathless, she shoves my boxers down, letting my cock jut free. You'd make him bleed? Inside and out? Fuck yeah. Eyes locked with hers, I kick off my boxers and bracket her hips in my hands. My thumb grazes over the upraised skin beneath the vibrant green vines and leaves etched along her left hip. I'd make him suffer for as long as his body held out. I dip my hand between her thighs and tuck 2 fingers beneath her thong, tracing them along the crease of her pussy. She's slick already, and I wonder how much of it is due to what I'm saying. Lowering my mouth to the tiny scars at the corners of her mouth, I dust my lips over them. I do the same to the ones along her cheek and jaw, the one at the very corner of her left eye. When I nip at her earlobe and murmur, I'd fucking beat his face till it was too bloody to recognize. Her back arches and her tits brush against my chest. Slowly, I pump my fingers inside her. In, out, in, out. Fucking hell. The way she coats me in her hot, wet arousal has my balls already drawing tight. Does it make you hot hearing what I do to him? God, yes. Her hand speeds up, working my cock in unsteady strokes like she's desperate to jack me off. Tell me everything. Her breathing turns choppier when I start thumbing circles over her clit and continue pumping my fingers inside her. When her grip tightens on my cock, pre-cum leaks at the tip. You want to hear how I'd cut off his fingers one by one? Her pussy clamps down, fluttering a little, and her breath hitches. You'd do that for me? The way she poses that question, like she's surprised anybody would do something like that for her, because of her, pisses me the fuck off. I stop my fingers and pin her with a harsh glare that has her hand pausing on my cock. You don't think I would? Her mouth parts, but she doesn't form an immediate response. It's not that. Her attention drops to focus on my throat, her voice sounding small. You have your own stuff to worry about, and I'm not part of your world, so... With my other hand, I lift her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. Challenge fills my tone. You're part of my world now. Understood. When she wets her lips, I bite back a groan, my dick flexing in her hold. I wanna hear her answer. Need to. The barest whisper, her single-word response is cloaked with vulnerability. Yes. Her answer delves deep inside me, wedging its way somewhere I don't want to acknowledge. Something big shifted tonight, and she's opened up to me, even knowing I've got the connections and power to find shit out. But I don't need to. I know enough to believe Lola Arias isn't lying to me. Fuck. All these upraised scars that son of a bitch carved into her skin tell me so. Something indecipherable flickers across her face before it vanishes in a blink, but what I do recognize in its wake is grief. Hell, it practically oozes from her. Grief can coax a person into seeking comfort sexually, to reaffirm their existence. She's riding a roller coaster of emotion, and I shouldn't indulge her while she's in this state, but I can't resist. If I were a better man, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be giving in to her, wouldn't be giving in to my need for her. If I were a better man, I'd just fit my mouth over her pussy and get her off before sending her back to her room. If I were a better man, I wouldn't be letting her jerk me off so damn good. But I'm not, never have been. So I'm taking whatever she's offering tonight, even if it means there's a good chance she'll regret it later. I want her too fucking badly to stop. You gotta know, I'd do just about anything for you. I grit out the words against her mouth. I swear to Christ she has me ready to shoot my load already. It's fucking ridiculous how much this woman disarms me. I'd cut off his toes one by one, slowly, let him bleed and ooze and fester. Then I'd cut out his tongue. Strong, sleek thighs tighten around my hips, and her pussy flutters around my fingers. What else? I'd carve out his eyes with the dullest fucking knife I could find. She coats my fingers as I fuck her with them. God damn, she has the tightest damn pussy I've ever known. I don't give it a second thought before I fist her panties in my hand and give a swift yank. Her surprised gasp barely registers as I let them drop to the floor. Then I'd pull out each of his teeth, one by one. Heavy-lidded eyes regard me as she gently moves my hand away from her before guiding the thick head of my cock to her slick pussy lips. My knees go weak when she wets my dick with her arousal. Up and down, before using it to work her swollen clit. Fuck. The way her eyes track the movement of my cock slicking through her wetness has me aching to take charge. But she needs this, and I'm gonna let her use me. It's not like I won't enjoy the hell out of it. You gonna take what you need from me? My voice is coarse, my balls drawing tight. Wanna use me to get off? Eyes wild, her breaths come out in staccato bursts. Yes. I lift one of her thighs, guiding her to plant one foot on the vanity and lean back against the mirror. This position spreads her open, her perfect pink lips glistening as she continues dragging me along her wet crease. That's it. Use my big cock exactly how you want. Her gaze flicks back and forth between my face and where she dips the head of my cock inside her, barely a fraction before using it to work her clit. Fuck, that's hot. I duck my head to capture one of those fine-ass nipples between my lips. The way she arches with a little gasp urges me on, and I give it a hard suck before batting at it with my tongue. With ragged breaths, she works my cock against her little clit, those perfect tits rising and falling. She's so fucking beautiful, I can't resist taking her other nipple captive with my mouth. When I scrape my teeth over it, the little moan she lets out has me wanting to bury my cock balls deep inside her. It takes all my restraint not to shove her other leg over my shoulder and have my way with her, watching those gorgeous tits bounce with each of my thrusts. I fucking want to. Christ, do I want to. But I won't. 'Cause however the hell she wants me, I'm hers for the taking.
46. Lola. I know it's messed up that I'm getting turned on by him telling me exactly how he'd make my ex suffer. Then again, I lost my normalcy years ago. It's alarming that this man, this criminal, this murderer, makes me feel more alive than I've felt in ages. There's seemingly no end to his arrogance and controlling behavior. Yet it's as though he's granting me all the power at this moment. He lets me use his thick cock and rub it against my clit, while he sucks on my nipples. Each time I guide his cock along my crease and get it wetter with my arousal, my carnal need burns hotter. I don't care about anything except for assuaging the ache between my legs. My grieving heart needs a distraction, and this man is the prime candidate. I rub the head of his cock against my clit, the fluid leaking at his tip combining with my own wetness. My head rests against the mirror at my back, my eyes falling closed as I work my sensitive flesh. Fuck yeah. His raspy murmur sounds like it clawed up his throat from somewhere deep. Arousal bleeds from his voice. Rub me all over that pretty little clit. His labored breaths emerge in heavy puffs as he toys with one of my nipples. Yeah, just like that. I lose myself to nothing but sensation and his hypnotic voice urging me to use him to get off. My clit pulses rapidly as if attempting to surpass my heartbeat. My thighs tense in anticipation of my release as I work my clit with his cock. His guttural voice drifts to my ears. God damn, you fucking that clit so good. He cups my other breast, his thumb rasping over the tip of my nipple. Need me to suck on you to get you off faster? My lips part on a panted breath, but the words stick in my throat. It doesn't seem to matter because he does it anyway, and the instant he secures his lips around my nipple, it eliminates all oxygen from my lungs. Oh, fuck. The perfect amount of suction on my nipple has my hips rocking, unbridled need pulsing through me like lightning. That's it, he murmurs against my skin before moving to my other breast and giving my other nipple the same attention. His tongue bats at the stiffened flesh before he drags his mouth over top it. His scruff abrades it in the most decadent way. You have no idea how fucking hot you are, working your clit with my cock. He flicks my nipple with the tip of his tongue. Only thing better would be if you came on my tongue. Santi! I don't mean to, it just slips out, but his name falls from my lips on a wisp of a breath. A low growl rumbles from him, and I open my eyes to peer at him. Firm, muscled body covered in dark skin, painted with even darker swirls of ink. His hair is still slicked back in that abbreviated ponytail. Unguarded ebony eyes are fixated on me, skin drawn taut over his cheekbones. You wanna come on my tongue? Those low, husky words propel me closer to the edge, and I gasp as my impending orgasm draws near. My yes is heaved on a ragged breath. My grip tightens around his thick length as I use the flared head to work my clit even faster, and he lets out a coarse, raw groan that has goosebumps rising along my skin. Yeah. His hot breath rasps against my nipple, eyes gleaming with lust. Then you better tell me when you're ready for it. His stubble rakes against my areola, 'cause I'm gonna damn sure taste all you're gonna give me. Oh, fuck. My orgasm barrels into me, and I barely have time to warn him, Santi! But he doesn't offer an ounce of hesitation. He moves so swiftly, the wide pad of his thumb replacing his cock on my clit, as he fits his mouth to my pussy and delves his tongue inside. My mouth parts in a silent gasp as his thumb works me through my release while he fucks me with his tongue, his lips and stubble adding to the pleasure pulsing through me. My hips move of their own volition, and he doesn't make even a sound of protest as I ride his face, pressing my pussy against his tongue in an effort to get it even deeper. When my fingers thread in his hair, his rumbled groan vibrates against my sensitive flesh. His eyes are closed in an almost reverent way as he devours me. I don't give any thought to my actions but shamelessly work myself over his mouth and tongue. Once the shudders eventually subside, the only sound in the silent confines of the bathroom is my labored breathing. Dazed, I watch as he opens his eyes, immediately locking with mine. Reluctance blankets his movements as he slowly eases his mouth off me to press a kiss to the inside of my thigh. Even after what we just did, that gesture feels oddly intimate and borderline sweet, especially for him. When he straightens, planting those palms on the counter at each side of my hips, his cock is even harder. He's shiny at the tip, fluids gathered there, and the lingering effects of my orgasm strengthen at the sight. His mouth and tongue helped me forget my name a moment ago, and I have no doubt he'll be just as skilled with that cock. I'm not prepared for reality to edge its way back in just yet, and this man is the best way to avoid it. It's why I wrap my hand around his granite-hard length and guide the broad head to my entrance. His reaction, however, isn't at all what I expect. He freezes in place, resisting my urging movement. My eyes collide with his pitch-black ones, his features taut with restraint, which makes absolutely no sense. That skull etched on his throat ripples with his hard swallow. You sure about that? Rejection sinks its ugly claws into me, spurring the heat of embarrassment to creep up my neck and into my cheeks. He doesn't want to fuck me? Evidently I'm good enough to mess with, but not good enough to fuck. Angry indignation sparks to life inside me. Oh, I forgot. I release his cock and glare at him. I'm not up to your usual standards, since you prefer to sink your dick into women like Kana. I've surpassed my emotional threshold, and then some, tonight, and I'm barely hanging on by a thread. I just can't deal with more blows. I slide my foot off the vanity and attempt to shove him away. That movement pulls at my injured shoulder, and I mash my lips closed against the pain before gritting out, "Get away from me!" Thunderous expression taking hold, Santiago grabs hold of my thighs, holding me captive. "Now wait just a fucking minute." Brows pinched together, his gaze bores into mine. "All I was asking is if you're sure about this, 'cause anybody with a brain knows not to make sudden decisions after a traumatic experience." I avert my eyes, but it's a challenge to direct my focus elsewhere since he's a masterpiece of pure male distraction. His nipples stand out similarly to his thick cock that's devoid of any tattoos. Edged from hip bone to hip bone and inching into the vicinity of his groin are two pistols aimed at each other. Just looking at them has me wishing I could trace them with my tongue. But he's pissed me off in a big way, and I'm not about to let myself be distracted. He's made me feel like I'm not desirable enough, not appealing enough, like I'm just not enough. At any other time, I could easily brush it off, but not tonight. Tearing my eyes off his body, I stare past his shoulder. My tone holds a caustic bite. "So, I'm good enough to tongue fuck, but not good enough to actually fuck. Is that it?" I slide my body off the counter, forcing him to step back. He barely moves a few inches, his attention veering to my bandaged shoulder before returning to my face. He scrubs a hand down his face, his scruff rasping audibly beneath his palm. An irritated grunt rumbles free of him, and he blocks my exit by gripping the top of the doorway. His feet are planted firmly on the bathroom tile as aggravation creases his forehead. "Just wait a goddamn minute and listen to me, 'cause I'm trying to tell you to slow the fuck down." His body radiates tension, his eyes penetrating mine. "You buried an animal you cared for and broke down afterward." His hands flex around the doorframe as his expression grows increasingly fierce. "Think you need to stop and make sure this is what you want."
47. Santiago. Jesus fuck. This is what I get for having a moment of conscience and trying to slow things down to make sure she's not gonna regret shit afterward. Shoulda known better. Lola storms toward me, shoving through the doorway with such force I know she's hurting herself. I stomp after her. "God damn it, woman." I catch her right elbow, stopping her from marching toward the bedroom door. She's so fucking mad that she doesn't remember she's naked as a newborn. You need to fucking listen to me. Eyes flaming with anger, she whirls around on me. Jabbing her finger at the center of my chest, she yells, "Don't tell me what I need to do. I'm so sick of some ponytailed narco dictating my fucking life." "Yeah?" I thunder in response. And here I was, just trying to be better. But fuck that shit. I haul her closer and her lips part, her pupils dilating. "Go ahead and use my dick all you want." I lower my face to hers, daring her to try and look away. Palming her ass in my hands, I tighten my grip on her firm flesh. "Do what you want. Ride my dick like you're dying to. Not gonna get any more complaints out of me." "Really?" Her brows rise in challenge. That sass I've become accustomed to reappearing. And damn if I'm not relieved about it. "No more complaints?" "Really?" I graze my stubbled jaw along her cheek before nipping at her earlobe. Not a single one. With my lips at the juncture of her jaw and earlobe, I speak against her skin, and she shivers. "I'm giving you free rein of me, so you better not disappoint." I adjust one hand's grip on her ass, my fingertips dusting along her wet entrance. She huffs out a sound of disbelief, but it's breathless. "You're such an asshole." "Maybe." I smile against her neck. "But I'm still the ponytailed narco whose cock you're dying to ride." She leans back, spearing me with a warning look. "This doesn't change anything. It's only me." She trails off before finishing quietly with, "Needing to forget tonight. For just a minute." Something constricts in my chest, but I ignore it and curl my other hand around the back of her head. I fuse my mouth to hers, 'cause if she wants to forget, I can help with that. Especially if it means I get to sink my cock inside her. Without breaking the kiss, I guide her to my bed and reach past her to tug the covers back. When I ease her back onto the mattress, her damp hair fans out against the stark white sheets, and my throat grows tight. I've got no business having her in here. I never fuck women in my bedroom. It's the most private place, and I've never wanted it marred by some easy lay. Easy. Fuck. Easy's got to be the furthest thing from this woman. Lola Arias is more complicated and stubborn than anyone else I've known. She tests my patience at every damn turn. I know I'm opening up Pandora's fucking box by doing this, but burying my cock in her pussy for the first time in any other bed but mine feels wrong as hell. I crawl over her, my legs between hers, and hold myself up on my palms on either side of her head. She's still so fucking beautiful, even with those red-rimmed eyes from crying. Even without a trace of makeup and her hair flat and lifeless, no other woman measures up, especially not Kana. Lola reaches for me, her right palm sweeping from my collarbone down the center of my chest. Her eyes track the movement as she traces her fingers along the thin strip of dark hair below my belly button. My cock jerks, already aching for her to touch me again. Once she wraps those petite fingers around my length, my hips give a little lurch forward. I bury my face in her neck, placing open-mouthed kisses along the column. I love the way she arches into my touch, like she needs me more than to serve as a distraction. Braced on a forearm, my other hand moves to cup one of those perfect tits and thumb her stiff nipple. At her gasp, I shift to brush my lips over the tip. Santi. The breathless whisper of my name on her lips does something to me. Stop messing around. She strokes me, her palm gliding up and down my length, and my cock pulses in her grip. I need you. I need you. From any other woman, those simple words are meaningless. But right now, Lola Arias, the woman who's had her life threatened multiple times and almost died at least twice under my watch, who's never once shown an ounce of vulnerability, is saying she needs me. Hell if that doesn't make me feel invincible and powerful as fuck. Yeah? Wrapping my hand around hers, I guide the broad head to nudge her slick pussy lips while murmuring against her nipple. You need the ponytailed narco's cock real bad, huh? Her grip tightens around my dick. She might think she's punishing me, but I like it. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were making fun of me. Grinning against her lush tit, I give it a little kiss. Just a little confused, that's all. I wipe the smile off my face before raising my head with a thoughtful expression. So, you do need my cock. I don't know who the fuck I am right now. I'm not a joker. I never play around or, least of all, flirt. My kind of life and business doesn't allow for that shit. But I feel compelled to evict the remnants of that haunted look still lingering in her eyes. A scowl mars her pretty face as she lets out a little grunt. You want me to say it? No. Her frown drops, but it's short-lived. With our hands still gripping my length, I nudge her pussy again, and her breath catches. Not unless you want my cock. But if you do, then yeah, you're gonna have to say it. She huffs out a humorless laugh. You're such an asshole. Maybe. I lean in closer to speak against her lips. But I'm still the asshole with the cock you seem to want. With a light kiss to her lips, I nudge in just a fraction and revel at how her gaze grows hazy. Just admit it. You need this ponytailed narco's cock, and you'll get it. I promise. All you've got to do is say it. She tries to arch her hips to get me to sink in deeper, but I hold back. It fucking torture 'cause she's so hot and slick. I just know she's gonna wreck me once I'm buried balls deep inside her. Frustration flashes across her face before she lets out an exasperated sound. Fine. Obstinance lights up her eyes as she grits out each word. I need a ponytailed narco's cock. Glaring at me, she tacks on. There. Happy now? Not really. With an expression of fake regret, I shake my head. Didn't sound like you meant it. When those gorgeous brown eyes go wide and her lips part, I know I'm a second away from getting an earful. I take advantage by fitting my mouth to hers and driving my cock inside her. Holy fuck. I swear, I lose all ability to breathe 'cause I've never felt a pussy this perfect before. So damn snug and wet and hot. Her inner muscles clamp down on me as if her next orgasm's already in the works. Bracing myself above her, I deepen each powering thrust, grinding the root of my cock against her clit. Her hands grip my ass, urging me closer. When I take her right leg and drape it over my shoulder, it has me sinking even deeper. Her lips part and her gorgeous tits heave with labored breaths. I drop my gaze to where our bodies are joined and slow down the pace. Fuck if this isn't the best view I've seen yet. Look at us. My chest heaves as I fight for restraint. My dick begs me to pound her perfect pussy, but I want to make this last. Look at how good you're taking me. I wait for her eyes to lower to where I withdraw from her until only the tip remains inside. She's fucking drenched me in her slickness. I ease back in slowly, and she whimpers. Feels like this pussy of yours was made to take my cock. In and out, nice and slow. I'm torturing both of us, but it's so fucking good. Santi. She bucks her hips with a whimpered protest. Please. The blatant need in her voice has my cock firing off a warning shot inside her, and this is when reality breaks through. I go still with a wince. Fuck. Alarm fills her tone as wariness edges into her gaze. What? I forgot a damn condom. I blow out a harsh breath. And I never fucking forget. Her lips part, then close, before parting again. Never? Our eyes hold while I answer firmly. Never. Then this is a first for you? Brown eyes search mine. Yeah. I haven't been with anyone since... She trails off, but I get what she's saying. And I know I'm clean. She hasn't been with anyone since that bastard of an ex who beat on her. The relevance of that isn't lost on me. I'm clean. Always make sure, 'cause I don't take any chances otherwise. Okay then, she whispers before wetting her lips. It's a dead giveaway that she's nervous. I lower my mouth to hers and suckle at her bottom lip. You gonna let me do this? I ease my cock back inside her, burying it deep. Gonna let me take your pussy with my bare cock? Her answer's breathless. I suppose, if you must. A surprised grunt of a laugh escapes me. Lola fucking Arias is something else entirely. I take her mouth in a deep kiss before whispering, it's a definite must.
48. Lola. Santiago unleashes everything he has, as if he's revealing an arsenal of moves. Deep, thorough strokes, powerful, fast thrusts, the perfect amount of contact from the root of his cock on my clit. And his kisses. God, his kisses. They're addictive and dangerous. It feels as though he's doing more than just fucking me. Like this is more than an excuse to help me forget my heartache. It's impossible not to compare him with the monster I was with for far too long. It seems so far-fetched that this man, the infamous criminal, has a touch that's an intoxicating mix of reverence and carnal need. His hands possess a gentleness I would have never expected from a man like him. With each powerful drive of his hips, he claims my body. His mouth follows suit with each devouring kiss, defying the harsh quality it usually holds. My hands scour along the sharp curves and angles of his muscled back and firm ass, relishing in the feel of his taut body. His biceps flex, intricate swirls of ink rippling as he holds himself above me. While he's protecting me, ensuring he doesn't hurt my injured shoulder, I also get the impression he's holding back. But if this is the only moment I'm allowing myself to throw all caution and common sense by the wayside, I refuse to let him hold anything back. Everything in me protests at breaking the kiss, but I have to. His eyes blaze with an intensity that sears me inside and out, and his brows dive together to form a harsh V. I want to be on top. His hesitation is instant, and when his gaze briefly veers to my shoulder, I bring my palms to his shoulders, nudging gently. Please. His eyes flash with heat. You want to ride me? At my nod, he bands an arm around me and gently moves me with him as he eases onto his back. He stuffs another pillow beneath his head as his desire-filled gaze sweeps over my body, where I sit atop him. That desire swiftly changes to concern when his eyes land on my fresh bandage. A crease forms between his brows. You better not hurt yourself like this. A cross between a laugh and a cry gets stuck in my throat. He's worried about me hurting my injured shoulder, when any other man would be solely concerned with getting off. Who is this man? Because I thought I had categorized Santiago Hernandez easily in a single box. Yet he's proving me wrong. So very wrong. I won't. That's all I can manage to say. Gently bracing my palms on the hard wall of his chest, I roll my hips, sinking deeper. The veins alongside his neck strain, his eyes burning hot. I move, mindless to anything but the sensation of his thickness stretching me, and how he pulses inside me. Large, heavy palms grip my hips, urging me on. Hands that have taken countless lives now brand me with a singeing heat that's frightening in a different way. But I ignore it and instead concentrate on the electrifying jolt grinding against the base of his cock delivers to my clit. I can feel how wet I'm making us, and my movements turn more frantic as I ride him. That's it. He skims one hand up from my hip to cup my breast and toy with my nipple. Show me how much you like riding my cock. He gives a delicious upward punch of his hips, driving so deep. When I coat him with more of my arousal, his mouth tips up at one corner. I think you've got a thing for a certain narco with a ponytail. Shut up! My breathless response doesn't hold any heat. You should just confess. Smugness enters his gaze, mingling with heated lust. As he gives another upward thrust, his nostrils flare before he plants his feet flat on the bed, holding me firm with one hand while the other toys with my nipple. Gonna admit it. He drives his cock harder inside me on each of my downward thrusts, and tremors of pleasure ripple through me. When I fail to respond, his searing gaze burns even hotter as he slows his thrusts. Better say it. The raw quality of his voice defies the spark of challenge in his eyes. Might not let you come all over this cock you seem to be enjoying if you don't. Letting my hand trail down from his chest to the base of his shaft, I run my thumb along the soft, uninked skin. I have a feeling he'll hold true to his threat, which is why I hedge. I might have a thing for a certain narco. Satisfaction has his mouth tugging up. Yeah. Uh-huh. I give a slow roll of my hips. Think you got a thing for my girly hair, too? He punctuates this with a firm upward punch of his hips, rendering me breathless. Don't you? I try to suppress the shiver that rolls through me, but of course he notices. Eyes alight with a gleam of satisfaction, it quickly evaporates as lust takes hold of his expression. Reaching for me, his palm cradles the side of my face. Gonna need you to prove it. gaze darkening with need. His hoarse murmur has my nipples stiffening painfully. Need another taste of that mouth of yours. His fingers thread in my hair, tightening as he captures my lips in a kiss. Desire shoots straight to my core as he powers into me in fast, even strokes. His tongue sweeps inside to tangle with mine, tasting me deeply, and my body clamors for more. Each strong upward punch of his hips is his very own demand for release. His thick, pulsing length driving in and out of me propels me closer to my climax. Somehow my hand finds his hair as I tilt my head, desperate to deepen our kiss. I've become insatiable for his touch. Fiery lust licks through my veins, and my muscles start to tense with my impending release. I bear down on him, silently demanding more friction, and he doesn't disappoint. Holding one hip in a near-punishing hold, his thrusts turn frenzied. A desperate, needy sound climbs up my throat, but his mouth muffles it as my release takes hold. My body arches, my inner muscles clamping down on him before I'm overcome with shudders. His groan vibrates against my lips as he surges upward, driving even deeper as his body grows taut beneath me. Tremors rack his body as another, more tortured groan rumbles from him. Wet warmth floods me, and my hips move as if to work every drop out of him. I slump, burying my face against his throat where his pulse beats like crazy against my lips. Hearts thundering against one another, our harsh breaths seem to echo in the quiet room. It isn't until his hand settles over my back, those calloused fingertips lightly sweeping in a downward motion, that awareness edges its way back in. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I just fucked Santiago Hernandez. There's no... Stop overthinking it. His gravelly tone skates over my skin in an odd sort of caress. Just give it a moment before you freak out. Defensiveness has me scowling. I'm not freaking out. He lets out a grunt of disbelief. Okay, I should get out of here this instant, but my body's so limp that I'm reluctant to move. These slow strokes of his fingertips along my back have me more relaxed than I've been in ages. I'll leave in a minute. Then again, he'll probably kick me out first. Gonna tell me where you went that first time I caught you sneaking back into your place? Of course he poses a question like that when I'm lying here after what was decidedly the best sex of my life. At this point, it won't change much, but I still answer quietly, my tone stiff. I was tending to someone medically. His stroking pauses. Anybody I know? Esteban Vargas. Ah. He resumes, trailing his fingertips in slow, easy strokes along my spine. He had gout and a leg injury too, didn't he? I frown because how the hell does he... I pay to know what goes on in our village, Lola. His words may be soft-spoken, but they're still coated with his trademark arrogance. I barely resist rolling my eyes before quietly adding, well, even if I hadn't gone to see him, the jungle always helps me clear my head. My voice grows softer. There's a certain tranquility it holds. The abrupt knock at the door precedes Gordo's voice as he calls through the door. Boss, we got a problem. A heavy sense of urgency laces his tone, sending alarm ricocheting through me. I raise my head to find Santi pinching his eyes closed, his mouth pressed into a punishing line. His low murmured, fuck, is encapsulated with regret before he calls out, Give me a minute. When I shift to move off him, his eyes flare open, and his arm bands tightly around me. His brows descend fiercely. What do you think you're doing? Suddenly feeling far more vulnerable than ever, I focus on his skull-covered throat. My tone is casual, but subdued. Gordo needs you, so I should get going. After all, what's done is done. Nothing can come of this, and I'm certainly not delusional enough to romanticize it. Every romantic tendency I ever possessed was eviscerated from me long ago. Reinforcing my defenses, I imagine steel infusing my vertebrae before daring to meet his penetrating gaze. I think it's safer to pretend this never happened. His arm goes slack, and I take advantage of it to slip off him. I ignore the instant sense of loss once he's no longer inside me, and the subsequent yearning for him that follows on its heels. The twinge of pain in my shoulder as I rise off the bed makes me wince, and his narrowed eyes tell me he noticed. Frantic to retrieve my clothes, I circle the bed to escape to the bathroom. All the while, I'm inwardly cringing at how awkward this is. Yes, I was naked moments ago, but we were both very much distracted. Now, though, as I walk away, Santi's attention weighs heavily on me as the mixture of our cum leaks down the inside of my thighs. I don't get more than a few feet from the bathroom entrance when it dawns on me. My only clothing is a sports bra that's now in shreds and leggings that are coated in Belleza's blood. At the sight of my discarded clothes in the bathroom, a rush of icy pinpricks scores my skin, my heart lurching with a crevasse that maws open. My vision grows hazy at the edges while I vaguely register the sound of Santi rising from the bed and a dresser drawer sliding open. Here. The single word, though uttered in his usual commanding tone, piques my curiosity. When I turn, I barely have the reaction time to clutch the clothing launched at me. Staring down at the t-shirt and boxer briefs in my hands, I blink twice as my mind races to make sense of this. When I lift my gaze, it collides with his, as he surveys me with an impenetrable look. They're clean. All I can manage is a dumbfounded look in response. Not that he appears to notice. Casually, as if this is a norm for us, he pulls on a new pair of boxer briefs. I don't want to admit how good he looks standing there in his underwear, his tattooed flesh on display. The cuts and curves of his powerful, hard body taunt me as I recall how he felt pressed against me, and how those same firm muscles worked hard to give me pleasure. Wish we had more time, but duty calls. His words snap me from my stray thoughts as he disappears into his walk-in closet. He emerges a moment later, pulling on a button-down shirt before sliding on a pair of slacks. As he dresses, it spurs me into action, and I carefully tug on the clothing he gave me, mindful of my injury. Once I'm covered, a fresh wave of confidence arrives on its heels, and I straighten my shoulders. Yeah, this never happened. We'll go on about our lives, the same as before. Fastening the buttons at his wrists, he arches a brow at me. His expression is oddly light, with a hint of what appears to be mischief. So you're saying, in my next meeting with my men, don't tell 'em how you came on my tongue and then on my cock? What an asshole. I'm not kidding. I plant a hand on my hip. This was a one-time thing, obviously. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he's suppressing a smile. Obviously. I expel a breath and turn to head into the bathroom. I need to retrieve my clothes. I can stain-treat my leggings at the very least. Talking to you is pointless. Leave your stuff. I'll get you replacement leggings and a sports bra. I hesitate in the bathroom doorway, my eyes locking on Santi's reflection in the enormous bathroom mirror. He gathers a different pair of black boots and socks. I can just... His features tense before he tugs on his socks. I said, leave him. I honestly don't have it in me to argue with him. Not tonight. Not after everything that's transpired. I'm wrung out in all the ways, emotionally, physically, and mentally. My body loses some of its rigidity. Fine. Thank you. Gordo knocks and calls through the door. Boss? Yeah. Santi laces his boots as he answers. Comin'. He smooths a hand down his shirt that's now neatly tucked into his slacks. A crease of determination has taken up residence between his brows. He strides past me to collect his weapons, and once he's holstered both in their usual place, he heads for the door. With his palm resting on the handle, he doesn't immediately open it. He casts me a look over his shoulder, his tone gentler when he says, "If you want to sleep here tonight, you can." He must sense the shock reverberating through me because he hastily adds, "Doubt I'm going to be back soon, anyway." Opening the bedroom door, he pauses when it's halfway. This time, a trace of concern is threaded in his command. "If you need me, you call me, no matter what." With that, he pulls the door closed behind him.
49. Santiago. When Gordo doesn't immediately give me shit about having Lola in my bedroom while we stride down the hall, I know something's off. I'm proven right when he mutters, "Hidalgo's fucking increased his numbers. We just intercepted 140 girls just over the border." My steps falter. The fuck? Rage pollutes my veins. I wish I'd been in the position to kill that bastard years ago. We stop in front of a closed door, and Gordo punches in a code on the keypad beside the handle. When the light on the keypad flashes green, I shove it open with more force than necessary. After grabbing our usual vest along with a few more weapons and extra ammo, we stride out and head for the vehicle parked out front. I slide into the passenger seat while Gordo gets behind the wheel and starts the ignition. Everybody else is on the way, so they're waiting on us. It's his way of saying he knew what I was doing and gave me as much time as he could back there in my bedroom. But it's not good, boss. Got guys there trying to sort shit, but... He shakes his head as he peels out of the driveway, hauling ass down the steep paved path. Some of the women didn't make it. We got some to talk. The ones who were in rough shape but still hanging on. He pumped them full of shit, so they were crashing hard. I fist my hands so tightly, the short, blunt tips of my nails dig into my palms. God damn it. It was that bastard's MO. Pump the girls full of his trademark synthetic drug and sell them off like cattle going to slaughter. That drug of his is bad news, and I flat out refuse to deal with anybody who has a role in distributing it. That shit has a fucking death toll connected to it. Fucker's pushing his luck by pulling that shit in my territory. I grit my teeth. Goddamn Hidalgo and his love for human trafficking. Over the past few years, he's grown bolder and progressively more reckless. This shit needs to end once and for all. Where the fuck is Juarez on this? Potent frustration threatens to suffocate me, and I barely resist punching a goddamn hole in the dash. How long does it take to get him and his team to help shut this shit down? I may sell drugs, but I don't sell humans. People may think my disgust toward Hidalgo is hypocritical, but I sell substances, not people. No living, breathing person deserves to be sold into slavery, sexual or otherwise. I get it, boss. I do. Gordo exhales loudly. But convincing people not to do business with him anymore is one thing. He cast me a glance before returning his attention to the road. Going head-to-head with Hidalgo means outright war. And Juarez can only do so much to help us. Frustration rages through me. I rip the tie out of my hair, rake my fingers through it, and smooth it back before securing it again. I know it. My tone is curt and icy, but Gordo knows it's not directed at him. Thing is, I'm too fucking tired of dealing with this shit. We fall quiet as he speeds down the highway toward Paso Canoas. No one's on the road this late, thank fuck, which makes our travel smoother. Dottie's down there, in charge, and keeping things under wraps till we get there. Dottie's one of my best, so I have all the confidence in the world he's handling shit and doing it well. What are you thinking, boss? What am I thinking? Shaking my head, I stare sightlessly out the windshield. The temptation to punch something is still potent as hell. I'm thinking I wish I knew a way to dismantle every facet of his business. Yeah, Gordo shifts in his seat like he's just as antsy as I am to beat the shit out of Hidalgo. Same. We pass the signs indicating it'll be 27 kilometers till we get to the border. Then we'll head to Santa Marta, where my men are waiting with the women they've rescued. My mind wanders back to Lola. I bet she won't set foot in my bedroom again while I'm gone. Stubborn-ass woman. You know what you're doing? Gordo's muted voice draws my attention. I glance at him, but his concentration is on the dark, unlit road. With her, I mean. Marcelo talked to you. I don't bother phrasing it as a question. He's worried you're compromised. He needs to mind his own damn business. Gordo grunts. I get where he's coming from, though. I whip my head around to stare at him. The fuck? Just saying. He lifts one shoulder in a shrug. It's not exactly far-fetched. Hidalgo's pulled other shady shit before. He hesitates. Gotta watch your back, especially now that... When he trails off, I know how to fill in the rest. Got to watch your back, especially now that... You fucked her. Pissed as hell, I squint at him. You think I'm compromised after just fucking her? Santi, you don't fuck women in your bed. Ever. He's not wrong. Still, my muscles feel like they've been reinforced with rebar. You know my gut instinct is never off. I can fucking assure you, she's not partnered with Hidalgo. I've just never seen you like this with anyone. He pauses. Sure as hell didn't expect it, especially after she tried to leave tonight. I grind my palms against my eyes as bone-deep wariness takes hold. Look, I get what you're saying, but it's not like that. You saw her. She could have emptied those bullets into Andro, but didn't. And she talked to me tonight. Really talked. About what exactly? About how her ex carved up her body before she got away from him. His head snaps around, eyes narrowed. Carved? Yeah, that's what most of that ink is covering up. Jesus fuck. She's been feeling trapped all over again, and that's why she was planning to leave. Makes sense, especially if she was abused like that. There's a good chance he controlled her life like a dictator. Exactly. A beat of silence passes before he voices his quiet question. You think she's still gonna try and leave again? Don't think so. I shake my head. Then again, a coarse-sounding laugh falls for me. Never can tell with Lola. Huh. Gordo cuts me a sharp look. So she's Lola now, and not Miss Arias. There's far too fucking much smugness in his voice. Interesting. Fuck you. Nah, he counters quickly. Don't want her leftovers. I pinch the bridge of my nose and mutter. Just fucking drive.
50. Lola. I wake up to bright sunlight pouring in through the slats of the blinds, far too bright for early morning. When I sleepily reach for where I usually set my cell phone on the nightstand, I grasp nothing but air. What the hell? When I shift, the throbbing in my shoulder elicits a barrage of last night's events rushing through my mind. My attempted escape, Andro finding me, belleza. I cover my mouth with my hand, pinching my eyes closed. As rapidly as the grief hits, the dismay of what followed stifles its potency. I slept with him. Oh my God, I slept with Santiago Hernandez. Lying flat on my back, I stare up at the bedroom ceiling. The whisper escapes my lips before I realize it. And it wasn't awful either. Damn him! Why couldn't he have been a nightmare in bed? To evict that train of thought from my mind, I gingerly sit upright and slide from the bed. My shoulder isn't necessarily causing me debilitating pain, but it's making itself known. All in all, I've endured far worse. Padding into the bathroom, I ignore the hint of soreness between my legs as I stop in front of the vanity. My reflection in the mirror unsettles me in a multitude of ways. While the oversized dark gray t-shirt threatens to swallow my body, a familiar masculine sense clings to it. My hair is a limp mess, and my mouth is slightly swollen, while a few faint abrasions are dotted along my neck. The knock at my bedroom door catches me off guard. So does the male voice that calls out from the other side. Miss Arias? I glance down at myself. Well, at least I'm covered. Advancing toward the door, I crack it open to peer at Diego. He quickly averts his eyes, holding my crossbody bag in his outstretched hand and another plastic bag dangling from 2 fingers. "Boss said to give this to you." I accept them with a quiet thank you. He offers a curt nod before turning his back to me, but resumes standing outside my room. My words are hesitant as I pose my question. "Are you standing watch out here?" "Yeah." That's all I get. Not a glance, just one single word answer. I gently close the door and peer into the plastic bag to find the supplies the doctor left me last night. I set those aside and take a seat on my bed, rifling through my crossbody bag until I find my phone. There are a few missed messages from Sabrina. "I'm checking in on you to make sure you haven't become the next Griselda Blanco. But really, please don't turn into a female version of Santiago Hernandez. Plus, Nando would be super disappointed. Which reminds me, he stopped by the other day to ask about you." My shoulders go taut at that. Thankfully, her next message puts me at ease, at least a fraction. "I told him your work schedule changed and not to worry about you. Speaking of schedules, since I never get to see you, we need to catch up in person. Do you want to meet for coffee sometime in the next few days?" "Well, since you're not answering, I'm going to assume you're doing all the naughty things with that man. With a face and body like his, he's bound to be great in bed." I mash my lips together, fighting the smile incited by feminine satisfaction that pulses through me. She's not wrong. "When he's done having his wicked way with you, text me back." Just as I'm about to respond to her, another text arrives. This one, however, is not from Sabrina. It's from Supreme Asshole. "Heard you were finally up. Hope you slept okay." I waver on whether to edit his name, but decide against it. I cannot allow my defenses to weaken against this man. After all, I'm merely a passing fascination for him. His next message threatens my will to replace the necessary distance between us, however. I gotta say, I hated having to leave you like that. I dutifully ignore that and type out, "Thanks for returning my bag to me. I slept fine, thanks. I need to iron out my schedule because Sabrina wants to meet up for coffee at some point over the next few days." I groan when my phone screen lights up with an incoming call. Damn it! His deep masculine voice greets my ears when I answer. "You can't go out for coffee." There's a briefest pause. "As it is, I didn't want you cleaning at all this week, but figured you'd give me shit over it. I got Aaron to modify your schedule so you're only doing the houses we're familiar with that are easy to surveil." Irritation threatens to suffocate me, and my tone is waspish. "Well, you'd be right about me giving you shit over that. What the hell do you mean? I can't go out for coffee? What happened to me coming and going as a guest?" "It's too dangerous. I don't want to run the risk of Andro putting a hit out on you." Male voices sound in the background. "If it's that important, have Sabrina come to you." I attempt to digest what he's just disclosed. Holy shit. I'm officially living in the most messed up nightmare where a petulant punk hates me for no legitimate reason. Then his second statement hits me, my words emerging slow and stilted. "Have Sabrina come here?" "That's what I said." My shoulders slump as fear drips down my spine. Do you really think he'll try to kill me again? He calls out to someone. "Gotta take this in private. Be back in a second." Before addressing me, "Hold on a second, Miss Arias." The voices grow more distant before he addresses me in a subdued tone. "Look, Lola, after shit hitting the fan the way it did, it's smarter and safer for you to stick around where my men can more easily protect you." When he releases a weary-sounding breath, I wonder what he's up to. What business called him away unexpectedly in the middle of the night? I wouldn't enforce any of this if I didn't think it was necessary. I want you to steer clear of anything that puts you at risk right now. His voice drops an octave. I don't want to chance something happening to you, especially when I'm not there. Well, that almost makes it sound like he cares about me. But that can't be right, because he just wants to fuck me. Eventually, he'll grow tired of me and move on. You okay? How's the shoulder? In an attempt to keep things casual and keep my defenses firm, my answer is stilted with awkwardness. Fine, I've dealt with worse. A beat of silence precedes his next question. You okay otherwise? I frown. Otherwise, as in... His voice deepens, dropping an octave. You sore? My mouth drops open. You did not just ask me that. I'm talking about your shoulder. Shit. Oh, my cheeks grow hot and I drop my chin to my chest. It's fine. A bit of silence passes before he offers. I wasn't really talking about your shoulder. His voice holds more than a hint of amusement. My head snaps up and I roll my eyes. You ass. So are you? Concern is threaded in his tone, coiling with more seriousness. You sore at all? Hurtin' in any way? I'm fine. You used that word twice already. I should go. I'm sorry for leaving abruptly. He catches me off guard with that, rendering me speechless. When he continues, his tone holds an intimate quality I never would have guessed he could possess. Sure as hell didn't want to. I pinch my eyes closed and whisper, Don't do this. Why not? Because we agreed not to bring it up. I never agreed to anything. You're the one who said we should pretend it never happened. But the thing is, Lola, I don't want to. Smugness enters his voice, and I don't make a habit of doing what I don't want to do. An exasperated sound bubbles free. Of course not. Once we take care of business here and I finally come home, I wouldn't complain if you were in my bed. I'm pleased with how composed I sound when I respond with, Santi, that's not going to happen. The briefest silence greets my words. When he speaks, his voice is gravelly and holds more than a trace of satisfaction. Considering you're calling me Santi now, says otherwise. I sputter. That doesn't... Enjoy having Sabrina over for coffee. See you in a few days. The bastard ends the call, leaving me gritting my teeth so hard my molars ache. That's what I get for sleeping with a man like him. 51. Lola. 3 days later. Wow! Sabrina says this for what seems like the 100th time. Seated across from me at the table, she takes in the expansive kitchen. Oh, wow! This place is incredible! She lifts her coffee cup, brows raised. If I were you, I'd never leave. She takes a sip, fixing me with an expectant look as she waits for me to respond. But I can't, so I don't. I change the subject instead. So does Aaron have you partnered with someone else now? Lord, no. She waves a hand dismissively. He knows I've only ever worked well with you. Those other girls take an eternity to sweep a floor, let alone mop and dust every surface. Perdón. Javier interrupts with an apologetic expression. I don't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to see if you ladies need anything more before I take my break. Sabrina gestures to the 2 enormous croissants he placed on a plate between us. This is plenty, thank you. When I thank him again, he preens. It's my pleasure. I'll see you both in a bit. Once he exits the kitchen, Sabrina glances around to ensure we're alone. Then she leans in closer, her eyes taking on a mischievous glint. Okay, now that he's gone, tell me everything. Unease settles in the pit of my stomach. Oh, what do you mean, tell you everything? She holds up one finger. First, tell me about that bandage on your shoulder. I stifle the impulse to cover it with my hand. Thanks to my frequent castor oil and cayenne pepper applications, it's healing quickly. Of course, I decided against leaving it exposed to get some air while she was here, to avoid questions like this. All for naught, clearly. It's nothing, I shrug. Just a little unfortunate accident. She looks like she wants to press the issue. With pursed lips, she relents. Fine, I'll let that one slide because I'm more interested in the next juicy tidbit. Head tipped to the side, she raises her brows. Now, tell me how amazing he was in bed. I blink in shock. Where did you get that from? She sets her coffee cup down with a clink, giving me a, "You're an idiot if you think you can lie to me" look. She raises her brows. Girl, you have the kind of glow that says I just got fucked in the best way possible. Well, shit. When I take a sip of my coffee to buy myself time, Sabrina tosses her head back on a satisfied laugh. I knew it! Shh, I hiss. Darting a look around us, I cringe as I spot one of the mounted cameras aimed in our direction. As subtle as possible, I tip my head and volley my eyes to gesture toward the camera. Thankfully, she catches on. With a sound of faux sadness, she shakes her head. It was horrible then. So disappointing. I conceal my smile by taking another sip of coffee. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Santi listens to that. But seriously, her expression sobers. He isn't mistreating you, is he? My thoughts flit to how differently things could have turned out if he'd allowed Andro to shoot me the other night, if he hadn't intervened. Lola? She prompts, concern saturating her tone. He isn't mistreating you, is he? No. I offer her a reassuring smile. I promise he's not mistreating me in any way. Santi has done so much for me, especially recently. But these are things I either can't share because of the circumstances or volunteer to share just yet. Sabrina must read something in my expression because worry has her brows drawing together. What's wrong? I shake my head. Nothing, just tired. Certain muscles in my body still protest in a decadent reminder of what transpired between Santi and me. Eyes lighting up, she smirks. Oh, really? Is he depriving you of sleep now? No, I answer softly. Santi isn't doing anything of the sort. Which is true. I've been having nightmares ever since Belleza's death, so that's contributed to my exhaustion. The only peaceful night's rest I've had was immediately after I slept with him. Her brows nearly hit her hairline. Oh, it's Santi now, huh? Heat floods my cheeks, and I grab one of the croissants, rip off the corner, and stuff it in my mouth. Her smile is smug. When you decide to go for it, you really go for it, don't you? The croissant lodges in my throat, and I take a drink to wash it down. I'm not going for anything. Cognizant of the watchful camera, I add softly, I'm just here for the time being. Uh-huh. She sits back in her chair, appraising me with a knowing look. And those abrasions along your neck, I suppose those aren't from someone else. I don't remember inviting you here to harass me. She tips her head back on a cackle. What the hell did you expect? Her gaze takes on a sharp glint as she whisper hisses, Now all you have to do is tell me how big. She holds both palms perpendicular to the table. And you tell me when to stop. Sabrina! She increases the space between her palms. Seriously? Bigger? I lob a piece of croissant at her, and she bursts into laughter. I point at her, and while my expression is stern, amusement colors my tone. You're a terrible friend. Terrible. She grins. And you adore me for it.
52. Santiago. It's fucking late and I'm tired as hell and more than ready for a shower in my bed. It seemed to take forever by the time we got shit sorted on site. 3 goddamn days, no less. Juarez pulled through on his end, thank fuck, and we got the girls relocated safely. Get some rest, and we'll all meet up in the morning. Gordo dips his chin in acknowledgement. Night, boss. I strip off my clothes and climb in my shower. The warm water pouring over me brings a sense of calmness with it. After I'm cleaned and dried off, I pull on a pair of athletic shorts. When I head to my bed, though, I stop short, 'cause something feels off. I stare down at the pillows and the still mussed covers on my bed from the morning I left abruptly. Scrubbing a weary hand down my face, I waver between giving in to something dangerous or playing it smart. I'm out the door in a heartbeat, clearly not choosing the latter. My bare feet weave through various hallways until I arrive at the closed bedroom door guarded by one of my men, Tavo. He immediately straightens when he sees me, even though he wasn't slacking off in any way. "Hey boss, is there something you need?" I tip my head toward the closed door. Everything okay with her? When he hesitates, my senses go on full alert. What is it? Expression troubled, he cast a brief look at her door before lowering his voice. "She's been having some bad nightmares. Calls out for belleza." The idea of Lola crying out in her sleep acts like a goddamn wrecking ball crashing around in my chest. Anything else? No, sir. I nod. Good. Without another word, I enter Lola's bedroom and quietly ease the door mostly closed behind me. Faint paths of moonlight cut through the slats of the window blinds in the room, illuminating her sprawled body on the bed. Uncovered except for part of a bedsheet lying across her middle, she's dressed in shorts and a tank top that's ridden up some. When I venture closer to the side of the bed, my eyes lock on her shoulder. A plain white bandage is affixed to it, and I'm relieved that the area around it doesn't appear swollen. Gently, I lay a hand on her uninjured shoulder, and her body jolts before going rigid. She remains asleep, but she lets out a tiny whimper that has my stomach knotting up. Shh. I attempt to soothe her. "It's me. You're safe." Her body relaxes when I ease my arms beneath her. It's a testament to how tired she must be, because she doesn't rouse as I gently lift her off the bed. Using my foot to open the door wider, I ignore Tavo's curious glance when I stride out with the sleeping Lola. Voice muted so I don't wake her, I tell him, "You're off duty for now." "Got it, boss." Once I return to my room and gently ease Lola into bed, a sense of peace washes over me. It's fucking weird as hell, but that's exactly what I feel right now. I crawl into bed beside her while a voice in my head screams, "The fuck are you doing?" But when I reach for Lola's hand and fit my palm against hers, that voice shuts up. For the first time in years, when I close my eyes, I fall right to sleep. The sun is barely breaking past the horizon when I rouse. Damn, did I sleep like the dead. Clearly, I needed it. Awareness edges in as I register the soft female curves pressed against me, warmth surrounding my entire left side. Long, silky hair tickles the side of my neck. Lola Arias is a snuggler. My mouth curves into a grin. Who would have thought? I slept longer than I should have, and I know Gordo's gonna be knocking on my door, wondering what the hell the holdup is. Instead of moving, though, I curl my arm tighter around her, mindful of her shoulder. Turning my face her way, I press my lips to her hair and inhale the coconut scent that I've come to associate with her. I can tell the moment she starts waking up and becomes aware of her surroundings. Her body tenses, and her breathing changes. And hell if I want to have her pull away from me. Not after last night's bullshit, and certainly not after getting pulled away from spending an entire night with her. You can pretend you're still asleep. I trail off, and fuck if my voice doesn't sound weary as hell. Just let me lie here for a minute with you. She doesn't respond, but she doesn't move either. She lets me have this, whatever the hell this is, without giving me shit about it. We lie in silence for fuck knows how long before she murmurs with obvious hesitance. "Everything go okay with whatever you had to take care of the other night?" A trace of uneasiness creeps into my mind, but I shove it aside. It's just Marcelo's fucking seeds of doubt trying to take root. It makes sense Lola would ask because of the interruption that took me away from her. I waver on how to answer. Does she really want to know? Or is she just asking to fill the silence? Inwardly, I sigh. Fuck it. No, not really. My honest answer has her shifting to place her palm on my chest. She rests her chin on it and peers up at me with sleepy eyes. I like that I'm getting her first thing in the morning before her defenses are shored up. And goddamn, she's beautiful without even trying. With those brown eyes locked on me, I find myself admitting, we intercepted over 100 girls being trafficked. Her eyes go wide, her lips parting in horror. I simply nod and continue. My men discovered them being hauled through Panama and nearing our border, and that's when Gordo got word. That's why he sounded so worried that night. Concern lights her eyes. Are they okay? I draw in a deep breath before answering. Most of them. Some of the others, the ones who put up the biggest fuss, most likely, suffered from withdrawals, from the drugs they'd pumped them full of. I shake my head. We tried everything we could, but over a dozen died. Sadness takes hold of her features as she breathes out my name. Santi. I stare blindly at the ceiling, jaw tight as I recall the sight of their bodies. They'd convulsed, pissed themselves, and puked. Some had choked on their vomit. It wasn't how any of them should have left this world. But fucking Hidalgo chose to inject them full of a synthetic drug that's his current pride and joy. A lethal mix of fentanyl, meth, and heroin. Wanna know the worst part? I murmur. The bastard's like a damn hydra. Whenever we think we're close to cutting off his operation, he pops up somewhere else. My hand moves in slow strokes over her back. He's been pulling the same shit for the past few years. It's how I found Alma. Her head jerks up, alarm etched on her face. Please don't tell me she... No, she wasn't trafficked. But her piss-poor excuse for a mom overdosed on that same drug those girls had in their systems. I grit my teeth. Motherfucking Hidalgo. When her spine turns to rigid steel beneath my palm, my eyes narrow on her. What's wrong? She wets her lips, giving me the impression she's nervous about something. You said Hidalgo? Yeah. Icy fingertips of premonition trail down the back of my neck. Hidalgo Carrera. Why? I've just... She lowers her eyes to my throat, but not before I catch a flicker of fear. Heard horrible things about him. The pit of my stomach twists. Yeah? She nods, her gaze still averted. I thought the trafficking stuff was just a rumor, but I guess I should have known better. After all, he's a She stops short, her eyes flying to mine in panic. Go ahead and say it. I watch her closely. He's a narco. A crease forms between her brows. Santi, I didn't mean... I know. And I do. It's easy to lump us together in the same category. With my eyes drilling into hers, my tone is firm as hell. But one thing I'm not is a fucking human trafficker. We fall quiet, and she resettles her chin on her hand. Within a few minutes, the tension dissipates. You had a good time with Sabrina? Yes. Her tone is thoughtful. It was nice to see her and catch up. Good. A beat of hesitation precedes her words. Santi, I wanted to... She's interrupted by a subtle brushing sound against my bedroom door that has us turning in alarm. A metallic click follows before the door's pushed open. I've already got Lola behind me, my gun in hand with my finger on the damn trigger, when Alma comes rushing inside. Jesus fuck. I exhale under my breath and return my gun to my bedside table. Holding up the thin, lock-picking tools, my daughter beams with pride, as if Santa's just delivered her presents early. When she notices Lola, who's now sitting upright, eyes wide with panic, my daughter's smile grows even wider. Then she climbs onto the bed while I mutter, Easy, don't hurt her shoulder, and give me those, as I commandeer the tools from her grip. After setting the tools beside my gun, I turn to find Lola receiving Alma's first hug of the day, and fuck if that doesn't sting a little. But Lola's happy expression soothes it as she wraps an arm around my daughter and hugs her back. "Good morning, Alma." Alma leans back, her eyes volleying between me and Lola before settling a hopeful expression on Lola. "Are you gonna marry my dad now?" Hearing her speak right in front of me and call me her dad depletes my lungs of oxygen. Fuck, I still can't quite believe it. Alma's little voice acts like an invisible hand reaching inside my chest and clutching my heart. My girl is talking again, all 'cause of the woman beside me. Lola's mouth parts, but nothing comes out, so I rush to intervene. I made Lola rest here so I could keep an eye on her and make sure she didn't hurt her shoulder in her sleep. Alma nods. "Makes sense." Then she frowns at me. "Uncle Gordo said you were gone 'cause you had to save some ladies." I narrow my eyes on her. Did Gordo actually tell you that, or were you eavesdropping? Her brow furrows. "I don't think you're supposed to answer a question with a question." Lola lets out a surprised snort before quickly covering her mouth. Only Alma would be sassy as hell, as if she didn't just blow my mind by speaking again. I pin her with a stern look. You should know better than to be eavesdropping on adult conversations. She lets out an exasperated breath. "How else am I gonna find stuff out?" Our eyes hold for the longest moment. Damn if she doesn't act like she's my biological daughter with all that stubbornness and refusal to back down. Alma peers up at me with brown eyes that could easily have me doing her bidding. Thank fuck she doesn't know it. And her tone is filled with hope. "But you did save those ladies, right?" I dip my chin. I did everything I could to save them. She throws her arms around my neck, almost strangling me before relinquishing her hold. Beaming at Lola, she declares, "See, that's why you should marry my daddy. 'Cause he's the guy who rescues people." Alma's face twists in disgust. "Not like that bastard Hidalgo." "Alma." My tone is sharp, and when she darts a glance at me, she knows she's in trouble. Just 'cause she's talking now doesn't give her a free pass for using bad language. "Sorry," she mumbles. I trail my fingertips along the bottom of her feet, and she squeals. With her eyes on mine, I keep my tone calm and easy. "You gonna keep talking?" At her nod, I give her foot a little squeeze. "Good, 'cause I missed hearing your voice." Her shy smile causes my throat to tighten, and I clear it quickly. "It's time for you to get dressed for the day." She perks up. "Oh, today I get to do a science experiment. Gotta go." She smacks a kiss to my cheek and then to Lola's before rushing off and slamming the door behind her. Appearing a little dazed, Lola stares at the closed door. "Wow." "Yeah." With an amused grunt, I rearrange the pillows behind my head. My girl definitely warrants a wow. Lola faces me, head tipped to the side. Curiosity colors her voice when she asks, "How did you—" She trails off, unsure how to phrase her question. "How did I find her?" At her nod, I rake a hand through my hair. Tension's already building inside me as I think back on how I stumbled upon Alma. It was 2 years ago. 2 years earlier, Conte, Costa Rica. Approximately 1 hour from the Costa Rica-Panama border. "You dare cross into my territory selling this shit." With my gun trained on the motherfucker who dared to peddle Hidalgo shit on my turf, my trigger finger grows itchy as fuck. A trace of white powder still lingers beneath his nostrils. With bloodshot eyes and his pupils dilated, it's clear that he's not only selling, but also sampling the goods regularly. His naturally dark skin pales as he stutters a repeated lame-ass apology, but it cuts off when I pistol whip him. "You knew exactly what you were doing, and whose toes you were stepping on." When I press the gun's muzzle against his forehead, just like clockwork, he starts crying and whimpering, praying to God. But he should know better. In our world, there's no mercy for bastards like him. A smirk tugs at my lips. "It's time to meet this God you speak of." I pull the trigger and his brains decorate the wall behind him. Still restrained, his body remains sprawled in a lifeless heap in the chair. I don't pay any attention to the woman a few feet away, her body slumped on the couch, lips blue. She'd already OD'd by the time we arrived. Being a cartel leader, I'm in the minority because I don't sample what I sell. I've never once touched drugs. I grew up around that shit and saw the lives it destroyed. It's why I had to claw my way out of poverty and make something of myself. Stoic as always, my men silently await my next command. I meet the gaze of every one of them before driving my point home. Let this be a reminder that no one pulled shit like this in my territory. Understood. Understood, comes their collective response. Holstering my weapon, I flick the hem of my suit jacket back in place to disguise it. Let's go. I've got another meeting to attend. I turn toward the door when I catch a flash of movement in my periphery. My gun is instantly in my hand, trained on the doorway my men swore was clear when we arrived. Gordo nods silently before giving a hand signal to my other men. With my men flanking me, I lead our nearly soundless approach to the open door at the end of the hallway. Gordo complains all the damn time that I need to be behind my men, but I don't give a shit. I should be willing to run headfirst into whatever situation I'm preparing to send my men into. I refuse to be a weak, spineless excuse of a leader. The instant the toe of my shoe crosses the threshold of the room, a ball rolls directly past it. Instincts tell me there's no threat in this room, and while they've never led me wrong before, an odd edginess sets in, the muscles in the back of my neck going painfully tight. I keep my gun trained in the direction the ball originated from, only to lock eyes with a small child no more than 4 years old. He's seated on the floor, his dark eyes peering up at me with curiosity brimming in the depths. It looks like somebody took a pair of dull scissors to his hair, 'cause while it's short, it falls in uneven lengths. Riddled with holes and rips, his shirt may have originally been white, but it's now a bland shade of brown. A filthy black film, evident even with his dark skin tone, covers his little feet. As if that's not bad enough, he's malnourished as hell. His arms so thin, they're just skin and bones. The room's empty aside from a heap of blankets on the cheap tile floor, which is likely where this little guy was hiding himself and went undetected. I lower my gun and edge farther inside. The child blinks up at me, appearing undisturbed at seeing my weapon. That alone pisses me off. I tip my chin in the direction of the living room, where the woman lies dead. ¿Es tu mamá? Is that your mom? He nods, his eyes never leaving mine. ¿Dónde está tu papá? Where's your dad? He shrugs, then visibly hesitates to speak before glancing around at my men. I wave my hand, silently commanding them to ease back. Once they do, I holster my gun and bend my knees, bringing me eye to eye with the boy before I pose the question again. When he shakes his head, I frown before the pieces start falling into place. No papa? No dad? He shakes his head again, confirming. Abuela, abuelo, alguien, grandma, grandpa, someone. He shakes his head and the pit of my stomach sinks. Before I can rattle off another question, the boy's barely there wisp of a voice reaches my ears, and I'm slammed with the realization that it's a girl. Each word and mannerism is cloaked with hesitance, her voice barely audible as though she's terrified to speak. ¿Tienes algo de comida? Mamá dijo no puedo comer su comida porque soy fea y parezco a un niño. Do you have some food? Mom said I can't eat her food because I'm ugly and look like a boy. Jesus Christ. Before I can respond, Gordo holds out his giant paw of a hand to the kid with a package of cheese crackers. I glance at him with a, "The fuck did you get that from?" look. He just shrugs and mutters under his breath about always needing a snack. The kid rips open the package and shoves a whole cracker in her mouth, chewing frantically and eyeing us as if we're considering taking the crackers away from her. The fuck are we gonna do with her? I mumble this mostly to myself, but partly to Gordo. Sure as shit can't leave her here. We watch the poor kid devour the package of crackers like she's competing in a timed eating contest. I don't want to know how long it's been since she had an actual meal. One of my men materializes with a plastic cup of water and hands it to the girl whose mouth now has a slight orange outline. Gordo turns to me and holds my gaze. Our thoughts aligned. He's the only one who witnessed the tail end of when I finally clawed my way out of the desolate abyss that had been my life. I'd been a 6-year-old boy abandoned by addict parents. My older sister and I had to fend for ourselves until she followed in their footsteps. My survival consisted of food scraps people tossed in their makeshift compost piles. I'd bathed in rivers with one of those blue bars of laundry soap I'd stolen. When you're hungry and desperate, you'll do anything to evict that shit from your life. And that's exactly what I did. Maldita sea, I mutter, damn it, under my breath, but I'm convinced it's fate. I don't believe in a god, but I do believe the universe sets shit in our path for a reason. Maybe I can do something good for a change. I don't know a thing about taking care of kids, but there's no way in hell I can turn my back and leave her here to starve. There are too many fucking creeps in this world who'd abuse the hell out of her if given the chance. ¿Qué es tu nombre? What's your name? The moment she answers, my fingers curl into tight fists. Gordo lets out a low growl of anger behind me. If I didn't care about scaring this poor kid, I'd punch a hole in this motherfucking wall. Molesta isn't this kid's name, but evidently that's what her mom's been calling her. Annoying. That bitch got this poor kid to believe her name was annoying. I'd kill that piece of shit right now if she weren't already dead, and I'd enjoy every second of it. With my upturned palm extended, I quietly offer, Ven conmigo, pequeña. Come with me, little girl. When she slides her small hand in mine, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity, I vow to find her a safe home. I vow to help her the way I once wished for someone to help me. Except no one ever did. Present. Silence reigns over us now that I've finished the story. With my fingers laced atop my head, I peer sightlessly at the closed bedroom door. When Lola finally speaks, it's barely audible and filled with a wonder that makes me feel shit I have no business feeling. So, you do rescue people? I bristle, suddenly uncomfortable as hell. Don't go getting any ideas. You brought me here at some point last night. Her sudden remark drags my attention to her. I hold her gaze. I did. And you didn't do anything. Fierce indignation takes hold of me, 'cause I sure as hell don't like her implication. What are you trying to say? Filled with barely banked fury, my tone starts out dark and low before rising incrementally. That you expected me to force myself on you? Holding up both hands in surrender, she regards me with wide eyes. No, that's not it. You just what? She purses her lips before dropping her attention to where her fingers bunch the covers. I'm just saying that I didn't expect you to bring me here just to sleep. Her eyes cautiously lift to mine, her voice subdued. But I slept well, so, thank you. She slept well, meaning she didn't have any nightmares. She hesitantly continues. So, I guess you need to work. Yeah. Glancing at my watch, I scrub a hand down my face. I'm late as it is. You said you don't traffic people. Lola's rushed words draw my attention, and for some reason, it sets me on edge. Ordy has her brows drawn together. Are you planning to try and stop him from doing it again? Wish it were that easy. I'm slow to answer because something's telling me to use caution here. But it's complicated. Her features fall, eyes downcast, as if my answer disappoints her. Why the hell have I started dissecting everything she does or says now? Fuck Marcelo for putting those doubts in the back of my mind. With my fingers beneath her chin, I tip her face up, forcing her to meet my eyes. My tone is gentler now. Hey. Hey. She mimics my muted voice. All I'm gonna say is, I do what I can to keep people safe from him. I plant a quick kiss to her lips, and it takes a colossal effort to tear myself away from her and rise from the bed. I'd like nothing more than to spend the day with her here, but duty fucking calls. I stride toward my bathroom but pause in the doorway to make a last-minute decision. I'll be home later, after dinner, if you want to wait for me. And why would I want to do that? Her sassy response has a smile pulling at my lips. With my hand on the bathroom door handle, I toss her a glance and wink. Why don't you wait and find out?
53. Lola. I'm getting in too deep. As if this morning wasn't an indication of that, the man leaning against his truck outside the house I've just finished cleaning sure is. I hope my smile appears genuine and not forced. Nando, how are you? I can't see his eyes behind those mirrored sunglasses, but his trademark smile appears a smidge dimmer than usual. Doing well? He straightens from the truck with Policia etched on the side in bold blue font. Casting a quick glance at the dark-tinted SUV that's waiting for me, I prompt him. What brings you here today? You? Me? I repeat slowly. Feet planted firmly, he crosses his arms, that shiny badge as pristine as his uniform. Even from behind those sunglasses, I know the instant he zeroes in on my shoulder, exposed by my tank top. A cavernous crease forms between his brows. What happened there? With a lift of his chin, he gestures to it. It's not pretty, but it's scabbed over, and I want to let it breathe as much as possible to ensure faster healing. Nothing to worry about. I offer this in an even but firm tone. Brackets form on either side of his mouth, displaying his displeasure. I'm not sure what you've gotten yourself into, but I can help you. Nando. My response is hasty. It's not like that. When he doesn't say anything for a long moment, I toss another glance at the SUV. I can't help but wonder if Diego's reporting back to Santi as we speak. If it's not like that, Nando's voice turns hard, unyielding, then that means you're with Hernandez willingly. He slides his sunglasses to the top of his head and peers at me. A chill skates over my skin because he's never looked at me like this before. Like I'm someone evil. Like I'm a criminal. And I hate it. It's not like that, I repeat. No? Then what's it like? Because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to think when you suddenly shack up with a piece of shit narco. I'm not shacking up with him, I explode. And Santi's not a piece of shit. Oh, fuck. The instant the words escape from my mouth, I wish I could take them back. Because Nando's expression morphs into abject disgust as he gapes in disbelief. You're defending him? My shoulders slump beneath the weight of this conversation. Look, my life is my business, okay? Let's just leave it at that. His eyes scour my features as if he's desperate to find some useful clue. My tone is muted. I need to go. But my feet refuse to move. My aversion to leaving things like this, especially with Nando, keeps me rooted to the spot. As selfish as it is, I liked having him look at me like a regular person, as if I were a good human and not some scum-of-the-earth criminal. But that's over now. With a look of sudden intensity, he closes the distance between us, bringing us toe-to-toe. Wariness has me tensing as my muscles enter fight-or-flight mode. Nando, what are you... Faster than I'd expect, he cups my face in his hands and plants his mouth on mine. Shock reverberates through me so potently that it takes me a moment to react. When I batter at his shoulders with my fists to shove him away, he releases me instantly. I gape at him, covering my mouth with my hand, my lips feeling bruised from the fierceness of his kiss. So that's how it is. He phrases this as more of a statement for his own benefit. I'm unable to form a proper response other than a hiss. Don't ever do that again! Our eyes hold for a long beat. I sure hope he's worth it, Lola, because we both know you deserve better. He turns and walks to his truck. I stand in place, watching him slide behind the wheel and disappear down the gravel driveway. What the hell was that?
54. Santiago. You sure about this, boss? Just fucking get me there. I bite out each word, my fingers curling into tight fists. Gordo lets out a gust of breath. Going on record to say this ain't the smartest idea. Don't fucking care. I stare straight ahead at the dark road ahead. Just drive. He lets out a string of expletives, but he does what he's told. It might not be a good idea, but evidently I need to lay down some strict rules. Fuck if I'm not still seeing a blaze of red fury in my vision even now. Diego called me to let me know Nando showed up at Lola's last house. We were on the phone the moment he saw the kiss happen. That motherfucking cop had the nerve to put his mouth on her. Diego wanted to intervene right then and there, but I told him to stand down, that I'd take care of it, just like I fucking intend to. Gordo pulls up in front of the small house, and I'm out of the vehicle before he even puts it in park. Stomping up to the front, I beat my fist against the door. I'm coming, Nando yells from inside. The moment he yanks the door open, my fist meets his jaw, and he goes reeling back. Somehow, he manages to stay upright, and pissed outrage transforms his face. He throws a punch in retaliation, but I'm ready for it. I block it and aim next for his gut. Never put your hands on a woman. My harsh words emerge in between grunts and punches, without her motherfucking permission. I land another punch to his side, and when he throws a semi-decent right hook, I turn in the nick of time, and it glances off my chin. Fuck you. Blood drips from his lips and nose. After my next hit, a puffy redness blooms around his left eye. You've got no business messing with her, he thunders, his eyes wild. She's too damn good for your sorry ass. His words break through my haze of fury, and I let him get a lucky hit in, his fist colliding with my cheek. I steel myself against the pain before leveling him with an icy glare. You're right. My calm tone catches him off guard, and he eyes me warily. What? You're right. I match his probing gaze. She's way too good for me, but I still plan to make her mine. My words stay suspended between us, and I don't know which of us is more shocked, me or him. I didn't plan to say that, but the hell of it is, it's all true. He wipes his bloodied lip with the back of his hand, his eyes spitting hatred. I should kill you right now for getting her involved in whatever shit this is. Red mottles his face. You're lucky that bullet only grazed her. He takes a step closer, blood still oozing from his nose and lip. It better not have been from you. It wasn't. My answer's clipped because I don't owe him anything. Suspicion radiates off him as he regards me. She deserves better than your sorry ponytailed ass. I know, just like I know there's no fucking way I'll let anything happen to her. I lower my fists and flex my fingers, only now noticing the sting of my busted knuckles. With a pointed look at his buzz cut, I fire back. And just admit you're jealous of my fucking hair. He squints at me. Fuck off. Slowly, cautiously, he drops his own fists. She tell you about the kiss, or did your guy tell you? The fuck does it matter? Guess it doesn't. A harsh laugh rumbles past his mouth as defeat registers on his battered face. I don't know if it's worth anything to you, but she didn't kiss me back. Diego said Lola's back was to him when Nando went in for the kiss, so this news is promising. That's so. Nando stares at me, his expression shifting to something that makes me uneasy as hell. You really meant it, huh? That you won't let anything happen to her? I scowl at him, 'cause I hate people questioning my word. Wouldn't have said it if I didn't mean it. A pause lingers before his jaw goes slack. Holy shit. He looks stunned. His words are filled with disbelief. You love her. I rear back. What? Nando looks dazed as he shakes his head slowly. I don't fucking believe it. Irritation pulses through me, and I briefly pinch the bridge of my nose, 'cause I don't have time for whatever mind games he's playing. Lesson of the day. Stay the fuck away from Lola Arias. Got it? Yeah, I got it, he mutters. With a lift of his chin, he gestures toward the open doorway. Now, get the fuck out of here.
55. Lola. It's late, and I'm a colossal idiot. That's the only excuse I have for lingering in the kitchen this late. My cup of tea almost empty. I've ruminated over this all day. Who is the real Santiago Hernandez? I thought him to be a criminal, simple as that. But he's the furthest thing from simple. I continue to discover one new layer of his after the next. The man who initially held me at gunpoint in the house is the same man who rescued a young girl from a nightmare of an existence. He's the same man who looked at her with love in his eyes when she spoke to him this morning. He carried me to his bed last night and didn't do anything. Hell, he let me gravitate toward him at some point and snuggle against him without a single complaint. All he did this morning was give me a quick kiss and tell me to wait for him. He's a narco, a murderer, and yet he's managed to make me see the other sides of him. The loving father, the nurturer, the fierce protector, the passionate lover. He's gone from being the biggest threat in my life to my greatest source of comfort. But to entertain the idea that there could ever be anything real between us is just pure idiocy. It's far too risky. Even if I were to be with a non-criminal, with someone like Nando, my past will always be there to haunt me. Now, alone in the quiet confines of the kitchen, since Javier's already excused himself for the night, my thoughts remain in turmoil. Though the lights are dimmed in the kitchen, casting me in shadows, I yearn for the darkness and unique brand of anonymity the jungle provides, the sense of peace and safety that comes from feeling as though I'm invisible. Seated at the table with both hands wrapped around my cup, I stare down at the meager brown liquid at the bottom as if it holds the answers to my dilemma. If only it did. Heavy footsteps sound along the tile floor, and my head snaps up, my body electrified with awareness. The steps grow closer, each footfall steady and determined. With my eyes trained on the doorway, I can't deny the spark of excitement at seeing him stride into the kitchen. A hint of cruelty lines his mouth, while the dim kitchen lights emphasize the stern angles of his face. Raw magnetism radiates off him, but a fissure of unease races through me when he advances on me, his expression fierce and foreboding. I scramble out of my seat, but instantly regret the move. In my bare feet, his imposing form towers over me more than usual. He stops in front of me, his eyes snapping with fury as they bore into mine. His words are clipped, his jaw so tight I fear it might shatter at any moment. "He kissed you?" My brows draw together in confusion. What? What the hell is he talking about? Features stamped with ferocity, his muscles taut with barely banked rage, he grinds out the words. "He kissed you." It finally dawns on me, and a healthy amount of my unease ebbs. Oh, well, yes, that unfortunately happened. Tense lines bracket his mouth as he clenches his fists at his sides. "He dared to put his fucking mouth on you?" As I peer up at his thunderous expression, it's now that I notice his ponytail is mussed. This is completely out of character for him. As my eyes travel over him, his shirt appears a bit wrinkled, but when I notice his busted knuckles, I gasp. What happened? My alarmed gaze flies to his as I take his right hand in both of mine, cradling it gently to inspect his injuries. We need to get these cleaned up. When I attempt to take his other hand to look it over more closely, he draws it away. His eyes glitter with dark intensity, anchoring mine in place, while the threat in his voice feels dangerously tangible. "Did you kiss him, back? I gape at him because that's what this is about? Did you punch Nando? A muscle in his cheek flickers wildly, his brows in a deep V. He cages me in against the table, and this time he doesn't phrase it as a question so much as a demand. Did you kiss him back? A small rebellious part of me wants to challenge him, but the rational part senses he's on the edge. That this isn't the time to test his limits. It doesn't mean I don't deserve an answer of my own, however. Does it matter? My question hangs between us as I search his features for any indication of his feelings. Am I just a passing fascination? The need for this answer is all-encompassing. Malevolence rolls off him in oppressive waves as he leans in closer. My nerves pull taut as he forces me to tip my chin higher to meet his gaze. It matters a whole fucking lot. Shockwaves ripple through me, but on its heels comes a torrent of pleasure at his response. It matters means that I matter in some way. Did you punch him for kissing me? Fuck yeah, I did. His answer is quick, with zero hesitation. You're not his to kiss. Those 5 simple words serve as a confession. He's laying claim to me. Breath I didn't realize I was holding whooshes out. Whose am I, then? Brutal sensuality etches his features, unadulterated male possessiveness suffused in his voice. Mine. His eyes narrow even more, growing squinty. Gonna answer me now. Did you fucking kiss him back? Here's your answer. My fingers clutch his button down as I lift to my toes and fuse my mouth to his. The instant our lips meet, pleasure blasts through me like a shockwave. He doesn't offer an ounce of hesitation, but simply cups the back of my head in one hand while his other molds over my ass. He gives a firm tug, and our bodies mash together, all of my soft curves against his firm muscles. His mouth works over mine in a desperate, near-violent kiss. It's as though he's attempting to evict any remaining trace I might have of Nando's kiss on my lips. He ravages my mouth with long, savoring licks, while his fingers fist in my hair. Movements rough, he jerks his mouth off mine with an abruptness that catches me by surprise. Voice unyielding like steel. In it, hunger mingles with challenge. Gotta hear you say it. It feels as though fate is encouraging me to throw caution to the wind. There must be a reason why our paths collided, even if it was solely to grant me a breath of reprieve from my mundane but safe existence. I know all too well how life isn't guaranteed. There's a chance I'll regret this later. But if I don't give in to whatever this is between us, I'll regret it even more. The fingers of the palm he has on my ass tighten in warning when I don't immediately volunteer a response. With my eyes, I trace the sharp edges of his cheekbones, his stern brows, and the curve of his lips framed by his dark scruff. I want to memorize how he looks in this moment, tuck it away for the future, and remind myself of how a man should look at a woman. Like she's his everything. Those black eyes blaze, but it's the trace of uncertainty in them that compels my words to spill out. I didn't kiss him back. Relief washes over his features before scorching heat reignites in his gaze. A hint of challenge enters his expression. Why not? He lowers his face to mine, his hot, minty breath dancing across my skin. With each word, his mouth dusts against mine. Is it 'cause of me? I nip at his bottom lip, relishing in his low hiss. Would you've kissed Kana back? He rears back, and for a breath-stalling moment, I fear his answer. That fear thickens, escalating to a sick churning in my stomach, when his lips twitch into a smirk. Shit, why did I say that? I should have never... My thoughts are interrupted when he lowers his face to mine, his smile turning molten. Kana who? It's those two words that irrevocably slay me. They soothe the bruises, fill in the cracks, and smooth out the dents of my weary and battered heart. Our mouths collide in a kiss that has me clutching at him with near desperation. Emotions twist and knot themselves inside me, but I ignore them, giving myself over to the heady sensations of his mouth as it slants over mine, his tongue diving deeper. That hot, needy pool in my core that only he's been able to bring to life. My hands sweep down from his shoulders to where his shirt's tucked into his pants. Filled with desperation and impatience, I tug at the fabric, my fingers fumbling with his belt. When his hands cover mine, stopping me, my eyes flash open in alarm. Mouth against mine, he delivers a soft kiss between words. The idea of bending you over this table is tempting, no doubt. But I got other plans for you. I smile against his lips. What kind of plans? Taking my hand in his, he walks backward, leading me toward the hallway. My heart stalls in my chest at his expression, because desire blends with what appears to be heated affection. The kind where you're not allowed to leave my room for a while. His uncharacteristically playful tone pulls a little laugh from me. Is that so? He pauses, holding me close, cradling my face in his other hand, dragging his thumb over my bottom lip. His eyes track the motion, and his next words rob me of all ability to breathe. If I had my way, I'd never let you leave.
56. Santiago. If I had my way, I'd never let you leave. My admission has Lola's lips parting on a staggered breath, her eyes taking on a brightness I've never witnessed. It's only now that I realize how she interpreted what I said, that I want her to stay forever. In actuality, I meant, if I had my way, I'd never let her leave my bedroom. Not much in this world scares me, but the prospect of getting attached to her scares the fucking shit out of me. Antsy as hell to shove that aside and desperate for a distraction, I capture her bottom lip between my teeth and give it a slight tug. My cock's already pressing against the front of my pants, eager to be buried inside her again. You ready? I'm ready, she whispers back. I don't want to admit I'd rush us down the hallway until I make it to my room. Don't want to admit how my hands shake like an addict going through withdrawal. I don't want to admit that when I press her back against my closed bedroom door and take her mouth again, a sense of rightness settles inside me. It throws me off kilter, which is why I force myself to step back. She leans against the hard surface, her tits rising beneath that tank top, nipples poking against the material. I make quick work of unbuttoning my shirt and cast it aside. After removing both holstered weapons, I tug off my boots and socks. Tackling my belt and pants next, once they're gone, her eyes slowly track the length of me, over my shoulders, chest and abs, as if she's intrigued as hell by all my tattoos. When her gaze lingers on where my cock juts against the fabric of my boxer briefs, I shove them down my hips and kick them off. The way she looks at me right now, I want to memorize this moment. She fucking caresses me with her eyes, following all the ink down my legs before her focus returns to my cock. I lower myself to the edge of the bed, my legs spread. When I wrap my fingers around my thick shaft, her lips part. Her breath catches and that pulse along the side of her throat flickers like crazy. You like when I do this, huh? I grip the base, my fingers flexing around it, before giving a sharp tug. Her tongue darts out to wet her lips to answer, but she only nods. It's like she doesn't know where she wants to look, her eyes darting between my own and where my hand works my cock. When she squeezes her thighs together, I know she's already wet as fuck for me. My voice sounds hoarse as hell when I speak. You better get rid of those clothes soon. I give a slow tug on my dick, and the large, upraised vein running the length of it throbs beneath my grip. 'Cause I've been waiting all day to get a taste. All day? Her voice is breathless, but her expression shifts to one that's filled with pure feminine challenge. That doesn't seem very long. Her unexpected remark pulls a harsh laugh from me. Feels like fucking forever to me. A mischievous smile plays at her lips as she slowly peels off her tank top. Relief floods me at watching her move without visible pain from where Andros' bullet grazed her. It scabbed over, but the sight of it still pisses me the fuck off. She removes her well-worn sports bra, the color a faded blue, and shoves down her cotton shorts and panties until she's standing naked in front of me. Christ, she's a fucking work of art. A warrior beneath all that colorful ink. She's a contrast to me in more ways than one. Here I am, my body colored with nothing but dark black ink, like it's a sign of all the horrendous shit I've done, an indication of the darkness that follows me. But Lola's presence is as vivid as her tattoos, brightening up my whole damn world. She's not only given me my daughter back, but also given me something more to look forward to coming home to. Get over here. I give another slow stroke of my cock, and her eyes grow heated as she heads my way. With a lift of my chin, I tell her, better lie over my lap, 'cause your ass is getting spanked. Her steps falter, eyes widening with shock as she sputters. What? But I didn't do anything. I pin her with a stern look. Exactly. You didn't push him away when he laid his mouth on you. I point to my lap. Get over here and take your punishment. A mix of excitement and uncertainty lurks in her features, but she lowers herself over my lap. My dick presses against my ribs, protesting like hell about not being buried in her pussy. But the view of her lush ass draped over my thighs makes it worth it. I trace my fingertips down the vibrant ink along her spine, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. What you should have done was turn your cheek. My palm lands the first slap to the curve of her ass, which draws a gasp out of her. You should have done whatever it took so he didn't get his mouth on yours. I raise my hand before landing a second stinging slap to her other ass cheek. Damn, do I love the way her skin flushes. You should have shoved him away. I was in shock, she protests, her voice muffled. I didn't expect. I cut off her excuse with another slap, and she lets out a little whimper before arching her back as if she wants more. I massage her reddened ass before striking her once again. You better not let it happen again. You hear me? Her muted, yes, is followed by a little squirm before she clenches her thighs together. Nobody gets those lips of yours, except me. Nobody. Sliding my fingers past the crack of her ass, I find her other lips slick as fuck. Ah, looks like somebody enjoyed their punishment. I nudge my finger inside and she arches, a little moan breaking free as her hips shift. Fuck if she's not trying to urge my finger deeper already. Seems you've got a needy pussy, don't you? When I add a second finger, easing both deep, she singes me with her wet heat. Fuck, you're soaked. As I work them in and out of her, she rolls her hips, seeking more. I withdraw my fingers, ignoring her sound of protest, and suck her juices off. You taste just as good as the last time. She squirms again, her voice breathless. Santi, you ready to make it up to me? 'Cause you're gonna have to work for it. I drive my fingers back inside, pressing deep enough to pull a gasp from her. Gotta make me forget you let another man kiss you. She's wet enough that I easily slide my drenched fingers to her tight ring of muscle. Her entire body immediately stiffens, telling me I'm gonna be her first, and fuck if that doesn't make me even harder. When I lightly circle it again, coating it with her arousal, her body goes lax. Better get up here and sink that sweet pussy over my cock. A shudder rolls through her as she lifts up, and I hold her gaze captive. Prove to me you're not gonna let another man touch you. She swings her legs around to straddle me, her hands gripping my shoulders. With her eyes hazy with lust and her cheeks flushed, she's never looked more beautiful. When I fist my cock and line up with her pussy, a hint of obstinance enters her expression, and damn if my dick doesn't get harder at the sight. Why shouldn't I let another man touch me? She challenges. With a roll of her hips, she teases the head of my cock with her pussy lips, getting it slick with her wetness. It almost makes me forget her question. Almost. Reaching up, I tangle my fingers in her hair, making sure she can't look away. 'Cause you're mine. That's why. An array of emotions crosses her features, but before I can pinpoint them, she slides down my cock. Inch by breath-stealing inch, she sinks deeper until I'm buried inside her. When she breathes out my name, Santi, my cock jerks inside her. Fuck. This woman has me on the verge of coming undone already. With a roll of her hips, her perfect tits bounce as she starts riding me. You're working my cock so good. Palming her ass, I curl my fingers around the bottom of her curves, spreading her a bit more. That extra fraction she sinks down has me firing off a warning shot inside her. God damn, my balls are already painfully tight. With her gorgeous tits within reach, I grit out my command. Need you to give me one of those perfect nipples. Put it in my mouth. My voice turns hoarse and ragged as she rides me, her inner muscles flexing around my cock. Let me suck on it and get it as wet as this needy pussy of yours. Taking one hand off my shoulder, she cups her tit and guides the hard tip to my lips. I capture it between my lips and flick it with my tongue until she's squirming on top of me. I mumble against her breast, giving the soft curve a long lick. Remember, nobody gets any part of you but me. Understood? Understood, she pants. Good. I give her nipple a quick, hard suck before releasing it. Now give me the other. She feeds me her other nipple, placing it at my lips. I latch onto it and suck hard, hollowing out my cheeks. She lets out a whimpered cry as her pussy coats me with more of her juices. Releasing her nipple slowly, I speak in between little licks of her rosy-colored flesh. You like when I suck hard, huh? What if I fuck you hard, too? Planting both hands at her narrow hips, I lift her before slamming her down on my cock. Her head tips back, mouth parting on a soundless cry as her inner muscles clutch around me like they never want to let go. Santi, she whimpers my name. Her tits bounce on each of my hard, upward thrusts. You're so big, so hard. She pants each word, those eyes hazy with lust. When I surge upward while slamming her down on me, she lets out a ragged cry. Oh God, right there. There's nothing that compares to how wet that fine-ass pussy's getting me and hearing how good my cock's treating her. Up and down, I fuck her deep and hard, making sure we're grinding that little clit against the base of my cock. Gonna admit it? My voice is a little more than a growl. Gonna admit you're mine? Our eyes hold, and somehow this feels different and scary as fuck. 'Cause even though my dick feels like it's about to empty a fuck ton of cum inside her at any second, I need more. I need something I've never needed from any woman before. Until her. Until Lola Arias. Better hurry up and tell me, then give me those lips. She brings her forehead to mine, labored breaths puffing against my lips. I'm yours. Without hesitation, she fuses her lips to mine and detonates. Our kiss is messy and carnal as fuck, our tongues tangling as she rides out her release. Her pussy works my cock like a fucking dream, drenching me with arousal, and it sends me over the edge. My groan gets lost against her lips as I power into her from beneath before spilling inside her. Shudders rack my body as I come hard. It pours out of me until I've emptied everything inside her. Burying my face in her neck, I give her pulse a slow lick, and it beats like crazy under my tongue. My lap's slick from both of us, but fuck if I don't love it. I love that I not only made her wet enough to soak me, but I fucked her so full of my cum that it's leaking out of her. But most of all, I realize what else I've been denying. That I feel something for her I've never felt before. Not saying it's love, 'cause I wasn't built that way. But whatever it is that Lola Arias has me feeling, I sure as hell want it to last. Forever.
57. Lola. A moan is what initially rouses me. When I realize it came from me because two strong calloused palms hold my thighs wide while a mouth devours my pussy, I truly wake up. Though it's still dark outside with only faint shafts of moonlight piercing through the slats of the blinds, I know the faint outline of that tattooed body anywhere. Situated between my legs, he creates such a strong suction on my clit that it causes me to arch and shamelessly press myself against his mouth. His answering moan vibrates against my sensitive flesh as he continues to place open-mouthed kisses to me. His tongue dives inside for long, thorough licks before he refocuses on my clit once again. He pushes a thick finger inside, pumping in and out. Santi! My hands find my nipples, and I tug on them, mindless to anything but the pleasure he's giving me. His sound of approval rumbles against my throbbing clit before he slides another thick finger inside me. The sounds of my wet arousal mingle with my labored breaths. When he grazes his teeth over my clit, my hips buck and my thighs shake. One of my hands moves from my breast to tangle in his hair. My fingers tighten around the lengthier strands, urging him on. He murmurs against my slick entrance. Like when you do that. He gives my lips a slow lick. Tells me how fucking bad you want me. This pussy's greedy right now, isn't it? Sandy! I break off with a gasp when his tongue darts lower to flick against my ass. What's that pussy want? My tongue or my cock? He glides those two long fingers in and out of my wetness while his tongue teases my rear entrance again. Either way, I'm gonna be playing with this right here. Anything. My head thrashes against the pillow, my answer breathless. I just need you. A rumbled fuck reaches my ears a second before he drags his tongue over the tight ring of my ass, saturating it with his saliva. The nerve endings go wild when he presses the pad of his thumb against it. I should be concerned that I'm going to strangle him with my thighs, but I'm mindless to anything else but his touch. He fits his lips around my clit and fucks me with those two fingers, while his other thumb edges its way deeper inside my ass. My body arches as he hooks his fingers, while simultaneously batting his tongue wildly against my clit. I buck against him, writhing as I tumble over the edge, tremors racking my entire body. My inner muscles contract around his fingers, my ass flexing around his thumb. He keeps fucking me through my release until the shudders subside. Only once my thighs slump lifelessly on the bed does he raise his head. Dark eyes collide with mine, and I watch in wonder as he slides his fingers from my pussy. A shocking wave of new arousal mounts within me when he sucks them clean. Pressing a soft kiss to the inside of my thigh, he studies me. Gotta be honest. Holding my gaze, he lands another delicate kiss to my thigh. Even though I said I'd try and be gentle with you this next time, I want nothing more than to crawl up there and bury my cock in you. Don't know that I can do gentle this time round. He plants another kiss to my opposite thigh, Especially after that. He gives my leg a gentle nip, his low rumbled, so damn good, reigniting my arousal. When he pauses to peer up at me, my lungs seize for a moment. His hair is loose and falls around his face, making him even more lethally sexy. But the fact that he's asking, that he's not just taking, does something all too dangerous to my heart. When I crook my finger at him and whisper, "You better get up here," the boyish grin that stretches his lips sends me free-falling. And I know there's no going back from this. When this ends, and it will, I'll be leaving behind my heart. I'm seated across from Santi at breakfast, the kitchen quiet since it's still early and Alma's not up yet. He watches me over the rim of his coffee cup, amusement sparkling in his eyes, as I devour a ton of bacon alongside my croissant and a helping of gallo pinto. It dawns on me that he doesn't have bacon or a croissant on his plate, aside from some scrambled eggs and a smaller helping of the rice and beans. Suddenly self-conscious, I gesture to my plate. "Are you not having any bacon or a croissant?" "Nah," he shakes his head. "Don't normally eat that." Setting his cup down, he pats his flat stomach. "Gotta stay in shape somehow." I frown, my words emerging slowly. "But I thought that was why Javier's been making all this. I assumed this was what you preferred." "No." That's it. That's all he says. My confusion gives way to a dawning realization. "You don't eat any of this." "No." He takes another drink of coffee, glancing at the sleek watch on his wrist. "I asked Javier to prepare it because they're your favorites." He says this like it's nothing, as if anyone would do something like that, especially for someone they initially viewed as a threat. Before I realize it, I'm out of my chair and circling the table to take his face in my hands to plant a kiss on his lips. His hands automatically settle at my waist, and when I lean back, he stares at me with surprise. A sudden barrage of shyness hits me, and I whisper, "Thank you." "For what, feeding you?" With a grunt, he shrugs off the compliment. "Just making sure you were getting enough to eat is all." But I know better. I just didn't see it initially. He takes care of people. He isn't the evil monster I originally thought he was. And I've fallen for him. I'm head over heels gone for this man. Even as my heart sings, it twists painfully in the next instant, because there's no future for us. I may be in love with Santiago Hernandez, but I could never truly be a part of his world, because Lola Arias doesn't actually exist.
58. Santiago. If anybody had told me I'd be outside with my daughter and Lola barefoot in the grass, grounding, I'd think they were fucking high. But here I am, and damn if the look on Alma's face isn't worth it. "Do you feel the energy from the earth transferring to your body?" "Yes," Lola chimes in with a smirk. "Do you feel it?" When I answer, "Totally," Alma's grin grows even wider. Leaning close to Lola, I whisper in her ear, "I know what I plan to feel later on tonight." I love the flush that colors her cheeks. But before I can say more, my cell phone rings, and as much as I hate seeing Alma's disappointed expression, I got to check it. When I see who the call's from, I frown as I answer it. "There a reason you're calling me when you're inside the house?" The slightest hesitation has me on edge before Gordo speaks, his voice muted. "Andros here. Says he needs to talk to you and Lola in person. Wants to apologize." Shock radiates through me. "The fuck?" As if he heard my thoughts, he says, "He's unarmed. Made sure of it. What do you want me to do?" Of fucking course. When I have a free minute and I'm enjoying myself, the universe, in the form of my nephew, chooses to screw with me. He seems sincere. Gordo grunts. Then again, it is Andro. I mull it over. You said he wants to apologize. Even saying it out loud, it sounds like bullshit. I glance back to find Lola watching me with a worried expression. Yeah, he said it was important. That he regrets his actions. Regrets his actions. More like he doesn't have access to unlimited funds after the shit he pulled. I grip the muscles in the back of my neck that have grown tense. Send him down. My tone turns to ice. But keep your eyes on him. Got it, boss. A moment later, Andro appears at the top of the stairs leading back to the house, Gordo's large form right behind him. My nephew's resting most of his weight on a fancy-looking wooden cane due to his wounded leg. My hand automatically moves to my weapon, the memory of that night still fresh in my mind. I put my body in front of Lola, who's already tucked Alma behind her. Diego and Miguel flank Alma and Lola protectively. Andro raises his free hand in a surrender position now that my gun is trained on him. When I don't lower it, he says, I'm unarmed, and they checked. His attention veers past me, zeroing in on Lola and Alma. I only want to talk real quick. My tone is ripe with a lethal warning. One wrong fucking move, one wrong word, and I won't hesitate to shoot you. Gordo hands Andro back his cell phone, and my nephew carefully descends the steps. I don't feel an ounce of regret or pity for his injury, 'cause he did this shit to himself. The closer he gets, the more I sense Lola's nervousness. But I can tell he's not hiding any weapons on him since the boy's got tells like no other. That's the only reason I lowered my gun at my side, though I sure as hell don't holster it. Not yet. Once he's about 6 feet away, nearing one of the stone tables with concrete benches, I stop him. That's close enough. Remorse crosses his features, but he obeys my instructions and nods. Fair enough. I wanted to come here and apologize. As if wrestling with nervousness, he slides his cell phone from his pocket and fiddles with it, tapping one edge on the table. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap. I'm sorry for what happened. Staring down at his phone lying flat, he goes quiet while tracing a fingertip along one edge. I wonder if he's searching for the right words. His eyes lift, darting past me to lock on Lola. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Miss Arias. I know nothing can erase it, but I want you to know I regret it and want to work hard to make it up to you somehow. Andro shakes his head, staring down at the ground, his voice raspy with emotion. I was jealous and immature. I was acting on emotions instead of thinking things through. It's stupid, but the more I tried to prove myself, the worse it got, the more mistakes I made. When his gaze locks with mine, I search his features for any indication he's full of shit, but can't find any. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but fuck, this boy's been a thorn in my side for years now. And at this point, any trust I had left for him is obliterated. I hope you can somehow eventually forgive me. My fingers flex around the gun at my side, and his eyes don't miss it. Appreciate you coming by, Andro, but you'll understand if we don't immediately accept your apology. A flicker of irritation crosses his features before it quickly vanishes. I offer him my hand. Coming here today is a step in the right direction. It proves you're trying to be a man. He shakes my hand, and his weak-ass grip hasn't changed. I appreciate you letting me come back to say it face to face. Of course, we're family. My phone rings, interrupting us, and Andro takes a step back. I'll let you get back to your day. Then he turns and carefully ascends the stairs, while Gordo and Luis watch him with their hands on their holstered weapons. I'm sure they'd love it if he gave him a reason to open fire on him. I slide my phone from my pocket, and an eerie premonition strikes me when I see the number on the screen. Ensuring Andro's well out of earshot, I answer. Juarez? We've got ourselves a development. God damn it. I know whose name he's gonna say before he gets the words out. We received intel that Hidalgo's planning to push more women over the Panama-Costa Rica border. A dull throb comes to life behind my eyes. That bastard just won't give up. Yeah, well, there's more. My muscles turn to concrete before he adds. This time, he's slated to be shipping more than 500. 500? I grind out angrily. The fuck is he doing trafficking that many girls at once? I've got a team in place, ready to intercept again. But we need you there, and we need all the manpower you've got. I glance at my watch. What's his ETA? In about 4 hours. Fuck. I grip the back of my neck, the muscles knotted already, and glance over at my girls. Lola and Alma are picking some wildflowers and twisting the stems to connect them to make a flower necklace. The pure look of joy on Alma's face makes me wish I could send somebody else in my place and stay here with them. I force myself to look away and refocus on work. Regret still feels like it's oozing from my pores when I finally push out the words. All right, I'll get my men together and we'll meet you.
59. Lola. Never underestimate the energy supply of a small child. That's my lesson for today. This girl has quite literally run me ragged. We've played countless games of tag and had a cartwheel contest. Even when she had a mishap with an acrobatic attempt and scraped her knee on some gravel, it didn't slow her down much. She let me doctor her knee. I learned my lesson to always carry my bag with my first aid supplies whenever I'm with Alma, and then quickly resumed playing.
See you later, Lola!
Alma waves before flying up the steps to the house ahead of her tutor. With a tired but happy sigh, I slide my socks and boots back on as she disappears inside the house. Resting my hands on my hips, I close my eyes and let the gentle breeze rustle past me. I felt unsettled all morning and wished today would have been a work day for me, because at least then I'd be able to lose myself in the task of cleaning. I turned to face the clearly defined border where the trimmed, lush landscape of Santi's property intersects the jungle. The darkened canopy of trees and thick greenery feel as though they beckon me. My mind is a mess of convoluted thoughts, compelling me to try and get them straight, the only way I know how. It's why I called out to Miguel. "I'm going for a quick walk," before venturing farther into the dense wilderness. I adjust my bag strap across my chest as my booted feet lightly crunch atop the fallen leaves along the jungle floor. I let myself get distracted by the jungle as I meander past the enormously tall trees, the fresh, clean scent of the air filling my nostrils. Santiago Hernandez isn't the man I'd thought he was. Both he and Alma have firmly embroidered themselves on my heart. While I think he may feel something for me, I'm not sure it's love. A silly, naive part of me wants to believe it is, but I can't rely on that. I need solid proof. If he doesn't, then I don't dare to tell him the truth. If he does, I have to find it in me to finally confess and be prepared for the fallout, for his distrust to surpass anything he initially felt. Either way, it's not an easy, simplified outcome. If he loves me, will it be a genuine love? One where he wouldn't use me and what I know to get ahead? My feet carry me deeper into the jungle, and while it serves to calm me with its unique brand of tranquility, my heart and head can't find common ground. I continue along the familiar path to my casita, eager to lay eyes on it in hopes that it grounds me somehow. Once I approach the steep incline behind my casita, I place my booted feet in the notches of the terrain and hoist myself up. I'm nearly to the top when I hear a voice. I freeze in place as ominous dread saturates every fiber of my body. "She's not here, sir!" The male voice rumbles with frustration. Heavy footfalls sound near the rear of my casita. Carefully, I reposition my hands and carefully raise myself the barest fraction to peek over the top. Holding the phone to his ear, a man scans the section of jungle opposite of me, and I hold my breath, begging he won't detect my presence. "From the looks of it, she hasn't been here in a while." I don't know the man standing outside my home or who's on the other end of that call, but they're trying to find me. Judging by the bulletproof vest and the gun slung across his chest, he isn't here for a nice, civil chat. The man turns and heads back inside, and as he kicks the door closed behind him, the tiny hairs along the back of my neck and arms stand on end. Danger. That's what my mind screams, even as I scan the jungle's interior and come up empty. While I don't spot anything, I can't shake that ominous sensation. Something's not right. I spin around, facing the shadowed depths as I'm ensnared by an unexplained impulse to return to Santi's house. Propelled into action, my feet move rapidly over the jungle floor. I don't acknowledge the occasional branches that scrape my arms and cheeks as I sprint past. Fear invades every cell of my body, my eyes trained straight ahead, willing my legs to move even faster. My lungs are on fire, and my chest heaves once I breach the border of Santi's property. As I approach the lower edge of the grounds where the stairs lead up to the manicured lawns, a nefarious silence blankets the space. I hurriedly ascend the staircase, heading toward the compound's entrance. The instant I enter, I stop short in shock. Carnage. That's all that comes to mind, because Santi's men lie scattered in pools of blood. A mix of blood and brains spatters various walls as horror assaults me with such force, attempting to deprive me of all oxygen. Snap out of it. Focus, I whisper. With wheezing breaths, I survey the scene around me. It's Santi's men. My gaze sharpens. None of the staff are here, so... A sudden lightheadedness strikes me as my stomach lurches. Alma! I race down the hall, panic propelling me to move even faster. My booted feet threaten to slip out from under me when I hit a pool of blood spilling out from another one of Santi's men. I rush inside Alma's bedroom, only to stop dead in my tracks. For a breath-stalling moment, I stand riveted by the sight of Alma's tutor lying sprawled on the floor. With her eyes and mouth wide open in horror, they tell a story all their own. I sense that there aren't any signs of life in this room, but desperation compels me to search anyway. Alma! She might be hiding somewhere. She's such an intelligent girl. She'd know how and where to hide and make herself undetectable. I paw through her assortment of stuffed animals in the oversized toy bin before throwing open her walk-in closet. Alma! Where are you, sweetheart? A strangled sob is wrenched from deep within me when I shove aside the hanging clothes and fail to find any trace of her. Fear and panic bleed into every molecule of my body, my stomach twisting into painful knots. An eerie sense of urgency moves me to her desk, where she typically does her tutoring work. Papers are strewn messily, and something catches my attention. A piece of wrinkled paper sits beside a pencil, decorated with butterflies. At first, it appears to be scribbled pencil marks, until I look closer. There's a set of letters messily strung together, beside a second set. The first set is unmistakable, as it spells out Andro. It's the second line of letters, evidently written in a rush with a final A barely legible. That has my esophagus burning with the vomit threatening to climb its way up. H-I-D-A. There's only one person with those letters in his name who would do something this horrific. A monster who would abduct an innocent child in a power play. Hidalgo Carrera. Tears track down my cheeks while a ribbon of pride unfurls inside me, because Alma did her best to leave a clue behind. That brave girl found a way to do this, even though she must have been terrified. Wrapping my arms around my middle, I edge backward, searching for any other sign from my sweet girl. Slowly, I retreat 2 more steps, when something metallic crunches beneath my boots on the tile floor. I peer down, shifting my feet. What I see lying on the floor has my heart twisting as a suffocating wave of dread washes over me. I drop heavily to my knees, my hands trembling as I reach for the bracelet I gave her when we first met. My fingers fumble in my attempt to collect the butterfly chain, and it's evident it was yanked off her, judging by the broken clasp. Alma would have never ripped this off. She cherished it as much as I do the butterfly figurine she gave me. A sense of helplessness ravages through me, my vision growing blurry from tears as I cradle the butterfly chain in my palms. But it's interrupted by a barrage of heavy footsteps and male voices shouting, "Alma! Lola!" Santi's voice thunders down the hallway. A paralyzing sensation freezes my limbs and revokes my ability to move. I should have been here. I should have protected her from him. Clutching the delicate chain to my chest, I rock back and forth as a sense of helplessness ravages me. Santi yells again, his booming voice ripe with panic. "Alma! Lola!" He'll hate me, and with good reason. I never should have left. He appears in the doorway, gun drawn, features taut, eyes urgent, as he scans the room for his daughter. A hollow pit of my stomach gapes open, while a mix of rage and grief threatens to suffocate me. On the edge of a sob come the only words I can muster. She's gone.
60. Santiago. She's gone. Lola's words act like someone reaches in and cracks open my ribs, burying my goddamn heart. Where the fuck were you? I demand. Tears track down her cheeks, her features stamped with anguish. Clutching the butterfly chain she gave Alma, guilt shimmers in her eyes. She swallows hard before rising to her feet, a few feet away from the tutor's dead body. Alma went with her tutor, and I went for a walk. More tears spill free as she tries to stifle a sob. All I wanted to do was get my thoughts straight. I didn't intend to be gone long, but I really fucking hope you got your thoughts straight. My voice rises incrementally. While they raided my motherfucking home and took my daughter. Lola's mouth quivers before she presses her lips thin. She left behind some clues. Gesturing to Alma's desk, she clears her throat. She scribbled on paper. Eyeing her warily, I step over to the desk, and when I spot what she's referring to, I see nothing but a red haze of fury. Santi, Gordo barrels through the doorway. Miguel just came to. He's in rough shape, but he'll live. He saw what went down. As if I'm not dealing with enough already, my cell phone starts ringing. When I slide it free of my pocket and glance down at the screen, the vein in my temple throbs to the thundering beat of my heart. My jaw turns to granite as I answer the call and place it on speakerphone. Are you looking for someone, Mr. Hernandez? The bastard's voice bleeds with evil fucking glee. You fuck with my business and all I hold dear. I fuck with the most important people in your life. He makes a disappointed sound. Unfortunately, your current whore wasn't around. I plan to take her too, because the more the merrier. I'm telling you right now, Hidalgo. I grind out each word from between clenched teeth. If you lay a goddamn finger on her, I'll fucking kill you. Unbothered by the threat, he laughs. Oh, how I enjoy your pointless threats. You should be thanking me for sparing the lives of your staff. After all, you'll need them to clean things up. He hums thoughtfully. My men eliminated those who directly interfere with my business. Unfortunately, the tutor tried to fight back, so she had to be dealt with. I'm sure you understand. Hidalgo's tone is so fucking condescending, I wish I could reach through this phone and rip out his throat. Oh, and would you thank your nephew for me? He was ever so helpful in coordinating things. I'm gonna tear you apart. I grind out the words, my jaw tight as hell. Limb by motherfucking limb. It's not wise to threaten me, Mr. Hernandez. Otherwise, I'll be tempted to have my next shipment of girls include an additional, special one. His threat has bile rising up my throat. She's a pretty little thing, so innocent and untouched. I'm sure she'll bring in even more money for me. I'm tempted as hell to empty bullets into the drywall, imagining it's Hidalgo's motherfucking face. The fuck you want? I want you to leave my operations alone and return the territory in Ecuador. If you do that, I'll return your daughter. You'll return my daughter. My jaw turns harder than granite, untouched and alive. Yes, of course. My eyes pinch closed because that response isn't the least bit reassuring. A sense of helplessness, unlike anything I've ever experienced, sinks deep into my bones. I expect a fucking proof of life right the fuck now. You're not in the position to be making demands, Mr. Hernandez. If she's already dead, my chest constricts just saying the words, then I've got no reason to do anything for you. Silence lingers before I hear some shuffling and doors opening and closing. His voice sounds like he's holding the phone away from his face when he says, "Take the gag out." I can tell the instant they remove it because my girl starts screeching at the top of her lungs. "My daddy's going to kill you. You messed with the wrong girl. You wait and see." Alma's voice turns muffled before Hidalgo's exasperated sigh travels through the phone. "Your daughter is as much of a menace as you are, though primarily in the verbal sense." Before I can respond, he cuts in with, 2 days, Mr. Hernandez. Get everything back to me within 2 days, or your daughter gets sold to the highest bidder." When Hidalgo ends the call, rage overtakes me, and I hurl my phone against the wall. It ricochets before skidding across the floor. "Motherfucker!" "Santi," Lola starts. I whirl toward her with steel encasing my voice. "Tell me what the hell was so fucking important that you had to leave." Her top teeth sink into her bottom lip briefly before she blurts out. Her words rushed. "My head was a mess with my feelings for you and what to do about them. And when I found myself near my casita, My gaze narrows on her. "You what?" "I saw men there. They were looking for me. That's when I ran back here as fast as I could." Fuck. The realization hits as the pieces fall into place. "They were there looking for you." She nods, eyes bright with tears. "I'm sorry. I should have been here. I should have protected her." A sob cuts off her words, her shoulders shaking. "I tried to get back." Tears track down her cheeks and pain is etched in her eyes. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault that monster has her now." "Boss." Gordo draws my focus from Lola. "Doc's on his way, and we found the staff locked in the conference room. Still alive, thank fuck. But you're gonna want to talk to Miguel."
61. Lola. Body numb with grief, I trail after Santi and Gordo, exiting Alma's room and heading down another hallway. We stop where a rough-looking Miguel lies awkwardly sprawled on his side. The right side of his face is a myriad of colors, in the shape of a boot print, his eye already purple and almost swollen shut. He clutches at his ribs. I lower to my knees beside Miguel, scanning for signs of bullet wounds. One side of his mouth pulls up into a pathetic excuse for a smile.
"Think this'll get me a few days' worth of your nachos?"
A short laugh escapes me. "Next time, just ask." His chuckle is short-lived, his face contorting in pain. His fingers clutch his side even tighter. Before I can ask, his brown eyes meet mine, sweat dotted along his hairline.
"Took a few rounds to my left side before they stumped my face and knocked me out. My vest took the brunt of it, though."
"Thank God for that," I mutter. If he hadn't been wearing his bulletproof vest, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I carefully dust my fingertips faintly along his cheekbone and near his temple, and he flinches. "Miguel, there's a good chance you'll need surgery for that occipital bone." His mouth flattens briefly before he mutters,
"Figured the asshole did some damage."
Santi's tone is biting as he interrogates Miguel.
"Need you to tell me what the hell happened here."
Suspicion lies heavy in Santi's tone, and I understand why. Shit hit the fan in a big way with his nephew allegedly playing a role in abducting his daughter.
"Andros said he forgot his cell phone here and needed to get it. We found it here exactly where he thought he'd left it, That's the only reason we let him through the gates. Miguel scowls. They were waiting to ambush us. And with you taking most of the guys with you... Disgust drips from his voice as Santi finishes. It was easy fucking work for 'em. Yeah, boss. Both pain and determination mingle in Miguel's eyes. As carefully as possible, I ease his bulletproof vest from him. When I gently probe alongside his left ribs, he grits his teeth. When I lift his shirt, I'm greeted by a myriad of purple, red, and blue hues adorning his side. "Oh, Miguel," I murmur softly. I would bet that he sustained fractured ribs. Tense brackets frame Santi's mouth, his tone flat. "What else?" "Their main goal was to get Alma. But when they couldn't find Miss Arias, I heard one of them get on the phone and call somebody else to try and track her down at her place." "Fuck!" Santi looks ready to explode, his features taut with fury. Gripping the back of his neck, he stares down the near-silent hallway, the muscle in his cheek flickering wildly. Fiery hatred suffuses each of his words. "I will fucking kill Hidalgo and Andro myself." "Easy, boss," Gordo warns. "We gotta go into this with our heads on straight." "He has my daughter!" Anguish and fear mingle in his thundering voice, his hands fist at his sides. "I will not lose her." The men fall silent as something else catches my attention. My gaze narrows on Miguel. "Miguel," I say his name calmly, "are you hiding something from me?" At my question, the other men snap to attention, making Miguel's cheeks deepen with color. "No, just rather get Doc to help me out." I soften my tone. "Miguel," I wait for him to begrudgingly meet my gaze. "We need to get that bullet out of your ass."
62. Santiago. "Sure you want to do this?" Gordo mutters this as he pulls the SUV to a stop. I check my weapon, my hand flexing around its grip, trying to talk me out of it. "No, just want to make sure you're not going to do something you'll regret." My scowl deepens as I peer at him with narrowed eyes. "You think I'm going to regret killing somebody who put my daughter in the hands of a fucking trafficker?" Gordo holds my stare silently, and I know why he's asking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the good friend he is. "My only regret is not doing it sooner to prevent all this from happening in the first place." He nods, and we exit the vehicle quietly. The rest of my men follow me as we fan out behind the house where Andro's currently hosting a party. My nephew's enjoying himself, if the sounds of music and female squeals drifting our way are any indication. I don't have it in me to drag out his death. He's not worth more than a single bullet between the eyes. As far as his asshole groupies who accompanied him, I want these fuckers gone too. The security footage was clear enough for me to pinpoint exactly which of these bastards played even the smallest role in the ambush. While I sure as hell don't take pleasure in killing family, Andro brought this on himself. Play stupid fucking games, win stupid fucking prizes. Nobody's expecting us. That much is evident by the lack of security here. We walk right inside, ignoring the barely clad dancing women and the white powder lining various surfaces. Everybody's out of their fucking minds. I walk up to where Andro's got some easy lay grinding on his lap. His eyes are glazed from whatever combo of shit he's taken. I shove her off his lap, ignoring her protest as she lands in the corner of the large leather sofa. Without giving him a chance to even blink, I pull the trigger, and his brains and blood decorate the leather cushions. All conversation ceases while the music continues blaring. My men take out the other shitheads before they can even draw their weapons. Everybody else stays deathly quiet, showing they at least have some sense. Turning from Andro's dead body, I signal for one of my men to kill the music. Once the place has descended into tense silence, I survey the crowd of survivors. None of them dare to look me in the eyes. Terrified whimpers come from the women as they cower, shying away from the mess we've made. Accompanied by the subtle plop, plop, plop of blood dripping from the bodies on the smooth tile floor, my voice booms through the otherwise silent house. Let this be a warning to any motherfucker who dares to test me. Don't fuck with me, my family, or my business. 'Cause this, I gesture with my gun toward a dead Andro and cohorts, is what'll happen. Understood. A timid-sounding chorus of understood follows. I stride out, eager as fuck to get the hell away from this shit and plan how to get my daughter back safe and sound. It's time to send a clear message to Hidalgo Carrera once and for all. Don't fuck with Santiago Hernandez. 63. Santiago. Juarez shows up just as Lola and Doc finish tending to the handful of survivors. My staff went above and beyond to clean this place up, so it looks a shit ton better than it did. They'll be getting some generous bonuses after this. Exhaustion lines Lola's face as she stretches, her muscles undoubtedly knotted to hell and back after all the work she's done helping Doc with my wounded men. I know she feels guilty as hell about what happened, but it's not her fault. All the security footage confirmed that. My eyes drift over her from head to toe. Damn if she doesn't look similar to how she did the first time she stepped foot in this place. Covered in someone else's blood, but still beautiful as hell. She heads outside toward where Juarez and I are. We've been leaning against his Land Cruiser, watching the staff clear away the last of the evidence. In reality, I'm avoiding the inside because I keep expecting Alma to race down the hallway at any second. The reminder that she's not here, that an evil bastard has her, has made me far too raw. We need to figure shit out. I can't just pull my team and have them back you up without a solid plan. Even though I know Juarez has got a point, it grates on my nerves. They have Alma. I grit my teeth. Are you trying to tell me after all this, you're gonna punk out on me? A harsh laugh breaks free. You might be fucking CIA. I jab a finger at him. But you and I both know you wouldn't be where you are right now without me. Irritation flares in his eyes, 'cause he doesn't like being called out on his shit even though it's true. I know, Santi. He blows out a long breath. But we can't go in there with guns blazing. We'll be on his turf, and he'll have home field advantage. He massages his temples. What we need is a Trojan horse, a bargaining chip, something that'll catch him off guard. I might have an idea. Our heads jerk in Lola's direction as she stops in front of us. Suspicion coats Juarez's voice when he challenges. And what's that? Offering to give him back his black book.
64. Lola. After raking a hand down his face, Santi's tone turns gentler. Appreciate your suggestion, but that black book's just a rumor. Juarez's eyes scrape over me quizzically. Gordo's the one who told me that the man is with the CIA. I certainly didn't expect Santi to be partnering with him. Then again, it's well known that the United States CIA has been entrenched in the drug trade for years. The agent poses his question carefully. What do you know about the Black Book? That it holds the names of Hidalgo's contacts and useful blackmail information on them, amongst other things. Juarez expels a harsh laugh. If we had that book, you'd better believe we'd use it to our advantage. Santi's gaze narrows on him. You're talking like it exists. There was never any definitive proof. The man hedges. But we're almost certain it does exist. Santi's lips pinch as he levels Juarez with his squinty gaze. There a reason you didn't share that before now? Since our undercover agent claimed he'd caught glimpses of Hidalgo with it, but we were never able to get so much as a photo of it or its contents. The agency thought it was best to keep it under wraps. He falls silent for a moment, especially since we were in contact with Mrs. Carrera prior to her death to try and get her to hand over anything useful. Santi cocks his head to the side, brows descending. Prior to his wife's death? When the fuck were you gonna let me in on that? The fingers of his right hand twitch, giving the impression he's battling the temptation to pull his gun on the agent. Not only have you been hiding info about his book, but I find out you've withheld the fact that his wife's dead? We've been working together for years, Juarez. Tense lines bracket Santi's mouth as his nostrils flare. Fucking years. Juarez shifts his weight from one foot to the other. The agency decided it was best to keep it quiet, especially after Hidalgo went on without announcing her death. We were trying to see how things would play out. Almost immediately afterward, his paranoia kicked up a whole nother level. Next thing we know, he's eliminated his entire staff. Eliminated? Juarez isn't fooling anyone with his semantics. Eliminated is a nice way of saying murdered. Hidalgo murdered them in his sick retaliation for his wife's death and his famed black book going missing. Santi grips the back of his neck, that muscle flickering like crazy in his cheek. All this talk about Hidalgo treating his wife like Rapunzel was a lie, then? Not exactly. Juarez's gaze is averted, as if he's cycling through his thoughts. Hidalgo was obsessed when it came to her. He thought because she was so beautiful that someone would try to steal her from him. So he kept her hidden. He winces. The few times he permitted her to leave the house, she had to wear clothing that would downplay her appearance. She always wore some sort of veil, covering her face, and loose-fitting clothes. To my knowledge, nobody ever saw her face, not even the agent we had on the inside. Silence greets Juarez's admission before Santi asks, "How'd she die?" She was being escorted by our agent who was driving her and Adolfo, Hidalgo's second in command. The car crashed and then it exploded, killing all three of them. Juarez cuts Santi a wary glance before he adds quietly, "After that, her death became a favorite conspiracy theory at the agency." Santi raises his brows. "How so?" "Because of the damage the bodies sustained from the explosion and how charred the remains were. They couldn't get definitive DNA or dental remains." "Huh?" Lifting my chin a notch with empowering bravery, I decide now is the time to interject. "I think I know how to get Alma back safely." Without pausing, I rush on. "We'll have leverage he won't see coming, because I'll be returning his black book and his wife to him in exchange for Alma." A disbelieving laugh bursts from Juarez. "Don't you think you're taking the conspiracy about Carrera's wife's death too far?" I refuse to let him rattle me. "No, I don't." He stares at me for a moment. "And why's that?" "Because she didn't die in that accident, and I know where to find her and Hidalgo's book." His forehead creases. "You expect me to believe that Carrera's wife didn't die, and that you know exactly where she is?" I nod. "Yes." Sarcasm envelops Juarez's response, his expression dubious. "And just where might I find this allegedly dead wife?" "In front of you."
65. Santiago. Shock rolls through me. "You're Hidalgo's fucking wife?" She flinches at the bite in my tone. "I was. Lola's abusive ex is fucking Hidalgo. That motherfucker's the one who carved up her skin, who permanently scarred her face and body." I grip the back of my neck, the muscles forming into knots of granite. Jesus, what a mindfuck. Juarez squints at her, suspicion oozing from his pores. That's easy to claim when there aren't any photos we can reference. She sucks in a deep breath before turning and lifting her hair off the back of her neck, just below her nape. Look closely at my tattoos. It takes a moment to focus on the scarlet macaws and green vines before I notice it. Son of a bitch. falls out of me as I stare at it in shock. She's been branded with Hidalgo's nickname he gave himself, Jefe. Everybody in my line of work knows the arrogant asshole demanded his inner circle refer to him as that. And that motherfucker carved it into Lola's neck. Lola releases her hair and turns to face us. When my gaze veers to Juarez, it's clear he's still not 100% convinced. His next remark confirms this. Just because you have that carved into your skin doesn't prove anything. Folding her arms across her chest, she levels him with a hard stare. I know about the failed assassination attempt. I frown, my eyes volleying between them. On who? But Juarez doesn't answer me. Instead, he glares at her, his tone sharp. How the hell do you know about that? Hidalgo had your photos posted on the board in his office. After you were promoted, I overheard him talking to Adolfo about their plan to eliminate you. Juarez's gaze grows wary. No one knows about that outside the agency. Fury burns a fiery hot path through me, and I rake both hands through my hair, ripping out the band. You're pissing me off with all this shit I should have been made aware of, Juarez. And, Lola adds, I have his black book. Expression incredulous, Juarez's jaw goes slack. And you've been sitting on this for over 5 years? His eyes light up with interest. Where is it? Somewhere safe. Pride pummels into me at her confident answer. On its heels comes a wave of suspicion, fueled by hurt. Tone demanding, my words are razor sharp. What was your plan? To fuck me and see what you could get out of it? No. Those brown eyes of hers flare with hurt before anger quickly takes its place. Her voice rises with each word, her cheeks flushed. You know I wanted nothing to do with you. You're the one who forced your way into my life. Easy, Juarez coaxes. I think it's best if we take this discussion inside, where we can sit down. Neither Lola nor I pay him any attention. Hurt and suspicion battle it out as our eyes remain locked. Even though deep down, I know she didn't enter my world under the guise of anything shady. I'm fucking hurt. Because she should have come straight to me and told me. Lola advances on me and jabs a finger into my chest. I'm the one who wanted to be left alone, remember? But no, you couldn't deal with that. Each of her jabs gets harder, and with angry tears in her eyes, her words explode in a rush. You made me come here and live with you and Alma and fall in love with you, you bastard. She balls up a fist and slams it against me. I didn't ask for any of this. I grab her fist, holding it firm before she can land another hit. My throat feels raw as hell as I force out the words. You love me and Alma? A little sob breaks loose of her, and she tries to stifle it but fails. With a stubborn tilt of her chin, ignoring the tears spilling down her cheeks, her voice withers. More Alma now than anything. Relief sweeps through me at the truth written all over her face. With my palm at her nape, I haul her closer and stamp a kiss on her lips. Of fucking course, Juarez clears his throat and interrupts. I still have a question. If you didn't die in that accident, then who did?
66. Lola.
Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Santi grinds out the words from beneath clenched teeth. It's the only way. Bristling with tension, Santi paces back and forth along the conference room floor. You're planning to walk into the fucker's house who carved your goddamn body? Don't tell me it's the only way. Juarez grinds his palms against his eyes and mutters. You two aren't even married and you're fighting like cats and dogs. We ignore him, and I expel a loud breath before pressing on. Look, I know that place like the back of my hand. Plus, by you saying you'll be returning his book, he won't expect me to show up. I'll catch him off guard. He assumed I was dead, but me coming back to him will make him look like a fool. I raise my brows pointedly, And that's something he positively hates. Santi gives his hair tie a rough tug, for the third time since we've moved our discussion here. He runs an agitated hand through his hair as he continues pacing. I don't see why we can't just kill this motherfucker the instant he steps out of his compound. Juarez scowls at Santi. I'd advise you not to say shit like that when I'm in the damn room. You can't do that. My tone is pleading. You know as well as I do that would start a free-for-all kind of war. My voice turns muted. You can't put Alma at risk for more retaliation. The muscle in his cheek flickers like crazy, but he doesn't respond. He knows I have a valid point. Gordo, who's been unusually quiet, chimes in now. I'm a little behind on shit here, so I gotta ask. He leans forward, forearms resting on the conference room table. How the hell did you pull it all off? 'Cause it sure seems like if you hadn't been at that house the night Andros shot Rafa, you would have still been under the radar. I ignore Juarez's probing stare. I have no love for the CIA. Not after the way I was treated. Not after what I had to do to secure my escape. Steepling my fingers, I peer down at them, avoiding Santi's gaze. It's gutless, but after everything I've done, I'm certain this will be the deal-breaker for us. The agent inside Hidalgo's home was willing to help me. For a price. Silence greets my words before Juarez probes. I'm going to need you to explain that. I wet my suddenly dry lips before continuing. Agent Molino found a way to get to me without Hidalgo or Adolfo knowing. He let me know who he was, and when I begged him to help me escape, he told me that I'd have to do something for him. Flattening my palms against the table, I confess. He said if I couldn't get him the book, I'd have to offer something else. Something more personal. I dart a glance at Juarez, who appears on the border of apoplectic. Don't tell me he demanded you to fuck him. At my silence, his eyes bulge, and he darts a glance at Santi before refocusing on me. I'd beat the shit out of that asshole if he were still alive. Santi's voice is deceptively quiet. You're telling me that an agent extorted you? That you had to fuck him to get away from Hidalgo? When I brave a look his way, his jaw works, that vein in his temple pulsing violently. To get away from the fucking man who beat you and carved into you. Doing my best to stay on track, I force my words to emerge calmly. I did what I had to do so Agent Molino would help me. He knew about Hidalgo's trafficking, so after somehow getting his hands on explosives, he got a woman's body that was around my age and height. She'd most likely overdosed on the synthetic drug Hidalgo's so proud of. I trace a random pattern along the table's surface. Anyway, Agent Molino made sure her teeth were removed to eliminate a way to confront my identity. Then, when I was permitted to go to a small preservation ceremony of the rainforest they were dedicating to my abuelita, he staged the accident to happen afterward. Juarez shakes his head slowly, as if trying to process everything. Molino was your driver that day and ended up dying from asphyxiation. His eyes flash with dawning realization, his features turning to granite. You strangled Molino after shooting Adolfo and staged the whole thing. I enunciate each word with a caustic bite. I had no choice. Juarez's mouth tightens. You do realize you murdered a government agent, Mrs. Carrera. My name is Lola Arias. I fire back, my tone possessing just as much of an Arctic air as his. And did you somehow miss the part about him extorting sex from me in exchange for his help? Hold up. Gordo waves his hands. We're getting off base here. The number one priority is getting Alma out of there, and Lola has a way to do that. Juarez glares at me like he'd like nothing more than to arrest me here and now, A tense beat of silence later, his tone is reluctant when he says, I agree to put the arrest on hold until after Alma's return. I offer a curt nod. I understand. Leaning forward, I glance at Santi and Gordo before centering on Juarez. I have a plan, but I'll need help from whoever you have on the inside. His eyes narrow a fraction, but before he can feed me a line of bullshit, I wave him off. I know you do, because how else are you getting intel to Santi? Gaze arctic, his voice holds a serrated edge. I need to bring my team up to speed on this. No, Santi's tone brooks no argument. I'm not taking a risk that they'll fuck shit up for us getting Alma back. His lips flatten, clearly not appreciating Santi's response, but he remains quiet, allowing me to continue. I need your agent to know that I'll be showing up to surprise Hidalgo. I'll have the book with me. That book belongs to us, Juarez interjects. You better watch yourself, Juarez. Santi's tone is dark and ripe with warning. His brows rise a fraction. Need I remind you, you came to me years ago. Santi stabs an index finger at the table, emphasizing each word. I put you where you are right now, 'cause we got ourselves a partnership. With an ominous pause, he lowers his voice. But if you fuck with Alma's rescue, or with Lola, don't think for a minute I won't empty every goddamn bullet I have into your skull. Juarez pales, but says nothing. So I finish with, I'll make sure you get the book's contents, Juarez. But it won't be but a minute before I'm due to step foot back on Hidalgo's property. Tense lines bracket Santi's mouth. We'll get it coordinated. I'll notify my pilot. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he expels a heavy breath. Gonna call motherfucking Hidalgo now and tell him to expect us. 67. Lola. Juarez reluctantly leaves once everything's confirmed for tomorrow, but not before leveling me with a cutting look. He didn't appreciate my demands that he put me in touch with the agent inside Hidalgo's home. However, he finally gave in once I pushed my point that I'll be the one walking directly into the lion's den tomorrow. I'm unsure whether to be relieved or more cautious that it's a female agent. Either way, I plan to contact her once everything's in order. Gordo's agreed to alternate staying on watch here tonight. As we file out of the conference room, he says, Gonna get some rest before it's my turn. Santi dips his chin in a nod. See you later. Gordo excuses himself, leaving Santi and me in the hallway, drenched in suffocating tension. I'm desperate to escape his presence because I can't bear to look him in the eyes after what I just revealed. Aside from being responsible for his daughter's abduction, I'm also the woman who traded her body for freedom. There's no escaping those facts, and I can't bear for him to regard me with nothing but abject disgust. Numbness has seized my emotions, seeping deep into the marrow of my bones, as I resign myself to my fate, voluntarily surrendering to Hidalgo and entering that prison once again. But I'll do whatever it takes to get Alma back. I owe her and Santi as much. Doing so means reconciling that if I choose to kill Hidalgo, it'll likely end with my own death. I desperately need to close that chapter of my life and revoke its power to haunt me any longer. But it's not just about me anymore. It's also about taking revenge on Alma's behalf. Tossing a half-hearted, I'll see you in the morning, over my shoulder. I make it 2 steps before he ensnares my elbow. Santi hauls me back against him, with such force that I stumble into his chest with a startled gasp. His eyes hold me captive as he stares down at me, expression inscrutable. Where you think you're going? To my room. To hide, because I know you'll never look at me the same way as before. His probing gaze gives me the impression he is privy to my thoughts. When he shakes his head and says, No. Confusion riddles me, especially when he adds, You're coming with me. Wariness coats my voice when I ask, Why?
'Cause you and I still got shit to sort out.
His voice grows thick with emotion, causing my heart to twist painfully.
And with Alma gone, you're the closest thing I've got to her right now.
He doesn't grant me a moment to process his words. He leads me down the hall to his bedroom. I don't bother protesting. Even if he's planning to yell and cuss at me for what I've kept hidden, it still means I'll spend a few extra moments with him before it's all over. That's what matters most to me. Fucking fate. She knew I was hiding from every facet of the narco life and decided to throw me right back into the fiery depths. But I can't muster regret for how things turned out. Otherwise, I would have never met Santi. I would have never been granted the privilege of knowing and loving Alma, of experiencing a hint of what it's like to have the love and adoration of a child, one who wants you to be their mother more than anything. I never would have experienced what it's like to have a man who protects me at all costs. He may not express his affection verbally, but he shows it in his own trademark manner. He's proven that he's not like Hidalgo. Though he is a narco, a criminal, and a murderer, he doesn't have a vapid space where his heart should be. Even if he doesn't realize it, Santi has one of the biggest hearts I've known. Alma alone is proof of that. Once we're ensconced in the quiet confines of his bedroom, he leaves me standing with my back against the locked bedroom door, while he casts off his boots and socks. Wordlessly, he removes his holstered weapons and carefully sets them aside. As he begins unfastening his button-down, I shift from one foot to the other, wondering what he wants from me. His focus remains on unfastening the buttons at his wrists, while his tone is conversational but firm.
Got some questions I need you to answer for me.
My answer is muted with caution. Okay. He shrugs off his shirt and tosses it in the nearby hamper. My eyes greedily memorize his ink-covered upper body, knowing this is the last time I'll see it. His hands move to unfasten his belt.
Hidalgo beat on you and carved on you, yeah?
I swallow past a growing lump in my throat. Yes. He slides the leather belt free of each loop.
And you were forced to fuck an agent to get free of your husband?
I lower my gaze to where he holds the band of leather. Yes.
Lola.
There's a gentle quality to his voice.
Look at me.
Bracing myself for whatever comes next, I muster the bravery to lift my gaze to his.
You used that agent up till the moment you killed him, 'cause you knew he wasn't gonna stop taking advantage of you or let you make a clean getaway. Isn't that right?
Yes. He tosses his belt on the bed. Long, tapered fingers branded with black designs move to his pants, pausing at the button.
Did you like it?
My breath hitches in my throat, and I barely eke out. Hell no.
So when are you gonna let go of that shame?
All the oxygen in the room seems to evaporate at his question. When I'm unable to respond, he slowly advances on me. Hands gently cradling my face, he forces me to meet his gaze.
You did what you fucking needed to do to get out of there. Let it go.
My eyes burn as they fill with unshed tears, my chest impossibly tight, with a myriad of emotions. When his thumbs tenderly graze along my cheeks and he whispers again,
Let it go.
The first tear breaks free. With his eyes locked with mine, his repeated words unlock a gut-wrenching sob as more tears spill down my cheeks. He tugs me against him, enfolding me tightly in his arms. With my cheek against the hard wall of his chest, his warmth and the steady beat of his heart soothe me. His gentle murmurs of, "You did what you had to do to survive," has my body racked with cries, ripped from deep in my soul. The band of his arms tightens around me.
You handled your shit the only way you could.
His words are a soothing balm, encouraging me to release all the guilt and shame of the past.
You did exactly what you had to do.
Speaking against the top of my head, his voice is muted but thick with emotion.
You're a fucking warrior. You hear me? So damn beautiful and strong.
I have no idea how long he holds me while I cry. But eventually, my tears taper and my breathing isn't quite as choppy. He never moves. He simply holds me snug in his arms where I feel safe, like nothing can hurt me. But this is only temporary. Once I finally raise my head, the uncharacteristic softness in his feature compels me to say it. I love you. His eyes crinkle the slightest bit at the edges. Then he dips his head, bringing his mouth to mine, to respond in a way only Santiago Hernandez would. I know.
68. Santiago. I know. I take her mouth in mine, my tongue diving inside to toy with hers, and every cell in my body instantly comes to life, all 'cause of this woman. This woman loves me, and yeah, there's no way I can push those same words out of my mouth. It feels stupid even thinking about trying to say them, 'cause it's not me. I don't have the capacity to love. Just wasn't made that way. With that said, I may not be a fucking wordsmith or a romantic, but I'll kill a motherfucker in cold blood if he dares to try and hurt her. It's my actions that say everything, and Lola's got to know it. She has to by now. She and Alma are my whole world. I know she's gonna make sure Alma gets back to me safe and sound, but I'm gonna lose Lola in the process. My gut's screaming over this, and it's the one time I wish like hell it were wrong. I don't know what she's got planned or how exactly shit's gonna go down, but I sense it. Somehow I know she's gonna take revenge on Hidalgo, on Alma's behalf, and for herself. Fuck knows she deserves to unleash hell on that bastard. Worst part is, she's already acting like this is it for us. If it is, then I'm damn sure gonna make it worthwhile. Make it a memory. Those tears that have slipped down her cheeks and along the corners of her mouth taste salty on my tongue. I lap 'em up, trying to take away all her pain. When she slides her hands into my hair, tugging the band free to twine her fingers in the longer strands, something snaps. Our tongues surge together, the kiss turning messy, our mouths angling as we strain for more. I'll apologize for being rough later. I speak against her mouth in between kisses. But I gotta get you out of these clothes. Right, the fuck. Now. Mindless to anything else, I strip her of everything until she's bare. Her own hands fumble with unfastening and shoving my pants and boxers off. I lift her, and she automatically cinches her legs around my waist, giving me her mouth again. Our mouths slant, desperate for our tongues to get deeper, addicted to the taste of each other. Her hot pussy's already slick against the base of my stomach, and with every step I take toward the bed, my hard as fuck cock bobs against her ass. Pressure builds between my legs, my dick already leaking with anticipation of getting inside her. When I lower myself on the side of the bed, she shifts to her knees on either side of me. With her mouth fused to mine, she wraps her hand around my cock and notches it at her entrance before sinking down over me, inch by inch. I groan against her lips, 'cause she fits me like no other. She's my other piece that I've been missing all these years. Speaking against her lips, my voice is hoarse to my own ears. Feel that? The instant she slams down the rest of the way, taking me balls fucking deep inside her, my back arches violently. Jesus Christ, she steals my breath. Was gonna try harder to take it slow with you, but just can't. I pant out the words. Your greedy pussy took charge, didn't it? Now you're gonna suffer the consequences. My hands mold to her hips before sliding around to cradle her ass in my palms. Better hold on tight. Once she links her arms around my neck, I launch to my feet. With quick strides, I bring us to the bathroom and lower her to her feet. turn around. Curious eyes search my face, but she faces the oversized vanity mirror. Tracing my hands along her body, from her shoulders over her tits and down her sides, I pause at her hips and guide her closer to the counter. Bend over and spread your legs for me. Once she bends and rests her forearms on the granite, I palm her ass in my hands. My words come out on a gritty exhale. Fuck, Lola. I spread her cheeks apart and drop to my knees. At her startled protest, I use my thumbs to draw her open wider. Was gonna fuck you, but you look too good for me not to get a taste first. With that, I drag my tongue from her rear entrance and down to dip inside her pussy. The way she presses against my tongue tells me she's done protesting. I fuck her pussy with my tongue before darting the tip along that tight little crease, getting it wetter. Her little moans and the way her hips rock into my touch tells me she's loving this as much as I am. When I nip at one ass cheek, I revel in her gasp. Gonna give this pussy a good tongue fucking. Smearing wetness around her pucker with my thumb, I give her other cheek a nip before soothing it with a kiss. Then I'm gonna fuck you hard, so you remember who your man is. I trace my tongue along her pussy lips. Need you to remember your man doesn't give a shit what you had to do to survive. When she goes quiet, I lean past the curves of her ass to peer at her reflection in the mirror. Vulnerability shines in her eyes, and our gazes hold for a long beat. Steely determination encases my tone. Gonna make sure you remember that. When her expression softens, I move back into place and get to work. I've got a perfect pussy to tongue fuck and a lesson for my woman to learn.
69. Lola. I come undone, not only physically but also emotionally, from Santi's words. He doesn't judge me for using my body as a means to gain my freedom from the hell I was trapped in for years. He understands. If I didn't know better, I'd also think there was an underlying thread of pride in his tone. Pride that I did whatever was necessary to escape and create a new life for myself. His tongue stabs inside my pussy, imitating his cock, his saliva mixing with my own arousal. My hips move on their own, urging him on while his thumb flirts with my rear crease. Potent pleasure electrifies every nerve ending as he drives me closer to the edge. My panted breaths echo in the bathroom. I'm riveted by the sight of those tattooed fingers gripping my one hip, while his other palm molds to my ass, his thumb torturing me more and more. Heated tension grows between my legs, my thighs tensing. "Santi!" I gasp. I can't push out anything else. My vocal cord seethes as my orgasm barrels through me with shudders overtaking my body. Shameless to anything but riding out the wave of pleasure, I thrust my pussy against his probing tongue. Those inked fingers flex on me as he moans, the vibrations tingling my most sensitive flesh. But when he pushes his thumb inside my ass, the slightest bit, it sends me catapulting headfirst, fully immersed in a brand of pleasure I've never before experienced. Eyes falling closed, my head drops forward as I coat his tongue with my release. His growl reverberates against me as he evokes more shivers of arousal. When he gently eases his tongue and thumb from me, a ragged sound climbs up my throat. I wrench my eyes open to witness him rising to his feet behind me. Dark skin covered in black ink, his body a masterpiece of sleek, corded muscle. He paints a picture of brutal sensuality. His lips are shiny, and when his tongue darts out to drag along them, my breath hitches. But it's that look in his eyes that has all the oxygen lodging in my lungs. He's looking at me as if he's only just begun. When he prods me with the broad head of his cock, nudging his way inside, the delicious stretch to accommodate him sends another rush of arousal coursing through me. Inch by decadent inch, he sinks inside until he's buried as deep as possible.
Fuck yeah.
Eyes molten, he clenches his jaw as if fighting to maintain restraint. Gaze lowered to focus on where he slowly eases out of me. His voice turns guttural.
You look so good taking my cock like this.
His heavy-lidded eyes lift to lock with mine in the mirror. He raises one hand to place his 2 fingers along my bottom lip in a silent request. Without hesitation, I wrap my lips around them and suck. A hoarse sound is ripped from deep in his chest, followed by his hips jerking violently. His reaction sends feminine satisfaction coursing through me. A pained expression crosses his features before he grits out,
You feel that? Your mouth just made me come a little inside you. You've got no idea how perfect you are.
I suck his fingers harder, dragging my tongue over them.
That's it. Get 'em wet enough for your clit.
Once he eases them from my mouth, he lowers them to my pulsing clit. His pressure and circular motions have my pussy fluttering around his cock.
You like that, don't you?
Without tearing his eyes from mine in the mirror, he lowers his mouth to the juncture of my neck and shoulder and places an open-mouthed kiss there. The abundance of emotion in his gaze combined with the kiss has me fraying again. He pumps even deeper, his thrusts turning more feverish, and I take everything he has to give. My mouth parts on labored breaths as I watch him power into me from behind while his fingers toy with my clit. Santi! His name falls from my lips on a breathless gasp. My next words rushed. You're going to make me come already! With our eyes still locked in the mirror, he speeds up his ministrations on my clit while raking his teeth along my earlobe.
I want to feel this tight pussy give me all it's got.
His hips move even faster as he powers in and out of me.
You better soak me with your cum. You hear me? Want to feel it drip down my cock.
Santi! My high-pitched cry hits the air before my inner muscles bear down on him as I come. With one hand holding firm at my waist, he punches his hips again and again, fucking me as I writhe all over him. Fuck! The expletive falls from his lips, his teeth gritted as he rasps in my ear.
Wanted to last longer for you, but your pussy's too damn sweet. You're trying to pull the cum right out of me, aren't you?
My head lolls against his shoulder, and I give the barest nod. My words are spoken on a gasp. I want you to come deep inside me.
Yeah?
His breaths are harsh pants now.
You better be ready, 'cause I'm gonna paint your pussy with so much cum that it drips out of you for days.
At my little whimper, his eyes drop to where our bodies are joined.
You just drenched my cock.
His thrusts turn erratic.
Love when you get me all wet like that.
When he swipes some of our combined arousal and uses it to nudge my rear entrance, my inner muscles clamp down on him.
You like that, huh? You like me playing with it while I fuck this pussy good and hard?
My vision grows hazy as he fucks me with all he has. My thighs tremble, and my clit throbs with its own demands.
You gonna let me in?
His voice drops to a low, gravelly pitch. He nudges inside my tightest hole, then retreats, nudges in, then retreats. Each time he edges in a little farther, my nerve endings zing with pleasure. I push back against his touch, silently pleading for more. His hoarse rumble skates over my skin in a carnal caress of its own.
Yeah, I know what you need. You better not forget that your man knows how to fuck you just right.
My body grows taut while I coat him with another surge of wetness, and his groan is everything. He uses more of my arousal to coax his finger deeper inside my ass. My back arches as pleasure overtakes me.
Fuck, you're so perfect.
He nearly blisters me with the raw heat in his gaze before his eyes drop to where our bodies are joined. His voice is raw.
Taking my cock and my finger like you were made for me.
He breaks off with a ragged-sounding groan. Possessive demand fills his low growl.
Give me that mouth.
The instant I turn my head, he captures my lips in a savage kiss as he fucks my pussy and ass. I arch my hips in time to each thrust as molten hot pleasure floods my veins, tipping me over the edge. My orgasm ravages me with pleasure so intense it electrifies every inch of my skin. Our kiss is frantic with need, laced with desperation as his tongue entangles with mine. Explosive shudders consume my body just as he thickens inside me. I contract around him, my inner muscles pulsing wildly. His pace increases, intensifying and turning more erratic. A feral-sounding groan rumbles deep in his chest before he gives 2 more impaling thrusts, and his body shudders with his own release. As tremors rack our bodies, our lips part, and he lowers his head, placing a delicate kiss along the side of my neck. His exhaled breaths fan my skin, drawing a shiver from me. His head snaps up, his concerned eyes finding mine in the mirror.
You cold?
I shake my head, my voice barely audible. No. Right now I feel loved, even though you won't say it, even though there's a possibility you don't feel the same way. His gaze narrows a fraction.
You feel?
I answer with the next best thing that's still truthful. Perfect. Affection gleams from his features, while a hint of a smile plays at his lips before he drops another light kiss to my neck. But it's what he murmurs next that makes my heart stall in my chest, inciting a gnarled mess of my emotions tangling inside me.
'Cause you are.
Another butterfly-soft kiss lands on my neck as his husky voice repeats,
That's 'cause you are.
70. Lola. With my body snug against Santi's side, he keeps one arm tightly banded around me as if he fears I'll be taken from him next. The fingers of his other hand gently comb through my damp hair in slow, soothing strokes. After we showered, he pulled me toward the bed. He hadn't voiced his request, but I just knew he wanted to hold me, to remind himself that we still have each other. For now. I absently traced the patterns of ink along the curves of his pectorals when he clears his throat like he is about to speak. When he doesn't, his audible hesitance is so out of character that it spawns a wariness washing over me.
Got a question for you, but don't know if you want to answer.
Okay, I say slowly.
How'd you get messed up with him in the first place?
My parents. My voice is devoid of emotion, matching what I feel for the people who placed me in that hellish existence. His stroking of my hair stutters before resuming, silently waiting for me to continue. My father started working for Hidalgo when I was 19. It became a struggle for him to keep up with my mother's expensive tastes, so when Hidalgo offered to buy me and make me his wife that following year, my parents couldn't accept fast enough. His arm that's banded around me flexes, and when he utters the single word, it's little more than a growl.
Motherfucker.
A smile graces my lips, but it's short-lived.
Did it start right away?
No. I expel a sigh, my tone bleak, which is why I naively thought it wouldn't be so bad. Colombia. Past. I'm holding on to a modicum of hope that Hidalgo isn't the monster he's rumored to be. After all, he's the sole reason I was accepted into the advanced program at the university, and why I don't have to pay a cent for any tuition or books. He paid for everything, claiming he recognizes a promising young surgeon when he sees one. It's easier to pretend this is some strange version of a fairy tale instead of one where my parents sold me to an older criminal. I con myself into believing that as long as I'm able to use my hands to heal others, I can endure a loveless marriage. That I can come to terms with being the wife of the most well-known narco in Colombia. At the very start of our marriage, he offers a gesture of kindness by creating a designated room for me and filling it with all the best medical equipment. But I soon discover his ulterior motives. Each of his henchmen who are stabbed or shot become my patients.
He dies, you suffer.
This is Hidalgo's threat each time. It doesn't matter how badly wounded the men are. It doesn't matter if they are brought to me without anyone administering the tourniquet or any prior aid whatsoever. Countless times, men who have almost bled to death before being brought to me die on the cold, stainless steel table. This is even after I do everything I can with the little I have to work with. It's only me and the medical equipment. No blood bank for transfusions, no one to assist me, no one else to shoulder the blame when one of those bastards dies. No one else to endure the beatings when they inevitably come. Initially, he simply backhands me. His fancy ring leaves behind tiny craters in my skin, gifting me with a permanent reminder of the monster I was forced to marry. Once I grew hardened to that, he becomes more creative with his punishment methods. Year after year, my nightmare progresses. My parents are of no help. After all, they used me to get rich off this nightmarish joke of a marriage. My grandmother lives a humble life, so she certainly isn't in a position to help me escape. The only silver lining is that my abuelita makes Hidalgo uneasy. She's proud of her indigenous background and often mentions how she practices certain ceremonies. Where my grandmother is committed to her belief about fate and believes that she has a gift for being intuitive, she doesn't have anything to do with the dark arts like Hidalgo assumes. However, she's dropped enough hints and made implications that make him uneasy enough to allow me supervised time with her on certain occasions.
Your life isn't over, Nieta.
She whispers this reminder each of our visits.
Your fate is on the horizon.
I sense it. I dismiss her words because I can't bear to recall the last time I felt like I stepped onto the path fate intended for me. It was far too magical of a moment, which makes it that much more painful to leave behind. So I suffer through each day, promising myself that I'll find a way to escape Hidalgo and the prison he keeps me in, whether I escape and flee to another country or I escape him by suicide. The death of my abuelita brings a more potent doom, though, because she's been the only one I had on the outside. With her gone, Hidalgo's wrath only intensifies. Present. Santi presses his lips to my hairline, his tender kiss at odds with the tension radiating through his body.
You don't have to say more.
It's okay. I never told anyone else. I turn my head slightly to plant a light kiss to his chest. There's some relief in finally voicing it. And it's true. It's cathartic in a way. His voice is low, gravelly.
It's good to get shit off your chest sometimes.
It is. My attention settles on my hand that lies on Santi's chest, those beautiful inked butterflies disguising the horrors my body endured. Then I curl myself tighter along his side, drawing from his innate strength, before I continue. Colombia. Past. When Hidalgo accuses me of flirting with some of the injured assholes I'm forced to treat, it's when I suffer beneath my own scalpel in his hands. On and on it goes, until his tipping point. Until one fateful night in November, when he tries to fuck me and fails. He comes to my bedroom in the middle of the night, startling me awake by shoving my nightgown up to my armpits and tearing off my panties. With a knife to my throat, he forces himself between my thighs and attempts to shove his dick inside me. Except he can't stay hard enough to do much of anything. I lie in stunned silence, staring up at the darkened bedroom ceiling, waiting for it to be over. Mentally, I go to that same place where everything grows hazy and the sounds around me turn to static. Where I cease to feel pain, where I'm numb to it all. Once he finally gives up, relief swamps me. Of course he tears himself away and backhands me across the face, but I welcome this over him raping me. When he leaves my bedroom, slamming the door behind him, I wonder what's gotten into him. Perhaps now that he tried that, he won't do it again, seeing as how terrible it turned out. Maybe he'll even give me a reprieve of some sort. I'm irrevocably wrong, because the next day he punishes me in a way I could have never imagined. Zip-tied and hung by my singed wrists, I'm beaten with a crowbar. This is when my uterus ruptures. This is the night he steals my ability to ever have children. Even this, though, I find a way to accept, because there's no way I want to bring a child into this kind of world. It isn't until the day he steals my gift, my dream, from me that I feel as if he shatters my entire existence. He straps me to the metal table as if I'm a patient on the verge of a mental breakdown. My head, body, arms, legs, everything is restrained. His face looms over mine, and with that maniacal smirk I've come to dread, he informs me that he knows I want to leave him, that he heard me whimpering about it in my sleep. His mouth widens in a grin that makes my blood turn to ice.
You'll never leave, because what would you do without me?
He raises his hands and the objects he holds come into view. A wide mallet and a thin piece of rebar. Thin by normal standards, thick if you're driving it into someone's flesh. I thought I knew pain from all the previous torture I endured. Until now. Until he hammers the first few centimeters of the metal through the center of my dominant hand, my left. He knows this because he watched me perform surgical procedures countless times on his men. He knows that my left hand is the steadiest and most precise. My skilled precision is what's received accolades from my professors. He knows what destroying my hand will do. But Hidalgo is evil enough not to stop there. I know this with every fiber of my being. I know he'll continue to diminish my will to live. He'll find other ways to punish me for whatever fucked up reason he conjures. I promise myself in this moment that I'll do anything to escape him. Anything. Present.
I stand by what I said before.
Santi's voice is a low rumble, blanketed with affection. With 2 fingers beneath my chin, he urges me to peer up at him. Once I do, all breath evaporates from my lungs at the blatant affection etched on his features. He smooths back my hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear.
No doubt about it. My woman's a warrior.
I greedily soak up his words and tender touch, but I know the truth. Rosa Carrera wasn't a warrior. She waited for someone else to give her a way out. Otherwise, she would have continued to turn the other cheek. She would have continued to live her life filled with regrets. But these past few years, I've made it a point to hone myself into the kind of woman I'm proud of. The kind of woman who will be a reckoning force for the most evil men on this earth. I may not have been born Lola Arias, but I'm more her than Rosa. I've become a woman who doesn't yield to anyone. I'm a woman who finds her own way out, who paves her own way. It's more important now than ever before to remind myself that I can take on challenges and risks I would have previously balked at. Sudden clarity and peace settle over me, and I lift up and press my lips to Santi's, because I know what needs to be done. This is it. I'm prepared to finalize Rosa Carrera's last chapter. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure that Lola Arias's final chapter is powerfully written. That it's one I'm proud of, filled with bravery, love, and friendship. If this is the end for me, for Lola Arias, it won't be filled with regrets. It'll be filled with memories of the 2 Hernandezes I love the most. 71. Lola. I ease myself slowly from beneath the heavy, comforting weight of Santi's arm. A thin ribbon of guilt pricks at me because I'm the reason he's still asleep. I knew he wouldn't get any rest with Alma away, so I insisted on making us some hot tea. He wasn't enthusiastic, but I convinced him with a few kisses. He didn't know that I'd mixed some valerian root powder in his tea to help him sleep. While my primary intention was to prevent him from pacing the entire premises in his worried impatience, I had an ulterior motive: to enable me to sneak away without his knowledge. Last night, everything we couldn't say with words, we said with our bodies. Once we showered, we sat propped up in bed, sipping our tea and talking. Our topics varied from Alma to Hidalgo to Juarez to life in general, before we finally set our mugs aside to curl up and fall asleep. Now, as I slide from the bed and tiptoe toward my pile of clothing sitting beside my bag, I try to assuage the guilt over slipping him the Valarian route. Once I'm in my panties and sports bra, I brave a glance his way. My eyes drift over him lovingly as he lies sprawled on his back, the sheet bunched at his waist to display all his inked flesh. Shafts of moonlight peek through the slats of the blinds, bathing him in soft light. The curves of his firm pectorals rise and fall with steady breaths. But even in his sleep, his features are tainted with worry. Dark shadows have gathered beneath his eyes while his fingers twitch every so often. I pull on my pants and hesitate before padding quietly through the open door of his dark walk-in closet. Trailing my fingers along the hanging clothes, I choose a button down at random and remove it from the hanger. I pull it on and button it before returning to the bedroom to stuff my socks inside my boots and gather them along with my bag. With one more longing look at Santi, I quietly exit the bedroom. After pulling the door closed behind me, I hold my breath, waiting for either him or someone else to catch me. When seconds pass uneventfully, I exhale slowly. Padding down the silent hallway, I weave my way along a familiar path until I arrive at his office. Only the small desk light remains lit in greeting, and I slip inside. I let my fingers trail lovingly along the book spines as I draw closer to his desk. Lowering myself into his desk chair, I set my boots and bag on the floor before sinking deeper against the comfortable leather cushions. My eyes land on the open dictionary at the side of his desk, where yesterday's word is marked and dated. Woebegone, sad, forlorn, or heartbroken. Grief strikes through me, branding me to the bone because this particular word has become all too real. Knowing that Alma's been taken by a murderer and there's a genuine chance that we may not get her back has my heart breaking to the fullest extent. Even worse, I'm to blame for it. Dragging in a fortifying breath, I force myself to focus. I figure Santi's office must be the only place free of audio and visual surveillance, so this is the best place to carry this out. I'm certain my cell phone activity has been continuously monitored, but right now, I'm betting that's been shoved to the back burner with the distraction of the ambush and Alma's kidnapping now at the forefront. I prayed I'd never have to delve back into that world again. But these are desperate times. If I plan to try and eliminate Hidalgo, I'll need all the help I can get. I pull my cell phone from my bag and punch in the number I'd memorized but hoped I'd never have to use. With my eyes trained on the open doorway, I keep my voice hushed when he picks up. Hola, Rodrigo. Who's this? Rosa Carrera. Silence greets me before he finally grits out. Rosa Carrera's dead. No, she's not. And why should I believe you? I hold the small square desk calendar display beside my face and snap a selfie before attaching it to a text message. Once I pressed send, I tell him, "This should suffice." Caustic silence stretches between us before his voice turns gruff with disbelief. You don't look anything like. I dyed my hair back to its natural color and got some tattoos. Exasperation paints my tone. Zoom in on my face and you'll see the proof. Hidalgo had insisted I regularly keep my hair a dark blonde shade, which required much upkeep considering my natural hair color borders on black. But there's no mistaking the small pockmarked scars left from Hidalgo's ring, 2 of which Rodrigo witnessed the birth of. You had your brother distract Hidalgo at the end of the night. My throat swells with emotion. He'd been the first person Hidalgo ever interacted with who had offered me genuine kindness. You told me to call you if I needed help, that you knew what it was like, because my father used to hit me. Rodrigo finishes, before his voice grows quieter.
I never shared that with anybody prior to that night.
Silence lingers before his tone sharpens. I admit, I'm intrigued, but I didn't get where I am today by being gullible. His suspicion is warranted, especially after what he did once, or what he tried to do for me. Even though he denied being involved, I know Hidalgo killed your brother. Rodrigo's brother, Emmanuel, was his best friend and confidant. The two had taken Peru by storm when they'd come on the scene. One evening, Hidalgo invited them to dinner. Rodrigo had been gaining traction because he was a narco known to instill loyalty in his men, and to be fair but severe when doling out punishment. My husband felt threatened by them, yet something still drew him to invite Rodrigo and Emmanuel. Even worse, he insisted I attend the dinner. Of course, I had to wear one of the stupid, hideous veils to disguise my face. Hidalgo was obsessed with keeping my face hidden and insisted I wear only long-sleeve, ankle-length dresses. When Emmanuel stepped away to take a call, Hidalgo lost his temper with me. He accused me of being unfaithful and attempting to lure the man. He backhanded me in front of Rodrigo, the hit so violent that my head had snapped back, the impact knocking off my veil. Then, because my face was exposed in front of our guest, he backhanded me yet again. Rodrigo had attempted to intervene on my behalf, which proved to be a devastating mistake. Later that night, my husband put out an order to have Emmanuel killed. Of course, there was no evidence to lead back to him being the murderer, but I'm certain Rodrigo suspected it. How do you know this? His question possesses more than a healthy dose of skepticism. Because I overheard him plan it. He's the one who bombed Emmanuel's car. As expected, he challenges with, everyone knows my brother was the victim of a car bomb. But not everyone knows that each of Emmanuel's vehicles was rigged with a bomb, that the only one that went off was in the vehicle he decided to drive that day. That motherfucker! He explodes. This outburst is trailed by the sound of something slamming against a hard surface. A beat passes before he continues his line of questioning, his tone encased in an amalgamation of grief, anger, and wariness. Where have you been all this time? In Costa Rica. Suspicion enters his voice once again. Why are you calling me? Because I'd like to officially take you up on that offer of help. A harsh laugh sounds. Ha ha! Help doing what? Eliminating Hidalgo once and for all. A pause precedes his next probing question. Who are you working with? No one. You're my first call. Hastily I add, but I do plan to contact someone who's on the inside of that compound. There aren't any guarantees they'll come through, but I plan to try. He huffs. You really think you can take him on? I expel a long breath, my tone turning subdued but laced with steel. That monster enjoyed hurting me. He stole my dreams of having children, of having a career. I see it's long overdue that he gets payback for all the lives he's ruined. When he doesn't immediately protest or laugh outright, I continue with him gone, you'll be free to take over the rest of Peru, Brazil, and the remaining Colombian territory, as well as his current strongholds. Avid interest cloaks his words. And how exactly would you eliminate him? I have a plan, but it requires some supplies I know you have access to. I must admit, you have me intrigued. A thoughtful pause lingers. But I first need to know what supplies you're requesting. Satisfaction courses through me and my shoulders relax a fraction. This is what I need. 72. Lola. The call with Rodrigo worked in my favor. Then again, I should know not to underestimate the lengths narcos will go to because of a grudge, let alone the opportunity to retaliate on behalf of a loved one. Now that I've crossed that off my list, I can move on to the next call. Reaching for the side pocket on my bag, I withdraw a slip of paper with the cell number for the agent Juarez contacted yesterday. Juarez had refused to give me any information about the agent undercover in Hidalgo's house besides the number for her current burner phone. There's no guarantee she'll pick up at this hour, but I'm praying she does. Evidently, someone's answering prayers because Agent Garcia picks up on the first ring. Agent Juarez gave me your number. An Arctic air encases her words. This is for emergencies only. I assure you, this constitutes as one. Who is this? Rosa Carrera. Juarez mentioned you are alive. A healthy dose of suspicion blankets her tone. Why do I get the feeling whatever you're about to tell me next, you're going to say it needs to be off the record? Because it does. I suck in a deep breath. If you have at least 1 ounce of integrity, you'll want to help me. If this is the end for me, I plan to go out in a blaze of glory and take that bastard with me. The barest hesitation precedes Agent Garcia's response. I'm listening. I'd be lying if I said those 2 phone calls put me at ease. I'm a complicated mess of emotions right now. All I know is I've done everything I can to set the stage for Alma's safe return. I have no idea what will happen to me after I step back into the prison I once gave everything to escape from. The best laid plans, as they say, always hold the potential to go awry. The unexpected tranquility Santi's office provides helps to soothe my frayed nerves, and I take a moment to just breathe. Though I'm faced with a sense of righteousness, on its heels comes a bone-bruising grief. Because I may be doing what's necessary, but I'd be extremely naive if I didn't plan for the worst. I need to make one last call, and this one will be one of the hardest. When she picks up with a groggy but worried, "You okay?" I battle against the emotion that threatens to clog my throat. Sabrina's always been a good soul, and I've been lying to her for 5 years. I'm calling because I'll be away for a bit, and I'm not sure when I'll be back. Her voice takes on a sudden alertness. What's wrong? Should I call Nando? No. I try to instill some calmness in my tone. I just don't want you to worry if you don't hear from me. I nervously wet my lips before adding quietly. I'll miss you while I'm gone, though. You're scaring me, Lo. She pauses. Did that narco bastard do something to you? Because if he did, I swear I'll... He didn't do anything to me, I promise. A hesitant pause precedes her next words. Where are you going? It's best that I don't say. I hurriedly tack on. But don't worry, I just need a little time away. How can I not worry? Her frustrated grunt greets my ears. You call me at 4 a.m. and tell me you're leaving, but won't tell me where to? Lo. She trails off with an exhaled breath. I'm sorry, but if you need anything... I swallow hard. Ask Santi. A lengthy silence greets my words. She poses the question with slow hesitance. Ask the narco you've been living and sleeping with for help? Yes. You do realize it sounds like you're saying goodbye permanently, right? Because I most likely am. Just promise me you'll go to him if you need anything. I will. Her voice sounds strained with a barely concealed sob. And I miss you already. Same. I pinch my eyes closed against the tears threatening to spill. When I murmur, Hasta luego. She echoes the sentiment. Ending that call has me struggling to maintain hold over my emotions. A few ragged breaths later, I force myself to finish the next necessary task. It's why I go in search of a pad of paper. Santi's desk is ridiculously meticulous, which is something I wouldn't have initially expected. Now, though, it doesn't surprise me. I sift through the top right drawer, seeking a larger notepad toward the back, when my fingers brush against something unusually soft. Curiosity has me carefully sliding the object from the rear of the drawer, only to feel my lungs seize at the sight of it. A distinctively shimmery blue feather fills my palm. It can't be. The whispered words fall from my lips as shock takes hold. But as I hold the delicate object, everything falls into place. Abuelita was right. Fate really is in control. Barranquilla Carnival, Colombia, 12 years earlier. I feel it in my soul, Nieta. My abuelita's eyes crinkle at the corners, but there's no denying the sadness lingering on her features. She gently adjusts the large, decorative mask covering much of my face, stopping just above my top lip.
Tonight will lead you to your fate.
I don't have the heart to remind her that she's wrong, that it's too late and my fate's already been decided. But that my own parents chose money over family. That my father agreed to sell me to a monster. Tomorrow I'll be forced to marry a criminal who's done egregious things I don't even dare speak of. Mentally shoving those heavy thoughts aside, I muster a smile for my grandmother. After all, she insisted on this night. She convinced my parents that she had an important indigenous ceremony to administer to me that would properly bless my nuptials. It's a lie, of course. She's insisting that I attend the Barranquilla Carnival. She keeps telling me it's important for my fate. She said it'll play a role in the trajectory of my life's path. As much as I love her, I don't know that I share her beliefs. It's difficult when you're being sold like a slave. Abuelita not only did my hair and makeup to better disguise the lower part of my face, left bare by the mask, but she also sewed my costume. She included countless sequins and metallic blue feathers to match the blue morpho butterfly's trademark wings. For this particular carnival, people normally chose to dress in elaborate costumes of animals, but I decided to veer away from the norm, especially since this would be the first and last time I'd be able to attend. I look like a butterfly, specifically a blue morpho. Not only have I always found their iridescent blue wings breathtakingly gorgeous, but they represent a freedom of sorts. A freedom I'll be stripped of all too soon. My black, figure-hugging, strapless bodysuit covers my legs, leaving the area above my chest and arms bare but concealed by body paint. Abuelita runs her fingertips over the delicate metallic blue feathers affixed to the harness strapped to my shoulders. "My beautiful butterfly, you've yet to spread your wings," she murmurs softly. "But it'll happen." She fusses over me a final time before shooing me out the door. Moments later, I'm surrounded by bright lights and the pulsating beat of music as I mingle with the enormous crowd of costume carnival goers. I've never been permitted to do this before, and although an ominous cloud hangs over me with what tomorrow brings, I'm grateful my grandmother coordinated this for me. The cacophony of music and chatter is deafening as I venture around a lioness and a gazelle and others in elaborate, colorful costumes. An inexplicable impulse has me moving farther through the crowd. Although my identity is well concealed, with blue contact lenses, the mask, blonde wig, and body paint, I still feel terribly out of place. I've always been more of a loner, mainly because of my father. His job is incredibly dangerous, which puts us at risk. He gets paid well to be a lackey for Hidalgo Carrera, but with the deal he's made, with the sale of his daughter, he's due to significantly increase his wealth. My sequined outfit is far more revealing and form-fitting than I'm used to, but the anonymity my other accessories provide helps ease my worries. No one but my grandmother will ever know that I was here tonight. The scent of carimañolas fills the air, and I spot a food truck across the crowded street. I edge through the crowd, passing others who ooh and ah at my costume. I'm halfway across when I see him. He stands taller than the majority of others, but that's not initially what has me riveted. He gives the impression that he's here alone and doesn't necessarily fit in either. I tell myself that it's the Carimañolas food truck I'm after, but something draws me toward the man. His eyes appear to lock on me with an intensity that sends a zing of awareness coursing through me. For a split second, I wonder if he's one of those men, the one sent to track my whereabouts. But I'm quickly reminded that they have a certain way about them that I'd recognize. This particular man doesn't resemble them in the least. A unique air of confidence surrounds this man, far different than the others. His dark hair is short, buzzed close on the sides, with the barest extra bit of length on top. He's clean-shaven and dressed in all-black clothing, and his mask resembles a Black Panther. It's as large as mine, extending from his hairline to below his nose. He holds my gaze captive the closer I venture toward him, and the crowd seems to part on its own accord, as if it senses the need to yield to his powerful authority. Once I'm standing before him, I tip my head back to meet his eyes, dark and stormy, the kind that hold trauma and secrets. I'm granted a view of the man who was striking from afar, but up close, he's a brand of handsome that's a unique mix of rugged, dangerous, and sleek. Even beneath his button-down shirt and slacks, it's evident he only has the utmost respect for his body. His pants mold to his thick, muscled thighs, and his shirt draws snug around his firm-looking biceps. With a sharp jawline, his eyes are so piercing. It's as though his gaze threatens to delve directly into your mind. He doesn't bother attempting to speak over the cacophony. He simply offers me his large palm in silent question. When I place my hand in his, it feels meaningful somehow, life-changing, even though I know that's impossible. My life is already set on a path. But tonight, I'm allowed to pretend to be someone else, someone different, someone free. Tonight I can give in, just a little, to the magic of what this night and this man offer. Present. My heart lodges in my throat at the memories that still remain so vibrant in my mind. I run my fingertip over the metallic blue feather and let it envelop me in a sense of rightness. Pulling out the notepad, my hand trembles as I write each painstaking word. I blink rapidly against the tears threatening to spill free. My abuelita had been right all along. She somehow knew fate would intervene at that carnival. I never could have imagined how powerful fate really is. Once finished, I set the pen on the wooden surface, sadness permeating every fiber of my body. When I trace a finger over my inked words, I can almost feel the emotion emanating from my heartfelt sentiment. Regret blankets my movements as I carefully and painstakingly fold the paper around the feather. The sudden appearance of a shadow darkening the doorway has my head snapping up in alarm. 73. Lola. I'm not surprised to discover the familiar, wide-muscled body standing sideways. Gordo leans his thick frame against the door jamb, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "You taking over management now?" A tiny laugh spills out of me. Hardly. His brown eyes drop to the paper and folded feather in my hand, his dark brow furrowing. Before he can say anything, I shove it in my bag. Grabbing my boots, I dart up from the chair. I need to get something important from my place. He steps into the room and fully faces me. When he crosses his arms, I wonder how his shirt doesn't rip at the seams where it draws so tightly across his broad torso. "You know that's not gonna happen." "Gordo," I say on an exhale. "You know very well that I could have just gone out the back instead of asking." A smirk toys at his mouth. "That's 'cause you wanted me to join you." Cupping a hand at the side of his mouth, he pretends like he's sharing a whispered secret. "After all, we are logo." I hold his gaze while he stares back at me silently. "Still, no?" I shake my head. "Definitely a no." He releases a dramatic sigh. "Oh, sad, but I still gotta go with you." "If that's the case, then I'll need your help with something." As I survey his usual attire of a nicely tailored button-down shirt and suit pants, I add, "But you might want to change first." "When you said you needed to get something from your place, I thought you meant from your casita and not a..." Gordo pauses, giving me a weird look. "Tree. In the jungle behind your place." I smirk. Looks can be deceiving, Gordo. Using a flathead screwdriver, I carefully pry the section of tree trunk off and set it aside. At his shocked, "The fuck?" I repeat, looks can be deceiving. I reach inside the hollow, darkened abyss and grab the small plastic waterproof package. Placing it in my bag, I replace the tree trunk section and hand the screwdriver back to Gordo. "That's it. We can go now." He gives me serious side-eye but keeps in step as we head back to the vehicle we'd parked down the road. It was a precaution in case anyone was still surveilling my casita. Though we didn't notice anyone, we agreed to play it safe. Once we're inside the locked vehicle, he doesn't immediately put it into gear. He stares out the windshield, his voice deep and low.
You know he loves you.
My chest feels like it's gone concave from being kicked in, and I can't muster a response. Gordo continues, his words a soft rumble.
He killed Andro, so you're gonna have one less threat to worry about.
I stare at Gordo, shock ricocheting through me. Santi killed his nephew? That question must be written on my face because he nods and says,
Threatened everybody else and told him that's what happens when people fuck with his business or family.
He holds my eyes across the interior of the SUV.
You know as well as I do that when he says family, he means you and Alma.
Regret blooms brighter inside me, searing my insides, the fiery heat of it singeing my throat and rendering me unable to respond. Desperate to regain at least a modicum of composure, I turn my focus to my bag. Withdrawing the items I retrieved, I inspect them carefully. The small, well-worn book and the thick bundle of cash remain untouched, exactly as they were when I initially hid them. Most of the book's page corners are creased differently, while others are meticulously folded down. Hidalgo always had a strange way of marking things, but it somehow worked for him. I use the soft light from my phone as I page through, stopping intermittently to remove certain entries. It isn't until I come to the particular name that the sick feeling unfurls in the pit of my stomach. I'd once reluctantly opened this book, scouring its contents like the most studious of pupils. All the while, I despised being forced into the position where I felt I had to, because I didn't want any reminder of the nightmare I'd endured lingering in my mind. I certainly didn't want any fragment of knowledge about those Hidalgo had any interaction with, but I knew I had to be wise and prepare for the worst. Not only that, but I knew I needed to be prepared in case something should happen to the book. As a precaution, I'd taken photos of each page and stored them on a thumb drive. Now, though, a fiery sensation erupts at the back of my neck, where he carved his nickname and his trademark slanted scroll. My left hand cramps in agonizing pain. I steel myself against my body's haunted reactions to the past and shove the cash deep into the bottom of my bag. Then I stack the selected pages as cohesively as I can, folding the already creased papers in thirds, letter style. After replacing the small book inside the sealed waterproof packaging, I stuff it in my bag. A few seconds pass before Gordo's muted voice continues.
He knows you're leaving, and it's gonna devastate both of them, 'cause he ain't the only one who loves you.
The words stick in my throat. That's why I'm doing this. I dig in my bag for my small compact mirror. Carefully, I pry off the back to ensure what I hid there long ago, the small thumb drive, still remains. Because I know I can get her out of there. A pause greets my words before he cranks the ignition and mutters,
At the cost of you.
He pulls onto the road, gravel and dirt crunching beneath the wide tires. My fingers tighten protectively around my compact before I drop it back into my bag.
Get everything taken care of now?
I think so. My fingers tighten around the pages I stacked before I withdraw the note I'd folded around the feather. Inhaling a deep breath, I release it slowly. I need you to give these. I raise the stacked papers and enfolded feather with the note. To Santi, after I've been gone 48 hours. His brow creases.
That's pretty specific.
With narrowed eyes, he asks,
Any reason why it's gotta be 48 hours?
Yes, but I can't tell you why. Only after 48 hours have passed. I hesitate before quietly adding, or once you've received a call from Juarez. He studies me for a beat, and his mouth twitches, most likely with the urge to probe further. Surprisingly, he doesn't. Focus trained straight ahead on the rough terrain of the road, he offers me his upturned palm.
Understood. After 48 hours, or word from Agent Juarez.
As I lay the items in his hand, I ignore the nauseating wave of finality that comes with it. 74. Lola. Gordo pulls the vehicle around to the entrance of Santi's home, and my stomach sinks at the sight that greets us.
You had to expect this.
Gordo sounds like he's holding back a laugh. Santi leans against the open door jamb, arms crossed over his broad, bare chest. He's barefoot and clad in only a pair of black slacks, and he looks pissed. Reluctance and trepidation slow my movements, and by the time I exit the vehicle, Gordo's already rounding the front. His tone is jovial, and at complete odds with Santi's dark, menacing expression. "Told you we'd be back soon." Santi doesn't spare him a glance. His focus remains locked on me as I edge toward the open doorway. Razor-sharp barbs line his tone. "You left." "You were sleeping, and I didn't want to wake you." It's a pitiful excuse, and we both know it. His gaze narrows, spearing me with accusations. "But you were fine running off with Gordo? Is that it?" Before I can fire off a response, Gordo slings an arm around my shoulders. "She sure was. We went for a lovely stroll through the jungle by moonlight, and..." The punch comes out of nowhere, but Gordo's head barely moves from the impact. He rubs the side of his jaw, eyeing Santi with amusement. "Feel better now?"
Not at all.
"Yeah? Well, that's all you get."
Gordo scowls.
"'Cause once you pull your head out of your ass, you'll remember that I'd never fuck around with Lola." He drops his arm from my shoulders and flashes me a quick wink before stepping around us and heading inside. Santi and I remain immersed in a smothering, tense silence until he finally speaks. His voice is muted and hoarse.
"Woke up without you. Didn't like it."
That muscle in his cheek flickers.
"Thought you'd left already."
I give my head a little shake. "I wouldn't leave without telling you." He shoves his hands in his pockets, and without a belt, it causes his pants to ride even lower. His entire inked torso is on display, including the strip of dark hair leading from the base of his belly button and disappearing behind his pants.
"Keep looking at me like that, and we won't get to have that talk we need to have."
Those husky words cause my gaze to abruptly lift to his. Wariness edges to the forefront of my emotions. "What talk is that?" Instead of answering, he tips his head, gesturing for me to head inside.
"Let's go to my office."
He waits for me to precede him inside before we fall into step, walking side by side in silence. Once we enter his office, he closes the door and sits behind his desk. I lower myself to the chair opposite him, my muscles growing impossibly taut with apprehension by the second. Dressed in only a pair of pants, he should look far less intimidating than he does in his usual tailored designer button-downs. Yet when he leans back in his leather desk chair, he still incites the impulse to fidget beneath the heavy weight of his stare. His inscrutable expression gives away nothing.
"How you feel about today?"
I take a second to answer, because honestly, I know this is the right thing to do. I hold the power to get Alma back with her father, where she is safe and loved. But my feelings, those are messy and beyond convoluted. A small part of me is terrified to confront the monster who robbed me of so much, one who forever changed the trajectory of my life. Another part of me is antsy and determined to do whatever it takes to ensure that Hidalgo never takes another breath, even if it means sacrificing my last breath. As much as I've struggled with the knowledge that I'm a murderer, there's no way I plan to turn myself over to Juarez and the U.S. authorities. I escaped the nightmare of a prison once, and I refuse to return to a different brand of one. I offer Santi a succinct response. I feel confident. It's mostly true, because I am confident I'll succeed, regardless of what it costs me. My main goal is to see that Alma's safely returned to Santi. The rest, marring my soul further by murdering Hidalgo, is just a bonus. Peach-black eyes probe mine as if they're attempting to sift through my thoughts. Something flickers across his features before they turn more severe, instilling a deeper wariness that seeps into my bones. Without tearing his focus off me, he eases his chair a few inches away from his desk. His voice is a scratchy rasp, his tone filled with a command, as he raps his inked knuckles against the desk surface. Come here, Miss Arias.
75. Santiago. With hesitant movements, she rounds the far corner of my desk, her expressions cagey as she surveys my bookshelves once again. She draws to a stop a few feet away, her attention resting on the open dictionary. Placing her fingertip on the page, she traces it along the definition I marked. Not meeting my eyes, she poses her question softly. When did you start reading the dictionary? I survey her carefully for a moment. She's stalling for some reason, but I give her an honest answer. Growing up poor and with worthless addicts as family, I had to drop out of school because I had to hustle for food and a safe place to sleep. Knew I didn't want to struggle the rest of my life, so I had to figure out how to be better than everybody else. I studied my knuckles covered in ink. Nobody'd know that the same fucking hands that have killed people have held some of the most famous written works. Willingly. I might not be the toughest motherfucker out there, but I could do my best to outsmart others. And that's what I set out to do. I scanned the shelves with the other books I've read over the years. They range in topics from ruthless business tactics, leadership, situational awareness, and managing assets. I knew it was necessary to keep adding to my skill set if I wanted to make something of myself. I hesitate before admitting quietly, but I also knew I wasn't going to be some doctor or lawyer, definitely not a cop. A rough, derisive laugh rumbles in my chest. All my life, I've never been on the right side of the law. After all, I'm a goddamn narco. A murderer. Sure as hell never been one of the good guys. When she lifts her head and our eyes lock, it gives me the sensation she can read my inner thoughts. I don't know about that. Before I can protest, she continues gently. I think there's a good guy beneath all those layers. I shift in my chair. My discomfort from her assessment of me has my words emerging with a sharper than usual edge. Even when I took Andro from my piece of shit sister, it's not like I put him in some fancy boarding school somewhere. Just had him shadow me, thinking he'd learn that way. Self-recrimination takes hold, bleeding through in my voice. And look how he turned out. My gaze bores into hers, my words filled with warning. So don't make me out to be somebody I'm not. She ventures closer, edging between my legs. A fraction of wariness pulses through me when she raises her hands and gently removes the band holding back my hair. Once it's freed, she sifts her fingers through it, her voice a low murmur. I'm not making you out to be someone you're not. Those soft brown eyes focus on where her fingers comb through my hair. Intermittently, she drags her blunt nails along my scalp, sending a slight shiver down my spine. What I know is, the edges of her mouth tip up a fraction. You're the man who tried to help a young boy. You're also the man who rescued a young girl when she had no one else. I close my eyes under the guise of enjoying the scalp massage, 'cause I don't deserve her praise. But you're right. To that little girl, you're not a good guy. You're the greatest guy she's ever known. My mouth flattens, but she continues without missing a beat. And to me, you're definitely not a good guy. My eyes fly open in surprise, but her focus isn't on me. She tracks the path her fingers take as they trace along my brow bone and down my cheeks, descending over my tattooed throat. You're the man who held a gun on me time and again. A man who threatened me at every turn. Her fingertips sweep over the ink covering my chest. A man who protected me from his own nephew, who shot his nephew in retaliation. She smooths her hands upward to my ink-covered shoulders, her voice growing thick with emotion. You're the man who cared enough to help me dig a grave, who carried me when my legs gave out, who cared enough to have the doctor tend to me. She places a soft kiss to my forehead. You're the man who didn't look at me with pity or disgust after you discovered all my scars. You held me when I cried, and you understand all too well what it's like to have blood on your hands. She dusts a kiss to one side of my face. That doesn't mean you're a good man by average standards. After dropping another kiss to the other side of my face, her mouth drifts to mine. When she whispers against my lips, but it does mean you're the greatest man in my eyes. It's like every organ in my body is squeezed by the tightest, most punishing vice grip. The moment she drops to her knees between my legs and unfastens my pants, I've never been more grateful for being in a hurry and foregoing boxer briefs and a belt. The look on her face when she grips my bare cock in her hand has pre-cum gathering at the tip. When she lowers her head and drags her tongue along the slit, I clutch the armrest so tightly the leather creaks. Fuck, comes out on an expelled breath. Her eyes remain locked with mine, and hell if that doesn't make my cock harden even more. With a tight grip of the base, she slides her mouth down my length, stealing every ounce of oxygen from my lungs. Up and down, with those lips wrapped snug around me, she adopts a rhythm that drives me out of my fucking mind. But when her thumb grazes down the seam of my balls and sweeps along the area behind it, my hips jerk. Her mouth and tongue work me over so damn good, her tight grip at the base of my shaft, and I'm transfixed by the sight. When she picks up the pace, I groan, 'cause I want this to last. I want to memorize how much of a goddess she is. My woman might be on her knees right now, but she's brought me to mine time and again. And even now, she's in control. She slides her mouth off me to tongue the slit, those brown eyes locked with mine. When she secures her lips around the head and sucks hard, my hips give a violent jerk. My balls grow painfully tight, my abs contracting. My words are gritted out under harsh breaths. Gonna come. That's all I can manage to say. She works me faster with her mouth and hand in tandem, her thumb teasing nerve endings that have my back arcing. Fuck, fuck, fuck. My vision goes hazy, and with each jerk of my hips, I feel her mouth. She sucks every ounce of it, not letting it go to waste. Once I'm finally finished, she ensures that she's licked me clean before refastening my pants. I just sit, catching my breath, and watch her. When she straightens, her eyes meeting mine once again, the affection in the depths undoes me. I surge up from my chair and fuse my mouth to hers, my hand at her nape to hold it in place. Without breaking the kiss, I lift her and plant her on my desk. Her thighs automatically fall apart for me to step between. She's an intelligent woman, so I'm sure she knows what I'm getting at, what I need from her. My daughter's been taken from me, and regardless of whether or not Lola wants to admit it, I'm on the verge of losing the woman who means the goddamn world to me. I've murdered countless bastards, and I don't pretend there's anybody at the pearly gates waiting to let me inside. But right now, just having her mouth on mine and holding her like this, shit somehow doesn't seem as bad. Lola Arias is an anchor to the shitstorm that's become my life, and I don't care whatever her name used to be. I don't give a fuck who she was married to. All I know is one thing for certain. She's mine. I ease away a fraction to smooth her hair back from her face. My thumb grazes along her cheekbone and over the slight indentation in her skin. My warrior of a woman might be decorated with scars, but she's still a work of art. Fierce and beautiful, and so fucking brave. My voice sounds like it's been dragged over the coarsest gauge of sandpaper. You gonna go back there and forget about... I swallow the word I want to say and substitute it with, all this. No. Her answer is quick but thick with emotion. A little laugh escapes her, but it's encased in sadness. Her tone tender. As if I could ever forget any of it. That's so? She nods. That's so. Dread tries to edge its way in, 'cause I've got an idea of what she's planning to do. Out of all the women I could have found, it ended up being her, the infamous wife of Hidalgo Carrera. None of the rumors did her any justice. Certainly never mentioned anything about her being brave as fuck. Selfless, smart as hell, beautiful without even trying. A woman who could bewitch wild animals. And me. The words free fall before I can think twice about them. It's gonna be that easy to leave me, huh? A thick layer of vulnerability cloaks my voice, making me wish I could somehow erase what I said, 'cause that's not me. I'm not this kind of man. Which is why I'm avoiding her eyes. When she doesn't say a word, I'm about to shove away from her and storm out. Then she reaches for me. Petite hands frame my face as she smooths her thumbs along my cheeks, above the border of my scruff. No. Her ragged whisper has my attention lifting to her. Those eyes of hers hold so much sadness that it sends debilitating pain scorching through me. It's not easy at all. Our gazes hold for a long beat before she leans in and presses her lips to mine. I don't move. I can't. There's something different about this kiss. It acts like an invisible hand reaching inside me to clench all my damn organs in a painful fist. 'Cause I know what this kiss means. It's goodbye. My woman's prepared for the worst in order to get my daughter back to me. And I may not have known her long, but I know this much. There's nothing I can say or do to convince her to do something different. Her mind's made up. Which means I've got my work cut out for me. It means I've got to make this moment count. The only way I want her to leave here is with my mark on her. I trail my lips along her jawline and down the sleek column of her neck. When I shove the strap of her bra down and nip at her skin with my teeth, she lets out a little moan and clutches my biceps. Santi, she breathes. I need to tell you. I suck a mark on her collarbone, cutting off her words. I can't fucking bear to hear whatever it is she's trying to say. I just can't. 76. Santiago. I don't want to talk about the possibility of her not coming back. Don't want to entertain the idea of that motherfucker killing her. Not only that, but I don't want to hear how much she's gonna miss me and Alma. I'm already gutted over this, and she's not even gone yet. Once I release her skin and lean back to look at it, satisfaction sears through me. I'm leaving my mark on her, branding her my own way. It sure as hell isn't the same way that fucker did. I'm not hurting her, and it's not permanent. But I am laying claim to her. She's not crying or in pain. She's willingly letting me mark her. She's got to know what I'm trying to tell her without actual words. I'm hoping she knows she'll be taking a part of me with her. Little by little, I trail my mouth over her exposed skin, leaving little marks until I reach the slope of one lush tit. Impatience takes hold of me, and I shove her sports bra up and over her head, discarding it to the floor. Cupping the weight of her tits in my hands, I graze her nipples with my calloused thumbs. Then I lower my head and capture one hard peak in my mouth, batting at it with my tongue till she whimpers and arches, pushing it deeper into my mouth. I suck a bruise on each perfect tit before I'm overcome with the need to claim her mouth again. Our lips collide in a fierce kiss that has blood surging to my cock. This is the only woman who can get me fired up so quickly like this. Mouth drawing from hers for mere seconds, I tug off her socks and boots before nearly ripping off the rest of her clothes. Once she's naked on my desk, my hands tremble when I cradle her face in my hands. In between deep kisses, our tongues darting against each other, my voice is gruff with emotion. If you're gonna leave, then I'm gonna give you something to remember me by. Her breath catches as she whispers my name against my lips. Santi. After another deep kiss, I capture her earlobe between my teeth, loving how she arches. With my palms on her thighs, I spread her wider, letting my thumb find her swollen clit. Santi, wait. Her protest is on a labored breath. I need to. I work her clit in circles, cutting off her words. I don't want to hear whatever it is she has to say. I need her to listen to me right now, to listen to what I'm saying when I touch her. I need her to know I hate the thought of her walking back into the lion's den. I hate the possibility of her dying because of me. Hate the idea of living this life without her when it feels like I only just found her. This woman's changed my entire world. She makes me feel things I don't even know how to name. What I do know is, my chest and gut fucking hurt knowing I'm about to lose her. Sliding my other hand up along her side until it rests at her nipple, I gently pinch the stiff peak, drawing a little moan at her. When her hand skates down my chest, those delicate fingers tracing over the indentations of my abdominals, my cock jerks. With painstaking slowness, she unfastens my pants to grip my bare length in her hand, and my cock throbs with need. With her thumb, she smooths the wetness over the flared head, and I can't resist giving a little thrust. Her hands holding me so snug, I'm afraid I'm not gonna last long at all. A gut-wrenching desperation clinches hold of me, and I take her mouth again, devouring her. Once I break off and suck in a much-needed breath, I speak against her lips, my voice gravelly. Need you to put me inside. My serrated breath mingled with hers. But you gotta know, I'm not gonna be able to hold back. Her hot breath washes against my lips. I don't want you to. The hand she's wrapped around my cock flexes while her other hand reaches up to smooth back my hair from dangling in our faces. When she speaks next, her voice sounds strained with sadness. I want you to show me if you'll miss me while I'm gone. Christ, if I'll miss her. There's no fucking if about it. The only if in my world is if I had the capacity to love any woman, it'd be her. She's the only woman I've ever met who's elicited such a visceral reaction from me, from the start. For a split second, a memory flashes in the back of my mind from long ago, but I shove it aside. My thumb grows still on her clit before I draw away slightly. Her hand relinquishes its hold on my cock, and when I palm her hips, it's more to hold myself steady against the trace of doubt in her words. It takes a monumental effort to push the admission from my throat. I'll be missing you more than you'll miss Alma. Her eyes crease at the outer edges. I don't think that's possible. She presses a feather-light kiss to one corner of my mouth. Because there's no limit on how much I'll miss her. With a kiss to the other corner, she murmurs, But you're forgetting something. What's that? She leans back to peer up at me. I have a thing for a certain man with curly hair, so I'm pretty sure I'll be missing him like crazy. A fiery sensation flares in my chest at the affection shining in her beautiful brown eyes. When I smooth back her short, dark fringe to reveal the other pockmarked scars along each side of her forehead and kiss them, her breath stutters. And I'm pretty sure I'll be missing a certain mouthy-as-hell house cleaner like crazy. I kiss the other little scars along her cheeks and jawline. Swallowing past the lump in my throat, I let my mouth linger over the thumping pulse in her throat. It's spineless as hell, avoiding eye contact as I say it, but I do. Promise you'll find a way to come back to us. Her voice is a barely audible whisper. I promise I'll try. When her palms blaze over the center of my chest, I swear my heart beats even faster. I cover her hand with my own, the scarred flesh of hers beneath my palm. Those blue morphle butterflies contrast with the dark black ink decorating my own skin. There are so many things I want to say but can't. They're either stuck somewhere deep inside me or lodged in my throat, which is why I decide to show her the only way I know how. With my body, with my actions. We come together in a flurry of movement, our intentions identical. Her desperate impatience matches mine as our mouths meld, our tongues tangle, and our hands frantically guide our bodies together. I should take my time with her. I should take her to my bed, but something drives me to stay here. I want her to leave her mark everywhere she can. As she guides me to sink inside her and cinches her legs around me, our kiss never ends. One of her hands remains molded over part of my ass to urge me deeper with each thrust. Her other clutches at my shoulder, blunt nails digging into my skin when I grind the root of my cock against her, hitting her clit just right. Her slick pussy flutters around me, so goddamn snug and hot as fuck that it takes every ounce of restraint not to lose it right away. I tear my lips from hers, moving my mouth down the column of her neck, speaking my gritted words against her soft skin. You feel so good. My breath comes out in labored puffs as I continue trailing kisses along her throat. It's taking everything I've got not to paint your pussy with all my cum right this second. She arches in silent encouragement, urging me to continue my mouth's journey along her skin. You act like I don't want that. Her breathless response has my cock shooting off a warning shot. Fuck if she's not trying to kill me on the spot, 'cause she keeps going. I want you to fill me up, she whispers raggedly. Give me everything you've got. With a hand at her nape, I plant a fierce kiss on her lips as my hips pump wildly. My other hand remains at her hip to hold her steady as she welcomes each of my deep thrusts. She whimpers my name, telling me how good I feel and begging me to go even deeper. When she lets out a little moan, whispering raggedly, I'm gonna come, Santi. Oh, God. Her pussy clamps down on me in a way that depletes all the oxygen from my lungs. Christ. The expletive falls from my lips as my hips move frantically. I fuck her through her orgasm, loving the way she soaks me with her release. You're making me crazy. How am I gonna survive with you gone even a second, huh? I punctuate my question with multiple thrusts, my cock pulsing with the need to explode, but I force myself to hold off a little longer. Powerful thrust after thrust, my cock slides in and out, coated so good and slick from her. I've got to flood this sweet pussy with everything I got, don't I? Want you dripping for days. My hips can't, my thighs shaky from my effort to last. Got to make sure you don't forget about me. She grips my hair, guiding my face back to hers. As if I could ever forget you. The instant our mouths collide, I go off, unable to hold back any longer. I release the first shot inside her, my thrust unrelenting. When she locks her legs tighter around my hips, arching like she wants everything I've got to give her, it unleashes something feral inside me. My vision goes hazy as I fill her up. Wet sounds greet my ears, and I'm relentless, painting her pussy with every ounce of my cum. She moans against my mouth. You made me so wet. Before her pussy contracts around me again. Fuck if that isn't the hottest damn thing. Having my woman orgasm a second time after I fill her to the brim. Once her pussy's fluttering eases, she sags against me and rests her forehead against mine. She still maintains a near-desperate hold on me, one of her hands clutching the lengthier part of my hair I usually tie back. My tone is playful. Think you've got a thing for my girly hair after all. Her soft smile has me wishing like hell I'd done more to witness them on a frequent basis. She tenderly sifts her fingers through my hair, her voice softened with affection. That's not all I have a thing for. If I wasn't already gone over this woman, this would have done it. She's the first woman to want me for me, in spite of all the shit I've done and all the blood on my hands. A sense of doom-filled finality washes over me. It's just my luck that I finally found a woman I want to claim, and the chaos of my life fucks shit up. Fierce possessiveness slithers through me. With our eyes locked, I take her left hand and press her open palm to my mouth. Pressing a kiss to the center where the skin is marred the most, I don't say a word. When those brown eyes take on a sheen, I hope like hell that's a sign she hears what I'm silently saying. That I don't want to live without her. That if she doesn't come back to me, to us, no other fucking woman will ever take her place.
77. Lola. Thick, oppressive silence lingers during the brief private flight and continues after we land. The entire ride to Hidalgo's is bathed in tension. Everyone appears lost in their unsettled thoughts. With the little butterfly chain clenched in my right fist, I stare out the window at the passing scenery. Remember, Mrs. Carrera. Agent Juarez starts. Lola. I correct him once again. His mouth tightens, but he continues as if I haven't spoken. My team will move in once Agent Garcia gives the signal. He doesn't bother to veil his disgust for me. Then you'll be taken into custody. I don't offer him a verbal response. It's not worth the time or effort, especially since no one will take me into custody. Not to mention if Hidalgo gets his way, I won't be going anywhere except the morgue. Still turned in the front passenger seat, Juarez gently pages through Hidalgo's book like it's the precious Dead Sea Scrolls. He's been meticulously poring over the contents, verifying that his copies are identical to the original contents of the book. It's all there, I volunteer calmly. Juarez's brows crease, and he repeats his question for the 10th time. Where did you say the missing pages were, Mrs. Lola. Expelling a weary sigh, I recite my answer yet again. And the book was like that from the start. Santi reaches for my free hand, threading his fingers through mine. My attention drops to where his black-inked fingers contrast with the blue butterflies decorating my hand. His thumb grazes over part of one wing, disguising a section of my rigid scars. Only someone who's experienced great darkness and sustained deep wounds that can never truly be healed can find beauty in what others consider ugliness. Only a person with a dark, blood-stained soul can recognize another. They can easily identify the sacrifices made and understand the reasons behind them. Running from my past only pushed me closer to it. In the end, I left far too much unfinished business behind to be free to move on without entanglements. But what I've learned most is, even amidst all the darkness and horrific circumstances I endured, something extraordinary countered it. For me, my something extraordinary is Alma and Santi. Gordo pulls to a stop at a crossroad where another black SUV with blacked-out windows sits. Juarez turns in his passenger seat and hands me Hidalgo's book. Once Agent Garcia gives the signal, we'll move in. Our crew's waiting nearby. With a pointed look, the agent adds, Don't do anything stupid, Mrs. Lola. I interject, yet again. It's Lola. His glare threatens my tenuous hold on any semblance of calmness. Like I said, don't do anything stupid. His threat stains the air. We wouldn't want to add more charges to your sentencing. Juarez throws open the door and slams it closed. As he stalks over to the other vehicle, Gordo makes a U-turn and heads towards Hidalgo's house. Before I can fully brace myself, we arrive at the massive gates I swore I'd never return to. Santi grips my hand tighter, but remains quiet. That flickering muscle in his jaw speaks for itself. Armed guards swarm the vehicle while the lead guard barks out orders. Windows down for identity confirmation. Hands must be visible and empty. Gordo rolls down the windows and we lift our hands as they scan the vehicle for any explosive devices and use metal detectors to ensure we don't have any weapons. Once they confirm there's no threat, we are cleared to pass through the gate. As Gordo heads up the drive to my former prison, I strive to steady my breathing. Once he pulls to a stop in front of the entrance, Hidalgo's massive front door draws open. A member of his staff emerges dressed in the typical uniform he's always insisted they wear. More armed guards approach our vehicles, their stance alert as Gordo exits first, leaving Santi and me alone for a brief moment. He reaches out to cradle my cheek in his large palm. The gesture warms me amid the ice filling my veins, knowing what lies ahead. Ready? I memorize the deep timbre of his voice as my eyes trace over his face. A finality washes over me. Bittersweet, but I'll be leaving after experiencing something I never thought I would. Love. I cover his hand with mine, holding it in place as I turn my head and place a kiss to his palm. Ready. The guards draw our doors open as they verbally usher us from the vehicle. I internally plead for my booted feet to remain firm, for my legs not to wobble beneath me. They don't tremble until he emerges from the doorway. At the mere sight of Hidalgo, every part of my body he wounded flares to life with phantom, searing hot pain. The memories of how he made me suffer, how he tormented me, and enjoyed every moment of it, become illuminated in technicolor in my mind. He surveys us from where we stand outside the SUV, surrounded by his armed men. When he gets to me, It's more of a cursory glance, his lips curling in disgust at how I'm dressed and the tattoos along my arm. Hidalgo was a traditionalist to the core and believed women should wear nothing but demure dresses and shoes without any heel. I'm likely making him vomit in his mouth by being clad in boots, jeans, and a tank top. He doesn't recognize me because before, he made me change everything about myself. I was forced to dye my hair blonde and have a perm with spiral curls. I don't at all resemble the woman he once terrorized.
Mr. Hernandez, you said you were returning my book.
His voice still manages to conjure the sensation of thousands of fire ants crawling along my skin.
I'm curious as to how it came to be in your possession.
Hidalgo's focus returns to me, where the book remains in my hands. Because I'm the one who's had it all this time. His eyes flare with instant recognition of my voice. Mouth tightening, his gaze anchors to mine while a myriad of emotions flickers across his face. Shock, confusion, anger, hatred, revulsion. Hidalgo never liked being on the losing end of anything. He despised ever being perceived as a fool. And I've done just that.
Rosa.
He utters my name as if those two syllables induce the most rancid taste on his tongue. Gripping the book in my hands, I infuse confidence in my tone. I've agreed to return this to you, along with myself, in exchange for Alma's safe release. Hidalgo hums.
I certainly wasn't expecting this.
Eyes alight with dark amusement, his mouth curves into a menacing grin.
But it seems my wife has risen from the dead.
With a snap of Hidalgo's fingers, another man emerges from the house, his hand wrapped around Alma's wrist as he leads her out.
You're gonna regret this, you bust!
The instant Alma spots us, her expression swiftly changes to happiness.
Daddy, Lola!
Walk slowly.
Hidalgo's command cuts through the air.
Pace yourselves with each other so you arrive at the opposite side simultaneously.
His attention rests on me, like a 1,000-pound weight dragging me down. Alma spears him with a glare before we start walking toward each other. When we meet halfway, I pause and lower to one knee in front of her. She throws her arms around me, hugging me tightly. Knowing we're short on time, I speak in a hurried whisper against her unruly dark curls. I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Alma's arms tighten around me, her warm breath on my neck when she replies.
Wasn't your fault.
I took the item in the pocket of her shorts under the guise of holding her tighter. Although I wish this hug could last forever, I'm all too familiar with Hidalgo's lack of patience and goodwill.
Enough!
Hidalgo's voice cracks like a whip.
Come here now.
Alma releases me.
Be careful, Lola.
I muster what I'm sure is a weak smile. Take care of your dad for me, okay? Those sweet brown eyes search my face.
Love you, Lola.
I love you too.
Now, Rosa!
Hidalgo's shout echoes in my ears. Slowly, obstinately, I rise. Alma squeezes my hand before rushing to Santi. My eyes follow her as I memorize the sight of their reunion. Jaw like granite, Santi scoops up his daughter in his arms when she launches herself the last few feet. Now that I know him, I recognize his relief at having her back in his arms. The brief flicker in his gaze, the millisecond his mouth relaxes from the tense, flat line. But his eyes spear Hidalgo as he hugs Alma, filled with violently lethal promises.
Rosa!
Hidalgo hates repeating himself, and I have no doubt that he'll make me pay for this. Reluctantly, I turn my back on the only man I've ever loved, on the little girl who stole my heart. I put one foot in front of the other, returning to the infamous narco no one's ever escaped from. Except for me. The closer I get, the more vibrant the evil glint in his eyes grows. It tells me he's already anticipating the various ways he'll punish me. The instant I'm within arm's reach, he cinches my wrist and roughly yanks me toward him. In my boots, I'm a fraction taller than him, and he despises this. Spearing me with a scathing look, he addresses Santi.
Thank you for this lovely surprise.
Saccharine sweet condescension fills his tone.
I appreciate you returning my belongings and relinquishing the Ecuador territory.
With a flick of Hidalgo's other wrist, 2 armed guards flank me.
Search her thoroughly, then take her to my office.
Reluctance blankets his movements when he releases my wrist. I refuse to massage where I'm certain a bruise is developing and show him weakness. Holding my head high, I meet his gaze steadfast, which he hates. I'll pay for that later. The guard's hands are intrusive as he runs his hands over my body, looking for anything I may have concealed. The other nearly beheads me by yanking my bag free of me, and my scathing muttered words spill out.
If you would have just asked, I would have taken it off.
I'm rewarded for this with a yank of my ponytail that brings tears to my eyes, the roots of my hair erupting in fiery pain.
No weapons.
One guard announces this as he hands my bag to Hidalgo, who appears disappointed. He always loved finding reasons to punish me. Hidalgo sifts through the contents disinterestedly before flinging my bag at me. I catch it against my chest before one of the guards roughly nudges me from behind with the end of his rifle.
Walk.
His second urging nudge toward the hall leading to Hidalgo's office sends me stumbling. I manage to stay upright and make it to his office. Hidalgo's big on whatever makes him feel powerful and in charge, so I'm made to stand in the center of his expensive Persian rug. My ears perk at the sound of his footsteps approaching and the office door closing. I'm braced for it before he draws to a stop in front of me. The blow steals my breath, but I trap the cry in my throat. My head snaps to the side from his backhand, my cheek exploding with pain as wetness trails down past my lip. My eyes lock on the bastard's hand, which just delivered that blow. So, Hidalgo's taken to wearing another fancy ring these days. What a bonus. I stare him in the eyes as I spit at his feet, the mixture of saliva and blood landing on his fancy shoes. His expression grows incensed, and he raises his hand to land another hit, but I stop him dead in his tracks. You might want to look inside that book first and see what's missing. My tone is ominous, and even though it hurts to smile, I force one. And then you'll want to know exactly who has those particular pages.
78. Santiago. 10 hours later. It's been 10 goddamn hours. 10 hours with no word on Lola while she's inside that compound with that monster. I fucking hate waiting, but I know it's what she wants, needs. Without saying it outright, I knew what her plan was and that she needed to do it alone. She's gonna do whatever she can to eliminate that motherfucker, whether or not it's at the cost of her life. Juarez is pissed at me for calling him non-stop. He told me to go home, but he doesn't fucking get it. I don't have a home without Lola. My place was merely a house before she got there, before she effortlessly changed everything in my world and Alma's. Hell, she even changed the way my men initially viewed her. Lola Arias changed my house into a home, and fuck if I'm gonna go back there without her. Stop calling every second. Juarez grinds out the words over the phone. There's no word from Agent Garcia. Now I'm going to say it one last time. A brief pause lingers. Go home and wait for my call. It takes considerable effort not to crush the goddamn phone with my bare hands. Juarez doesn't give a shit that I'm climbing the walls because I'm worried sick about my woman. I've been pacing a path inside our hotel room, and at this point, I'm convinced I'm gonna wear a damn hole in the floor soon. Seated at the table, Gordo clears his throat. I got something I should probably give you. His tone is suspicious as fuck, which has my head snapping in his direction. What do you mean, you got something for me? Lola said to give this to you once she was gone for 48 hours. He reaches into the back pocket of his pants and pulls out some folded papers. But you're not doing so well, so I figure it can't hurt to give this to you now. The fuck? My hands curl into tight fists. You've been holding on to something from her all this time? She made me promise. With a shrug, he taps the papers against his thigh. Said it had to be after 48 hours, or once you got a call from Juarez. My knees go weak at that last part, 'cause I know exactly what a call from Juarez means. Gordo's expression is somber as he offers the papers to me. I didn't look at them, but I was with her when she pulled them straight out of Hidalgo's book. I'm in front of him in the blink of an eye, dropping into the chair opposite him. Eager to see whatever the hell is in the papers, I open them, and a smaller, folded paper drops into my lap. But it's the object with it that makes my heart slow its beating to a near halt. That blue feather's been stuffed at the back of my office drawer for years. Stupid as fuck, but something held me back from tossing it in the trash dozens of times. A tremor takes hold of me as I read the note, the feminine print acting like a gut punch. Dear Santi, if you're reading this, it means I won't be coming back. Please don't be angry with me. I knew what I was walking into, and I don't regret it. I had to do what was necessary to rescue Alma and get her back to you. My only regret is that I won't have more time with you, that I won't have years to show you and Alma how much I love you both. I wasn't trying to snoop through things in your office, but when I found this feather, everything fell into place. We weren't meant to be. My abuelita was right. Fate played a role the night we met at that carnival over a decade ago. It just took me longer than I would have preferred to find you again. Fate has a plan, and we don't always understand it at the time. You and Alma made me feel like I was part of a family for the first time in my life. You gave me a priceless gift I'd never received before. You gave me something I'd resigned myself against the possibility of ever experiencing. You granted me the opportunity to feel what it might be like to be a mother. You allowed me to experience what it's like to have a man care for me, protect me, and accept me regardless of my many imperfections. Whether or not you returned my feelings, I want you to know that, in the short time I was with you and Alma, I loved you both enough for a lifetime. If I learned anything about fate, I know we'll see each other again. Perhaps in another life. Lola. With the metallic blue feather pinched in my fingers, my vision grows blurry as I'm bombarded by everything all at once. Holy fuck, it was her all along. Lola was a woman I'd felt connected to in a way I could never describe. It all falls into place. Why I couldn't pull that trigger from the start. What had been holding me back. There was always an invisible tether joining us. Fate brought us together twice, and I still fucked it up. I should have fought harder against letting her do this. The phantom sensation of someone tearing open my ribs and ripping out my heart makes it impossible to breathe, 'cause I never told her how I feel about her. She doesn't realize there's no fucking way I can live without her. Blinking away the unshed tears, I focus on the feather while my mind travels back to that night. 79. Santiago. Barranquilla Carnival, Colombia, 12 years earlier. I shouldn't be here, but something about this drew me in. For one night, I want to be inconspicuous. I should be reveling in what I've already accomplished, but some days, it feels like I've taken on more than I can handle. It's why I'm here wearing a stupid mask covering my face from below my nose up to my hairline while I'm surrounded by an ass ton of people who don't know me and sure as hell won't recognize me. People in my line of work don't tend to mingle or do shit like this. But I figure it's safe because I'm never predictable, and these people are too busy celebrating and having the time of their lives. It's a foreign kind of sensation, being around so many people who are carefree and letting loose. People who have no idea about the bloodbath that took place a few hours ago. They're clueless about the recon my men and I've been doing. I'm torn by a fraction of envy that they're able to let loose like this, while the other fraction is flat out irritated with myself. I've got shit to do, and I'm screwing off by being here. I'm about to say fuck it and just turn around and leave. Then I see her. It doesn't seem possible with how crowded it is, but our eyes lock and hold. I can only see her from the shoulders up, and she's positively fucking breathtaking. With blonde, chin-length hair, her face is concealed by a blue sequined mask extending to her upper lip. The rest of her face and body is painted black with streaks of metallic blue, and large blue feathery wings fan out from her back. An eagerness I'm not used to propels me forward, and I venture closer, dodging and weaving through the thick crowd. Once I'm in front of her, she peers up at me with eyes so blue they must be colored contacts. Her costume is a strapless, form-fitting bodysuit that molds to her perfect curves, and I realize now that she's dressed as a butterfly, specifically a blue morpho, which is common in my home country of Costa Rica. It's impossible to hear anything above the cacophony of music and overall revelry, let alone have a conversation, so I offered her an upturned palm. It's a silent question I have no right to ask, to expect this beautiful woman to walk farther away from the carnival with me, but I'm driven by a strange sense of urgency. She hesitates long enough that I'm about to let my hand drop, but before I do, she slips her delicate one in mine. I swear to Christ, something's wrong with me, 'cause this just feels right. Like she's supposed to be mine or some shit, which is fucking ridiculous, 'cause I know better than to entertain delusions like that. I knew going into this life that it'd be a solo venture. I'm not built that way regardless. But when she blinks up at me with innocent eyes, I'm tempted to say fuck it and throw away all common sense for her. I lead her away from the thickest part of the crowd until we arrive at a side street where it's not quite as deafening, but we still have to shout to hear each other. "What's your name?" Her lips part to answer before something like fear intermixed with regret flashes across her features, but it's gone before I can be sure. "No names. Not tonight." Disappointment spears me, but I'm not stupid enough to turn her away for something like that. I still got to ask though. "You got a husband? Boyfriend? Anybody special?" Her full lips, painted a shimmery shade of blue, purse resolutely. "No." Relief barrels through me, and a smile tugs at my mouth. Good answer. We edge farther down the street, still hand in hand. "What about you?" "Nope." I smirk. "No husband, boyfriend, or anybody special for me." "Haha." She playfully nudges me with a feathered wing. "What a surprise, especially with your exciting choice of costume." I don't take any offense at her teasing remark, 'cause this festival's notorious for providing the opportunity for people to have the most vibrant colored costumes. But I'm dressed like I always am, in all black, or pretty damn close to it. It's easier to blend in with the darkness and shadows at night, which is when I do most of my work. When I spot the food truck offering carimañolas, I lead her toward it. She pleases me even more when she doesn't balk at me ordering the 2 deep-fried yucca fritters and 2 bottles of water. A second later, when she tries to shove cash at me, is the first time I cut her a look I'm used to giving my men when they don't follow my explicit orders. Her eyes go wide, so big and blue, but I gently tuck the money back in her palm. "Not sure where you had that hidden, but you don't need that with me." Hesitance lingers on her face, but our order's called, and I collect it from the food truck window for us. Grabbing a few napkins, I lead her off to the side, attempting to find a place where we can stop and eat without being jostled to hell and back. All available benches are taken, but I spot a flat concrete stoop that looks promising. I offer to lay down the napkins so she won't risk ruining her costume on the rough, filthy surface, but she shakes her head. I can stand. With a scowl, I sit and carefully set my food and water aside. I pat my thighs. "Have a seat." Blue eyes flash with surprise. "But my wings will be fine and out of the way." I gently tug her so she's sitting sideways on my lap. "There. Now we're good. But your pants will get ruined from the concrete. Concern lights her features. You should treat Armani better than that. Interesting. So she knows her upscale brands. Armani'd understand that I gotta be a gentleman. Her smile makes me feel like a fucking schoolboy with his first crush. Even though her colored contacts are a pretty blue to match her costume, I wish I could see her without them. Fuck. Something's really wrong with me if I'm tied in knots over a woman's eyes. When she raises her carimañola to my lips, it feels normal to let her feed me. Like we're not two strangers who just met, but potential lovers. I offer her bites of mine as we alternate, and our conversation is easy. It's like we've known each other for a lifetime instead of mere minutes. We discover we both have a weakness for good coffee, keeping our bodies healthy, aside from indulging here and there, and love reading just about anything we can get our hands on. She's smart, witty as hell, and gorgeous. I've never met a woman I actually enjoyed talking to as much as this. Hell, I never enjoyed spending time with a woman I wasn't trying to fuck. It's why, for the first time in my life, I hold back. I want to kiss her so fucking bad, but I don't. 'Cause she's not like the others. She's classy. It's obvious in how she carries herself and her recognition of what I'm wearing. But she's also got a sweetness about her that's rare. Once we've finished our food, she shifts like she's gonna get up, but I stop her with a hand on her hip. Just fine where you're at. A shy smile plays at her lips, but when she catches sight of the time on my watch, her entire body goes wrought with tension. She scrambles off my lap, nearly taking off my head with her wings. Her brow creases with worry. I need to go. Panic scalds my insides as I straighten, 'cause every fiber in my body is screaming for more time with her. I'll walk you back. No, it's fine. She says this abruptly before her eyes take on a sadness that has my gut twisting in knots. Stepping closer, she presses a kiss to my cheek. I'll remember this night forever. The finality of her words puts the bitter taste of regret on my tongue. I give in to the urge to grab her wrist before she can dart away. Meet me here again tomorrow night. The words are out before I realize it. Fuck. I've never sought a woman's attention, let alone begged her to spend more time with me. It's not me being cocky. That's just the truth. Our eyes hold, and the anguish in hers confuses me. She eases her wrist from my hold, then plucks one perfect metallic blue feather from her wings and places it in my palm. Closing my fingers around it, she gives my hand a quick squeeze. In another life. With those 3 words, she's off, disappearing into the crowd that's only grown thicker with each passing minute. I lose sight of her and those blue wings far quicker than I'd like, but I don't chase after her, even though every muscle in my body protests. I can't. There's no room in my life for anybody. I'm building my empire, making a name for myself. Soon, nobody's gonna associate the name Santiago Hernandez with the dirt-poor Tico kid from the worst barrio. Instead, they'll know that Santiago Hernandez is the most powerful narco in not only Costa Rica, but all of Central America. That I'm expanding my territory and even making deals throughout South America. No woman wants to come second to that, and I've never been tempted to rethink my goals or reconsider my path. Until now. I'd never admit it out loud, 'cause it sounds crazy as fuck, but I swear I saw possibilities in her eyes. Opening my hand, I stare at the feather she gave me. It fucking figures. The first woman to shake up my world is one I don't even have a name for, nor do I have the time to consider tracking her down. Lightly stroking my thumb over the feather's softness, I mutter to myself, my voice lost in the surrounding noise. In another life. Tucking the feather in my pocket, I cast one final glance in the direction she disappeared in before I turn and leave. Once I reach the outskirts where I parked my vehicle, I toss the mask in a nearby trash can and drive off. It's the last Barranquilla Carnival I ever attend. 80. Santiago. Present. Grief pummels me like I've allowed Gordo free rein over me with his fists, but I push past it to inspect the other pages. At the top of the first page is a familiar name of a narco up in Guatemala I've had a few minor run-ins with. Hidalgo made notes and listed other information, with highly intimate knowledge of the man. The kind of info that's powerful enough to be used as blackmail. Motherfucker. The muttered words fall from my lips as I flip to the next page. One by one, my stunned eyes soak up the priceless intel. None of it provokes an unparalleled fury inside me, though. Until I get to the last page. I stare down at it after reading it over twice. No fucking way. I blink, confident that I'm too stressed and emotional to be seeing it right. Nope. It's right there in black ink. In Hidalgo's fucking penmanship. My mind races, thinking back to all the times I've had my men help intercept the women Hidalgo's trafficked, when we've teamed up with Juarez and his crew. My eyes lift, landing on Gordo. Whatever he sees on my face has him looking alarmed, and with good reason. What is it? I glance down at the paper before scrubbing a hand on my face. Think we need to round up the men. And pretty fucking quick. His expression turns wary. Yeah? Yeah. I hand him the papers with the game changer on top. Gripping the knotted muscles in the back of my neck, I shoot up to my feet and pace while he scans it. When a low muttered, "Fuck," reaches my ears, I stop and face him. He looks as shell-shocked as I feel. Boss, we had no way of knowing. I cut him off, my tone pissy. I should have known. You can't pick up on everything. We worked together for fucking years. My jaw goes so tight, my molars start to ache. And all this time, we've been helping that bastard intercept these innocent women from Hidalgo. I grip the knotted muscles in the back of my neck that grow tighter by the second. We've been handing them over to his motherfucking team, only to find out Juarez is selling those women to an even higher bidder? I slam my fist against the table, rattling the few items atop it. Here we thought we were helping. With my fist clenched so tightly, my blunt nails dig into my palms. We've been fucking played, goddammit. I brace myself to say the words out loud. Lola's planning to take out Hidalgo by herself. My throat fills with razor blades. And she's gonna go down with him if we're not fast enough. Can't get in touch with Agent Garcia. Tried again and again, but got nothing but radio silence. I'm securing my bulletproof vest when Gordo relays this. Once I drop my hands at my sides, our eyes meet, but we're interrupted by Alma. You're gonna rescue Lola, right, Daddy? Her big brown eyes peered up at me with all the faith in the world. I'm gonna do my best. I bend my knees to bring us closer to eye level, while pride roars through me at how resilient and strong she's been throughout this shit. On its heels comes the nauseating reminder that my other girl's still trapped inside with that motherfucker. Now, you got to stay safe with Diego. Got it? Got it. She smiles and pats my cheek. Love you, Daddy. The words catch on invisible barbs in my throat, but I force them out. My voice sounds harsh and ragged to my own ears. Love you too. When I cover the hand she patted my cheek with, my fingers encounter something metallic. Every muscle in my body goes still as I stare at the butterfly chain wrapped twice around my daughter's wrist. My eyes lift to meet Alma's. Where'd you get this? From Lola. When? When she hugged me in front of that fucker's house. Language. Urgency has me rushing on. She gave that to you then? She nods. She put it in my pocket with this. Alma reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small folded paper and hands it to me. My fingers fumble with it before I get it open. Alma, I love you like the daughter I've always dreamed of having. Stay safe for me and keep your father out of trouble. Love always, Lola. You okay, Daddy? I cleared my throat a few times to be able to speak, 'cause I've tortured enough people and ended enough lives to know what people say when they know they're not coming back. They don't just fix a broken chain for the hell of it and give it to a kid during a hostage exchange. My eyes burn, but I force a nod. I'm okay. Now you stay safe and don't go anywhere. Diego and Andreas are in charge of the men here with you till I get back. Okay. Minutes later, Gordo and I stand in front of my men in our SUVs, their attentions trained on me as I dress them. I've never asked any of you to go with me where I wasn't prepared to go first. I've never led you into some place where I knew or even thought we wouldn't all be walking back out of. I survey each of them. You might have needed some help walking out, but you were able to get out. With a pause, I slide my hands in my pockets. I can't guarantee any of that right now. What I will say is, I'm gonna find a way into Hidalgo's, and I'm gonna tear that place apart until I find my woman. My men stare back at me with somber expressions as I continue. I'm asking you to go with me, but in this instance, I'll understand if you don't want to take the risk. With that, I step back. I've never done this. I've never given my men an out before. But we're gonna be vastly outnumbered. If I'm being honest, it's a fucking death wish. Gilberto is the first to speak. Count me in, boss. Next is Luis. I'm in. The smallest thread of worry edges through in his tone. If Miss Arias needs us, then we need to be there for her. One by one, they chime in, their expressions somber yet determined. I've never been prouder and more humbled before. These men are prepared to go on what's closer to a suicide mission with me for Lola. She has no idea she won these men over without even trying. Just by being the strong, ballsy woman she is, she's gained their alliance. She won the love and trust of my daughter. Most of all, she somehow wedged herself deep inside my cold black heart. Never thought I'd want a future with anybody. Until her. Gordo clamps a hand on my shoulder, giving it a quick squeeze. Let's bring her back home where she belongs. Once we're packed into our SUVs, Gordo leads the caravan. Within minutes, we stop along the outskirts of Hidalgo's compound, out of surveillance range, prepared to breach it on foot. The moment we step out of our vehicles, an explosion hits that so powerful, it feels like the world rocks on its axis. Ears ringing, we stare at the enormous fireball ahead, right where Hidalgo's compound is.
81. Lola. 2 hours prior to the initial explosion. I feel much better than I look, and I look like absolute shit. Although my fractured ribs aren't visible, everything else is. My left eye swollen shut, the bruise along my right cheekbone is now a lovely shade of purple, and my skin is scabbed from where Hidalgo's ring broke the surface. I consider myself lucky that my hands and legs are still in working order. Just a little longer. I've been silently reciting this while I wait for Agent Garcia to make contact. I've already contemplated what to do if she doesn't do so within the 48-hour window she set. Scenarios flitted through my mind, but the end result is always the same. I will kill Hidalgo Carrera, regardless of the cost. The deep voice from the guard standing outside my room drifts beneath the door. Not supposed to let anyone in. Irritation colors the woman's voice. Mrs. Carrera is suffering from her menstrual cycle. I'm here with the necessities to alleviate her discomfort. An awkward beat of silence lingers. I'll need to inspect everything. Of course you will. The woman scoffs. I'd report you for negligence if you didn't. A moment later, suspicion drenches the guard's tone. What's this for? Well, Hidalgo's the reason I don't have a uterus. I still have my ovaries and cervix. I don't normally have painful cramping, similar to when my female parts were all fully intact. But with the high-stress situation I'm in, my body is quite upset at the moment. For alleviating her menstrual cramps, of course. From what I can tell, Mrs. Carrera's ovaries are... That's enough! Like most men, the guard balks and rushes on with, Go ahead. The outside lock of the door clicks before the guard draws it open, allowing the woman inside. Make it quick, he warns before slamming the door shut. In her starched staff uniform, hair perfectly coiffed per Hidalgo standards, the woman rushes toward the dresser. I scan her critically, wondering how long she's been working for him. She lifts her tray to the wooden surface, and her eyes meet my good one in the mirror's reflection. I wonder if she knows how horrific her boss is, or if she simply doesn't give a shit. God knows I was once surrounded by dozens of employees paid to look the other way. Even if they didn't want to, the threat on their life and those of their loved ones was always enough to ensure their silence. The woman's tone is polite and businesslike as she surveys me from head to toe. When she doesn't register the slightest bit of concern on her features, I suppose that answers my question. "How are you feeling today, Mrs. Carrera?" "I've been better." I'm careful with my response because I know Hidalgo has every inch of this place wired for surveillance. This room may not have a camera, at least not one I could detect, but I'm confident I'm monitored by audio. "Are you still suffering from abdominal cramps?" I squint at her, but instantly regret the facial expression that causes pain to lance through me. My tone is wary. "Yes." "Just as I thought." Her tone is conversational. "It's best to have something on hand for the discomfort." Every fiber in my body tenses, because something feels off about this. I can't pinpoint if it's her eerily calm tone or the strange fact that she's questioning me about my menstrual cramps. Hidalgo never wanted to know a thing about that, let alone permitted it to be mentioned. I edge a step backward, my back flush with the window barred from the outside. Frantically, I scan the room for any available weapon, but the only one I have is the metal track I removed from the middle dresser drawer. The same dresser she's standing in front of. With careful precision, she sets out a heating pad and 2 options for pain relievers on the dresser. Once she backs away, she carefully slides her hand into her apron and removes something. "If you can hold out a bit longer," her eyes lift, possessing an odd intensity, "you'll soon be free of discomfort." I regard her silently, our eyes holding as she crosses the room. When she reaches for my hand, I stiffen, the fingers of my other hand curling into a fist. She tucks a small foldable pocket knife into my palm and presses my fingers closed around it. Is this a setup of some sort? I don't dare say a word. I stand stock still while the woman backs away. She gathers her tray and offers a subdued smile. "Be sure to get extra rest, Mrs. Carrera." On cue, the guard swings open the door, his gaze as suspicious as ever, but she wordlessly steps past him and disappears from sight. When the guard's attention lands on me, his eyes turn arctic. His index and middle fingers are taped in a splint, thanks to me. He tried to put his hands somewhere he shouldn't have, all under the guise of searching me a second time for weapons. He was a tattletale, of course. His wounded ego had wanted retaliation against the woman who'd hurt him and his ego. With Hidalgo's gleeful permission, the guard had punched me in the face for my misbehavior. The asshole's punch knocked me off balance. Before I could get to my feet, Hidalgo delivered a handful of brutal kicks, gifting me with newly fractured ribs. I suppose I should be impressed that it only took a few hours for me to sustain this many injuries. In years past, he would never outsource the torture. But things have significantly shifted. Lifting my chin a notch, I meet the guard's gaze head-on. Pure disgust radiates from him, only intensifying when he notices the sanitary pads on the dresser. Like the petulant asshole he is, he stomps out, slamming the door shut behind him. The lock slides into place a moment later. Holy shit. My skin prickles with nervous anticipation. I have a weapon now. A much more viable one, too. But I still can't confirm whether I was given this knife to protect myself or to be caught red-handed, as another reason to incur a beating. I have no way of knowing if that was Agent Garcia or not, and with everything being monitored, I can't afford to make an error. But as I test the knife's weight in my hand, it births a new brand of hope. This knife could very well be my saving grace. 82. Lola. 30 minutes prior to the initial explosion. The guard on duty yanks open my bedroom door to bark orders at me. Jefe wants you ready for dinner in 30 minutes. He hangs a dress on the hook mounted to the back of the door before placing a shoebox on the dresser. As quickly as he entered, he exits with a slam of the door and a click of the lock. The drab navy blue dress may have a designer label, but it's hideous. Ankle length with long sleeves, Hidalgo undoubtedly wants my tattoos concealed. I also know, before I even remove the lid of the shoebox, that a pair of flats awaits me. Typical. But if Hidalgo expects me to play along, he's in for quite a surprise. I left behind the docile woman who was barely surviving 5 years ago. That's when Rosa Carrera died. Lola Arias doesn't cower to any man, even when the result is brutal punishment. A sense of serenity washes over me, allowing the tension in my muscles to ebb. When my bedroom door opens 30 minutes later, the guard's eye twitches at my appearance. He mutters, "Jefe won't like this." Too fucking bad. With a jerk of his head, he gestures for me to precede him. Once I exit the bedroom, he jabs me in the lower back with his rifle. Move. Super! Yet another asshole who's eager to rough up a woman. Once we arrive in the dining room, the guard ushers me to the chair directly to the right of where Hidalgo sits at the head of the table. Lit candles adorn the enormous antique wooden table, a pristine white table runner along the length. If it were anyone else, I'd assume he was setting the mood for romance. But all Hidalgo's programmed for is violence and hatred. He's reading something on his cell phone, but when his focus lifts to me, there's no denying the satisfaction I get from his reaction to my attire. His entire expression sours, mouth thinning into a punishing line. Without tearing his eyes off me, he barks out a command. "Leave us." The guard closes the doors, leaving us alone in the enormous dining room. I slide onto the seat and unfold my cloth napkin with flair. "What's for dinner? I'm starving." "What?" He forces each word from between clenched teeth. "Are you wearing?" I glance down at the same clothes I'd had on all day. "Oh, this? Well, I've lost some weight but gained muscle in other places, so I thought..." The backhand is expected, but it's the last one he'll ever deliver. He just doesn't know it yet. Holding his gaze, I run my tongue along my lips and gather the fresh blood. With my hands in my lap, my fingertips tingle in anticipation as they inch closer to what's tucked in my jeans pocket. Once I ease the knife open beneath the table, confidence sparks to life inside me. On the heels of that confidence, though, comes a flood of calm relief. Knowing I'll be ending this monster's life once and for all is a heady sensation. Certainly, there are dozens of other monsters out there. I would never deny that. But I'm going to seize the opportunity to extinguish one who single-handedly made my life a nightmare, along with countless other women's. I know this is it, that I'll only get one chance, that I'll likely die too, by the hands of one of his guards before I can make my escape. The difference is, last time, I was terrified of death. I wanted to avoid it at all costs. I needed someone else to provide a way out for me. Before, I didn't have the courage to extinguish this demonic monster. This time, however, I've come to terms with my fate. I've accepted the prospect of death because I'm not the same woman I once was. I've now loved with all my heart. I've been granted the taste of freedom. I've experienced the trust of one of the jungle's most beautiful and dangerous creatures. This time, I know, I've actually lived. This time, my heart is full and not arid and empty. I'm ready to reunite with my abuelita and belleza. Hidalgo's smile is chilling. I see you've become quite unruly and obstinate. I look forward to curing you of this. Boom! The deafening sound jars me in my seat. My bones feel as though they rattle violently within my body. Everything on the dinner table bounces along the wooden surface, the tremors knocking over the candles. The table runner bursts into flames. Boom! The second explosion rocks the entire house. The hairs along the back of my neck rise in warning, as if to alert me that this is an obvious sign. Hidalgo jumps from his seat, rushing toward the window where the view consists of nothing but black smoke. With his attention diverted from me, I launch myself toward him, driving the knife's blade directly into his right jugular. I yank with all my force, dragging the blade across his neck to puncture his left jugular, ensuring there's no chance of survival. Blood rushes from his neck as he clutches at his throat, his legs giving way.
He drops to the floor, and I follow him down. My hands are soaked in his blood, so I use the bottom of my tank top, stretching it to reach the knife's grip. Wrapping it around the handle, I'm able to get a better hold and pull the blade from his wretched body. His mouth gapes open like a fish, eyes wide with shock. I wish I had time to carve my name into his skin, but I can't afford the delay. I jump to my feet and race to the set of doors leading to the kitchen. They fly open, and I find myself staring directly down the barrel of a gun, just as more guards fling open the main doors behind me. And shots are fired. I barely register the pain along the side of my head before my vision sways and everything goes black.
83. Santiago. Shortly after the explosions. It's a shit show at the remnants of what used to be Hidalgo's compound, even after the fire crew put out the blaze. We made our way onto the property as Juarez was securing the site and requesting an additional crew to help process the scene. The scent of burning flesh is pungent as hell. Smoke still wafts in some areas, ashes covering most everything around. Bodies scatter the ground. Some are dismembered, while others are horribly charred. Nobody can tell me a damn thing about whether or not Lola's body was found. There's still no trace of her, and I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Juarez's face has a permanent scowl as he barks orders to his crew. I don't care what you have to do. Find me that goddamn book and her body, and bring them to me now. The exhausted-looking 20-year-old man mutters, "Yes, sir," before turning around and plodding off. His protective jumpsuit's already blackened with soot and whatever other shit he's had to sift through in this mess. Juarez pins me with a sharp look. You're not supposed to be here. Not supposed to do a lot of things, but here I am. When he surveys my vest, his suspicion is potent. What are you wearing that for? Protection. That's all I say, 'cause I don't owe him an explanation. Not anymore. He looks like he's about to lash out at me when someone else calls for him. Agent Juarez, I think we found something. Another young guy in a jumpsuit rushes forward. His eagerness for approval stains the air, his body vibrating with excitement. If he only knew what kind of motherfucker he's dealing with. If he only knew what Juarez does in his downtime. Juarez barks out. What is it? The younger man's eyes bounce cautiously from Juarez to me, then to Gordo, and back to his boss. We found an escape tunnel. Juarez is smart enough to know something's changed between us. I'm not bothering to hide it either, but he's too obsessed with finding even the barest remnants of Hidalgo's book and Lola's body that he ignores Gordo and me tagging along to see the tunnel. Holy shit. Juarez mutters this under his breath as we stare down the opening. His head snaps up, eyes locked on two particular members of his evidence cleanup team. Anyone head down there to clear the area? Yes and no. The female and male glance at each other before the female says, We just discovered it and are in the process of clearing it. Agent Kerrigan reported that the tunnel seems lengthy, but we haven't found where it ends yet. Juarez's hand impatiently cuts through the air. You better find out where the hell it leads. His frantic eyes search the scene, his voice booming over those sifting through the rubble and others' conversations. And where the hell is Agent Garcia? Gordo and I exchange a look, 'cause Juarez has never been this rabid in the years we've worked together. Something's got him spooked, and bad. I don't know, sir. She was here earlier, but I'm here. A woman approaches, her long legs moving in confident strides. Smears of ash and blood decorate her face, along with scrapes and bruises along her arms and jawline. She's dressed in Hidalgo's employee uniform, her white blouse and black knee-length skirt ripped and bloodied. She looks like shit, so it makes sense she's the one they had on the inside who got caught in the blast. How about you tell me what the hell happened here? Juarez bites out the demand. Standing with her feet shoulder-width apart, Agent Garcia meets his stare head-on. I was inside when the explosion happened, sir. He plants his hands on his hips, brows rising. Did you witness who attacked Hidalgo? Agent Garcia's expression remained stoic. No, sir. I discovered him after he was already deceased. Gordo's eyes cut to mine. Hidalgo's dead? Well, shit. That's excellent fucking news. Juarez squints at the female agent. Someone decided to puncture his jugular. His jaw works. On both sides, no less. Agent Garcia remained silent for a bit. It's common knowledge that Mr. Carrera had many enemies. I don't suppose you know what happened to Mrs. Carrera, do you? Impatience lines Juarez's features, his tone sarcastic as fuck. Plenty of bodies still need to be identified, sir. Juarez doesn't bother to hide how much he dislikes her answer. Keep me apprised, Garcia. Yes, sir. Only now does she slide a curious glance our way, her eyes lingering a split second longer on Gordo before she walks off. When Juarez heads over to other agents processing the scene, I raise a brow at Gordo and tip my head, silently commanding him to step away from the tunnel entrance. To avoid being overheard, my voice is muted. Wanna tell me what that was about? What? His expression might pass for innocence if he were anybody else, but I know him too well. So I pin him with a heavy stare. The asshole holds it for far too long, testing my damn patience. I pinched the bridge of my nose in frustration. The last time we did this, you wouldn't tell me why you were so fucking moody, and it ended up being 'cause that blonde from the swanky eco-lodge broke up with you when we were 17. He gasps, frowning with exaggeration as he massages the center of his chest like I've wounded his feelings. Too soon, Santi. Too soon. I lift my eyes to the damn sky and mutter, fuck me. Gordo leans in. Agent Garcia and I met by pure happenstance. I squint at him. You've been reading my dictionary again, haven't you? It's in your office when I steal your Imperial. Can't help it if I read whatever you've got marked. He shrugs. I've discovered knowledge pairs well with beer. When I pin him with an impatient look, he sighs. Okay, so we met and didn't know each other's careers. He lifts his shoulder again in a partial shrug. It came out after the fact. After the fact, meaning, I prompt. He gives me a, you know what the fuck I mean look before continuing. And she didn't take it so well. I scan for the sight of the female agent. Once I lay eyes on her, I pose the most critical question. Can she be trusted? Gordo's response is immediate. More than he can. Not reassuring. Before I can question him further, somebody shouts from the tunnel opening. I found something. 84. Santiago. 9 months after Lola's disappearance. You know, it's not fun trying to sneak into your office and steal a beer anymore. I don't bother turning to face him. My attention remains on the jungle as I brace my hands on the metal railing that borders the side of the house. Gordo sidles up beside me. Got a call from Agent Garcia. I fight against the hope threatening to break free. Whenever I thought I had a lead, it was a dead end. Nobody could say what the hell happened to Lola in that explosion. Too many bodies were unaccounted for and unidentifiable, but I know deep in my bones that she didn't die. She evaded death once before under the guise of unidentifiable remains. No reason to believe she couldn't do it again. Gordo's faith is fading though. The past few months, the more leads I went after, the quieter he got with more concern written on his face. I can't get people outside my circle to dig for clues on Lola, 'cause I risk bringing more attention to her. Not with word of Hidalgo's death spreading like wildfire, and Juarez and some of his agents going to trial. There's too much at stake. But now, Gordo thinks I'm wasting my time. He hasn't said it outright, but I know he thinks Lola's dead. Worst thing about it is, I waver sometimes, wondering if there's a chance he's right. The Lola I know would have done everything she could to get back to me, and to Alma. But here I am, desperate to hold on to the last thread of hope. The main thing that's motivated me the past few months is the evidence brought against Juarez and several of his colleagues. The trial was fast-tracked due to the high-profile nature of who they'd been working with. A part of me regrets not taking Juarez out, but it would have brought too much attention to me and my business. Plus, my main concern's been Lola and trying to figure out if she somehow made it out of Hidalgo's alive. Watching Juarez go to trial publicly and suffer irreparable damage to his reputation and ego was still pretty damn satisfying. Now that Juarez and the other agents have been convicted and sentenced to prison, I know they won't last long in there. Convicts fucking hate anybody with a badge of any kind, and when it comes to people who prey on young women and kids, fuck, there's no hope they'll survive long in there. As it turned out, Juarez had a preference for the underage females Hidalgo trafficked. For that alone, the motherfucker deserves to get tortured in that joint. He's been in prison for exactly 11 days, and while I could easily call in a favor and end his life, I don't have it in me right now. I'd die before admitting it, but I'm fucking heartsick. That's the only way to put it. I miss my woman, and my daughter misses the closest thing to a mother she has ever had. Gordo continues, drawing me from my thoughts. Agent Garcia had something interesting to say. What's that? A fight broke out in Juarez's wing of the prison. Prisoners overpowered the guards and... Gordo rested his large forearms on the railing. Somebody took out Juarez. My fingers tightened around the railing. He's dead? Uh-huh. It was messy, too, from what she said. Good. Gordo goes quiet for a moment. Garcia also said the file on Lola must have been accidentally deleted somehow. Even the hard copy of the file was misplaced. Nobody can seem to find it. He grunts. Typical government incompetence. I cut him a curious glance. That's so. Yeah. He meets my gaze. You know what that means. That without any proof, no charges can be brought against her for the murder of Agent Molino. I duck my head staring down at my hands. That's good news. My voice grows hoarse. Real good news. Gordo hesitates before posing his question. Find anything else? My words are subdued, but there's no mistaking the hope laced in them. Got some intel about that tunnel leading from Hidalgo's compound. A crease of concentrated interest forms between his brows. What about it? Apparently, they found long dark hair caught in the hinge of the door leading to it. His eyebrows rise. No shit? No shit. I grimace cause the next part doesn't incite any hope. Only thing is, the other end of that tunnel remained locked up tight. No signs of anybody breaching it in an escape. Brackets form around his mouth, mirroring my frustration. Fuck. I let out a sigh. Yeah. His large palm lands on my shoulder. Gonna call it a night. You should do the same. I offer a silent nod, but we both know I won't. The jungle's the closest reminder of Lola. Gonna stay put for a while longer. Gordo hesitates before excusing himself, leaving me to my thoughts once again. It isn't long before I catch the sound of small footsteps approaching rapidly. An urgent sounding, "Daddy!" greets me, and I turn, catching Alma in the nick of time as she launches herself at me. I hoist her up, and she squeezes me tightly, burying her face in my neck. The sensation of dampness from her tears has my gut twisting into a vicious knot. I had a bad dream. I smooth a hand over her back. Nothing to be afraid of. The bad man's dead, remember? I know. She sniffles but stays silent for a while, letting me hold her. Finally she whispers, "Daddy, I miss Lola." My eyes fall closed. Me too, baby. The inside of my throat feels like it's coated with sandpaper. Me too. 85. Santiago. 10 months after Lola's disappearance. Boss? Gordo's announcement has me tearing my focus off the profit spreadsheet. Got a visitor asking to see you. I squint at him, wondering who the hell he's referring to, when an impatient female voice carries down the hall. I get it. You're super masculine and dangerous. But all I want is to talk with your fearless leader, okay? I massage my temples as the woman's voice draws closer. You've already searched me and confirmed there's no Shiv up my ass. And we've been through this song and dance before, so I'm just going to find him myself. The footsteps draw to a stop, and when Gordo steps aside, the woman appears in my doorway. Expelling a wary breath, I greet her. Hola, Sabrina. Hola. She tosses her hands in the air, her tone exasperated. That's what you say? Hola? She plops down in one of the chairs. Any updates? I can't bear to say it, so I shake my head. The way she physically appears to deflate kills me, 'cause I feel the same way. Boss. Gordo's voice booms from down the hall. Incoming. The fuck? I barely have a second to wonder what the hell he's talking about when two men stroll into my office. I narrow my eyes on the one who's never before had the cojones to step foot in my home. Sure, he stopped me when I've driven through the village and asked, but he's never been desperate or ballsy enough to come here. Stubbornly, I address the other man first. Nice to see you, Esteban. The older man dips his chin and ambles over to the second chair beside Sabrina. He gently eases himself into it. I was out for a walk and ran into Nando. We got to talking and wanted to see if you had any word on Miss Lola. I lean back in my chair and cross my arms, my piercing glare leveled on the damn cop. This your idea? I couldn't say no to Esteban. Nando shrugs. After all, I was also interested to know if there was any news. Gordo appears outside my office door, and the bastard's doing a shit job of stifling a smile. Look, boss, isn't it great? The gang's all here. My searing glare would have already sent anybody else running, but not Gordo. The fucker just grins. With what feels like a throat full of nails, I swallow hard before delivering the same update I've received time and again. No news. That response is enough to wipe the usual animosity from Nando's features. Esteban's face falls, and Sabrina wrings her hands in her lap, her expression etched with worry. Nando leans against the bookshelf, his survey sweeping over the few photos I framed. They're all from surveillance footage I combed through. One is of Lola and Alma laughing together while they were playing outside, when I kissed Lola in the kitchen after asking her to dinner. One of her and Alma snuggling together in her bed when my girl had a nightmare. If she comes back to me, when she comes back, I'm gonna take as many photos as I can. I don't want to have to scrounge for images of my woman ever again. Sabrina releases a disappointed sound before rising from the chair. Her eyes are downcast, sadness creasing her face. I should go. She lifts her eyes to mine. Promise to keep me updated. I offer a curt nod. Of course. When she strides around my desk, my movements are hesitant as I rise. Sabrina surprises me by hugging me tightly. Awkwardly, I pat her back, wondering what the hell brought this on. She lets out a little laugh against my chest. Please tell me you don't suck at giving hugs to Lola like this. I scowl at the insult. Fuck no. She rears back and peers up at me with a thoughtful expression. Her words are whispered, meant for only me. No other man would spend this long looking for her. Her eyes grow shiny with tears yet to fall, and she pats my chest with a sad smile. You really do love her. Wherever she is, I'm certain she knows it. Jesus Christ. I'm relieved when she draws away and says goodbye to the others before exiting my office. Esteban slaps his knee before slowly straightening from the chair. He fixes Nando with a polite smile. Would you mind letting me have a private word with Mr. Hernandez? Nando casts me a glance, giving me the impression he wasn't prepared for the old man's request. But all he says is, sure, and strides out. Esteban studies me for a moment. You're a busy man, and yet you've entertained my visits and inquiries. He tips his head to the side, a small smile playing at his lips. I've met a lot of people in my days, and I can tell you this. There's not a single man I've come across who has the determination and love you have for Miss Lola. He lightly raps his knuckles against my desk, which means there's no doubt that she'll make her way back here to you. I don't have it in me to tell him that every month that passes without her, I battle against losing hope. By the time the old man makes his way out of my office, I'm feeling frayed as fuck and not in the mood to deal with Nando. So, of course, he comes waltzing back in like he owns the place. He stops just inside and leans against the door jamb. I sink into my chair with a grunt. Say what you've got to say and get it over with. He smirks. Never seen you this grumpy before. At my dark glare, he saunters over, returning to the bookshelf with the framed photos. Always been an arrogant bastard, but this? You're acting like a heartsick fool. Get the fuck out of here, Nando. He ignores me and picks up the frame of Lola and me where she's peering up at me with a soft expression. I wonder if that's when she started falling in love with me. Never thought I'd see the day the notorious Santiago Hernandez was fucked up over a woman. He replaces the frame before facing me and slides his hands in his pockets. His following words catch me off guard. I never had a chance with her, but at one point, I thought I was the better man for her. A rough sound rumbles deep in my chest, my tone fierce. Nobody on this goddamn earth is good enough for her. Expression somber, Nando studies me for a beat. Funny enough, that right there sets me at ease. At my questioning look, he shakes his head, his voice lowered. For your sake, I hope like hell she comes back. Quietly he turns and heads for the door. When he approaches the threshold, though, he pauses, then casts me a glance over his shoulder. That glint in his eyes makes me uneasy. I think I like the heartbroken Hernandez better. He's nicer and more approachable. Fuck off, Nando. I force the words from between gritted teeth. He steps from my office only to turn back around, his expression bordering on somber. He hovers in the doorway, his voice muted. Didn't realize all you'd been doing for those women. Carrera was a grade A motherfucker whose trafficking operations slipped through our fingers time and again. So, he visibly hesitates. Thanks for that. I survey him critically, gauging him for sincerity, but his gratitude seemed legitimate. That's always been something I'll never fucking partake in. His mouth presses thin, and he gives a slow nod. You might not be as bad as I thought, Hernandez. A harsh laugh breaks free. Can't go soft on me, Nando. Wouldn't be as much fun without you giving me shit. He leans a shoulder against the door jamb, his features turning thoughtful. I might be able to overlook the other stuff if you let me in on future trafficking info. I raise a brow. You proposing a partnership? He shrugs. Let's just say I've been reassessing some shit in my life. A hard glint enters his gaze. I'm not saying I approve of everything you do, but you might not be as bad as I thought. It's not every day I'm stunned speechless, but he's gone and done it. The asshole has the audacity to wink at me before he disappears from sight. Of course, I'm not granted a reprieve, 'cause a second later, Gordo haunts my damn doorway. He makes a show of scanning the entirety of my office. This month's family reunion's over, I take it. I shoot up from my chair, round the desk, and stomp toward him. Grabbing hold of the heavy door, I slam it closed in his face. Gordo's laughter travels beneath the door, taunting me as I stride back to my desk. I stop halfway, though, and grab that particular framed photo of Lola and me and place it on my desk. Then I get back to work. 86. Santiago. 1 year after Lola's disappearance. That's it. Time for you to get some sleep. At my stern look, Alma heaves out a disappointed sigh. Okay. If I let her, she'd demand that I tell her 500 stories each night. She pulls the sheet up beneath her arms and toys with her butterfly bracelet. She never takes it off, And it's no secret why. Lola Arias left her mark on us, and she's sure as hell not a woman who's easily forgotten. I miss her, Daddy. Those big brown eyes peer up at me. Her mouth tips up in a smile. But I think she'll come back soon. My chest constricts because I hate the doubt that keeps rearing its ugly head. I'm not sure Lola's coming back. My woman defied death once, but not everybody can do that twice. But she did succeed in killing that motherfucker Hidalgo. That's what Agent Garcia finally, reluctantly shared with us, after Gordo and I incessantly badgered her. Lola brutally killed Hidalgo before being shot. Juarez's team found traces of her blood and bullet casings amidst the little evidence they managed to salvage from the explosion and fire damage. The team concluded the dismembered body parts that showed signs of torture before being incinerated beyond recognition were Lola's. Gordo still thinks I'm a fool for continuing to search for any traces of Lola through South and Central America. I've kept it quiet and been doing most of the legwork myself, because I don't need others outside our circle to know what I'm doing. Only Gordo and my best 3 men, Diego, Luis, and Miguel, have been helping me. It sounds crazy, and maybe I'm just swimming in an ocean of denial, but I feel like I'd know if she were dead. That this heart of mine wouldn't be missing her so damn bad, but it'd be even worse. My woman sacrificed her safety and well-being so I could get my daughter back. And although I've seen shit go sideways countless times, for some reason, I'm having a hard time believing it could end like this for Lola. For us. Night, Daddy. Love you. Night, baby. I smooth a hand over her curls before I turn off her light. Love you. I edge out of her room, closing the door behind me. I'm still not used to saying those words, but if all this shit has taught me anything, it's to never hold back. I shouldn't be afraid of saying words that I mean just because I'm not used to them. Lola taught me a lot. That I shouldn't be afraid of words that mean everything to others. That I matter more to this little girl of mine than I realized. That I was fucking around all these years, thinking I didn't need anybody. Thinking I already had everything I needed. I head to my office, intent on tackling some work. Whatever it takes to keep me distracted from missing Lola. Somebody's waiting on me, it seems. The bastard's even sitting in my chair, his feet propped on the edge of the desk, ankles crossed, drinking my goddamn beer. Get the fuck out of my chair. My tone is weirdier than threatening, which is probably why he grins and slowly drops his feet and rises. Sauntering over to the small fridge beside the bookshelf, he pulls out another Imperial. He removes the cap and extends it to me. I grab the beer and circle my desk before slumping into my seat, the leather creaking beneath me. I force myself to take a long drink of beer before voicing the question. Tonight weighs heavily on me, heavier than usual, 'cause it's exactly a year since Lola left. It takes concentrated effort to force the words out. Any news? He waits for my gaze to meet his before he answers, and fuck if it doesn't feel like a simultaneous gut punch and knee slam to my dick. 'Cause his expression says it all. Gordo shakes his head slowly. Not a trace of her to be found. Fuck. The bottom of my stomach still drops even though this isn't new. I've been getting the same result every time. Gordo tips back his beer, taking a long swallow before leveling me with a sharp look. My tone is gruff. What? Not planning to give up any time soon, huh? No. My answer is immediate. Gordo leans forward to rest his forearms on his spread knees. With his beer bottle dangling from his fingers, he stares down at it. Never doubted you before, boss. You know that, right? His eyes lift to mine. So, if you feel like we need to keep looking, that there's a chance she's out there, then we'll do it. I drop my attention to my bottle of Imperial. Slowly turning it on the desk surface, I search my gut, deep down, for that feeling that'll tell me I gotta move on. That Lola's really gone. Amidst the doubt that spread from logic alone, my gut screams at me. I meet Gordo's gaze. We need to keep looking. All he says is, okay. Rising from his chair, he scans my office before his attention snags on the newest artwork displayed in one section of my bookshelves. When I follow his line of sight, my chest grows painfully tight. It's a drawing Alma made of me, her, and Lola holding hands. Hearts and butterflies are all around us. Guess it's fitting that the word you've got marked today is supererogatory. Gordo slides me an amused glance. Going above what's required. We've never done the bare minimum a day in our lives. Features sobering, he straightens his shoulders in a move that's indicative of his determination. Then we'll keep searching. With a dip of his chin, he turns and strides for the door. The fact that he's got my back, that he's willing to keep going for me, means everything. 'Cause if the roles were reversed, I'd sure as shit do the same. Gordo's got 1 foot past the threshold, edging sideways so his shoulders fit through. When I speak, my voice muted. You know this means a lot to me. He stops and turns his head my way, expression indecipherable. I know. His gaze narrows. If I didn't know better, I'd think there was a gleam of amusement there. You going soft on me, boss? I expel a sigh. Get the fuck out of here. He gives me a shit-eating grin. If you need a hug, clearly I'm the best candidate. Fuck off, Gordo. But my words don't hold any threat, and he knows it. With a wink, he edges out of the doorway, but the words he tosses over his shoulder aren't the least bit cocky or sarcastic. Love you too, boss. He raps his knuckles against the doorjamb, still not looking back. And, just so you know, you're not the only one who misses having her around. 87. Santiago. 13 months after Lola's disappearance. Boss, we got somebody here questioning to meet with you. I lift my head from where I'd been staring at the metallic blue feather sitting on my desk. Gordo's broad form blocks anything else from view of my office doorway, his hands braced on each side. With a frown, I mentally scan my schedule but come up empty. I'm finished with everything for the day, so who the hell's requesting to meet with me? My attention veers back to the feather, and a resigned sigh falls free. I close my eyes, grinding the heels of my palms against them, and leave them there while I tiredly pose the question. Who the hell is it? But it's not Gordo's voice that answers. I was wondering if you were hiring any house cleaners. My hands drop with a thud against my desk, my eyes flaring open. I stare at the woman in disbelief. Anger rears its head, sinking into every fiber of my body. The fuck do you want? Agent Garcia meets my glare like I'm not threatening to eviscerate her on the spot and waltzes into my office. So warm and welcoming, Mr. Hernandez. She shoves her hands into the pockets of her black pants. It makes me question whatever Miss Arias saw in you. I plant my feet and rise from my chair. I'm not very hospitable these days. A wry smile tugs at her mouth. I've noticed. Which means Gordo'll help you find your way out. She doesn't give any indication she plans to leave. Instead, she casually strides over to inspect my office shelves, her perceptive gaze flitting over the various books to the drawings Alma's given me. Most of these are of Alma, me, and Lola. Tension seeps into my muscles because I know what it says about me, that I keep that artwork displayed. You haven't given up hope of finding her, have you? I don't answer her. It's none of her fucking business after she dropped the ball at helping Lola get out of Hidalgo's. You are a persistent man. That's undeniable. She ambles to another section of books. Did you hear that her files disappeared? I pause, wondering what she's getting at, before warily answering. Yeah. Her abrupt turn to face me has my hand moving to my weapon. She smirks, noticing my reaction. What you don't know are the details that were omitted from the report on what happened at Hidalgo's and the inconclusive evidence on the tunnel leading from his compound. Suspicion pollutes my bloodstream. And why the fuck are you only telling me this now? Instead of answering, she tips her head to the side and surveys me like I'm some unique specimen she's never seen before. She was quite the overachiever, Not only did she leave me a thumb drive filled with incriminating details on many of my colleagues, specifically Juarez, but she also killed Hidalgo after those initial explosions. Subsequent explosions followed, and while someone tried to assist her in her escape, she sustained critical injuries from Hidalgo's guards. Agent Garcia edges closer to my desk. I've never seen a woman fight like that before. My hands curl into tight fists, and rage-filled anguish washes over me. Get to the fucking point, Garcia. Please don't tell me she's dead. There's no fucking way I can bear it. There were a lot of dirty agents involved in that shit show. Averting her gaze to the dictionary on my desk, I get the impression she's not actually seeing it, but lost in her thoughts. I'm sure you'll understand why you had to come across all those dead ends in your search. Her smirk and raised brows piss me the fuck off. I couldn't exactly have you continuously snooping around and compromise the investigation process that would put the right people behind bars. Motherfucker, you're telling me you fucked around with my search for Lola? My tone holds the promise of dismemberment, but it doesn't appear to faze this woman. Instead, she merely shrugs and says, "It took a while to clean things up, to make things right. Which is why I'm here now." Her voice grows firm with determination. "I want to know if you're hiring." I study her for a moment, wondering what the fuck she's getting at. My response emerges slowly. "I don't normally hire CIA agents, Garcia." See, now that's a good thing. She lifts a shoulder in a shrug. Because I'm not an agent anymore. Really. Doubt bleeds from the single word, and I don't bother to phrase it as a question. Nope. She saunters over to one of the chairs opposite my desk and gracelessly slumps into one. So what do you say? Am I hired? Steepling my fingers, I release a slow breath. It's meant to calm me, but it fails to serve its purpose. Garcia, you're giving me conversational whiplash. When she just peers at me expectantly, I continue. You're no longer with the CIA. Correct. You working in any capacity with any government agency? No. And you want me to hire you? Yes. I press my lips thin before summoning the bravery to ask the next question. And you know what happened to Lola? Yes. Her lack of hesitation both gives me hope and dread. Did she die that day? This time, Garcia hesitates. No. Forearms planted on my desk, I lean forward, my tone itself threatening harm. Don't fuck with me, Garcia. You better tell me what the hell happened to my woman. She doesn't appear the least bit threatened as she leans back against the leather cushions and crosses her legs. Why is it so important to you? I clench my teeth so hard my molars start to ache. 'Cause I love her, goddammit, that's why. That's good. Garcia uncrosses her legs and plants her feet flat before rising from her chair. That's real good to know. I knew I was asking the right man for a job. She breezes toward the door, leaving me to stare at her. She's fucking crazy. That's got to be it. This whole interaction is strange as hell. Still, I call after her. Why the hell do you want a job as a house cleaner? Garcia pauses in the doorway and tosses a smile over her shoulder. I don't. When she winks, an edgy sensation takes hold. It grows tenfold when she adds, but someone else does. Before I can ask who she's referring to, Garcia disappears, and another woman steps into view. 88. Santiago. I swear my lungs stop working and my heart skips a few fucking beats. Shock has me frozen like a complete jackass, but my eyes drink in the sight of her. Her hair's shorter, barely reaching her shoulders, and she's got a scar that runs in a thick line along her left temple. I don't know if I'm seeing things or not. Fear that my mind's playing tricks on me has my voice raspy as fuck. Lola? She edges her way inside my office as if worried about my reaction. I push myself up on unsteady feet, unwilling to tear my eyes off her for fear of her disappearing all over again. I rush around my desk, and she meets me in the center of my office. I reach for her but hesitate. "It's really you." She nods. "It's really me." Anger and hurt battled their way to the forefront. "Where the fuck have you been?" She flinches at my sharp tone, and her words are rushed, heavily laced with nervousness. "Agent Garcia and Rodrigo helped me escape, and it wasn't easy because I was shot twice. I was in bad shape for quite a while." She wets her lips before continuing. "Once they brought me out of the medically induced coma, and I regained consciousness, Agent Garcia said I had to stay hidden during my recovery, and while everything came to light with Juarez and the others on trial." She links her fingers together, her dark brow creased. "I wanted to come back sooner, but we had to be sure it was safe, because I couldn't bear to put any of you in danger again, and—" I fist the front of her shirt and haul her closer, cinching my other arm around her waist. Vying for control over my emotions, I push out the question from between clenched teeth. "You here to stay?" She swallows hard, her eyes searching my face. "Only if you want me to." I don't immediately respond as I study her up close. She's got more of those small scars on her face than before she left. Not to mention that scar alongside her head from a bullet that could have ended her. I keep my tone devoid of inflection. "I suppose you can stay." Wariness edges into her beautiful features. "I can?" "Yeah." I force a shrug. After all, I need a good house cleaner. Our eyes hold for a long beat as hers flicker with a myriad of emotions. Hurt follows disbelief before her expression sharpens. "That's a relief, since I only work for men with curly hair." I arch a brow. "That's so?" "Yes." Moving my hand to her nape, I tangle my fingers in her hair. "I don't really want to hire you as a cleaner, though." "You don't?" "Nah." "A nanny, then?" I shake my head. Don't need one of those either. Confusion crosses her face. "Then what do you need?" I dust my lips over hers before easing back to gauge her reaction. "A wife." Her face falls with relief before her eyes fill with tears. With her lower lip trembling, she whispers, "But I didn't think you wanted that kind of thing." "I didn't. Until you." I let my words linger for a beat. "That's why I never stopped searching for you." My voice grows hoarse. "I couldn't believe you were dead. I swear my gut told me you were out there somewhere." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry I couldn't come to you sooner. I place a finger over her lips to stop her. "I know." Gently I sweep away her tears. "No more apologies. At least not until you've answered me." Her lips purse. "You didn't ask me a question." "Marry me, Lola Arias." "Still not a question." That familiar hint of mischief gleams in her brown eyes. "And why would you even want to marry me?" "'Cause I love the fuck out of you." A little laugh erupts from her before her features soften. She peers up at me with such blatant affection that I wonder for a second what I did to deserve this woman. When she presses her lips to mine and whispers, "Good, because I love the fuck out of you too, girly hair and all." A laugh bursts free of me. In this moment, my heart feels like it's gonna beat straight out of my chest. This is something I've never fully experienced in my life. Joy. Just when I think it can't possibly get any better, I'm proven wrong, 'cause my daughter comes barreling in and flings her arms around us. "See? I told you she'd come back," Alma exclaims. When Lola gathers Alma in her arms and presses kisses to my daughter's cheeks, my eyes burn. I need to blink a few times to focus clearly on my girls. Identical to Lola's, the smile on Alma's face is near blinding. And when they reach for me, tugging me in for a family hug, I don't hesitate. 'Cause this is so much better than joy. This right here is fucking bliss.
89. Lola Hernandez. A few years later.
Don't say a fucking word.
My husband's tone is filled with a lethally intense warning.
Come on now, boss. Pink is totally your color.
Gordo flashes a wide grin, gesturing to his own purple tiara. He strikes a pose.
Purple's mine. Just never knew it till today.
With a pink bejeweled tiara on his head, my husband growls at his friend. I cradle Santi's face in my hands, forcing him to meet my eyes. You know what makes this even more special for Alma?
What's that?
His gruff tone softens incrementally, as it normally does when he talks to me. That you're here and not working, because it's her birthday. Not only that, I dust a kiss over his lips, but everyone who loves her is here too, and wearing the special tiaras she asked us to wear. I punctuate this with another light kiss. His features soften a fraction more.
Yeah?
I nod. And you know what else?
What's that?
I whisper for only his ears.
Seeing you do this for our daughter makes you even sexier.
Dark brows rise while one corner of his mouth tilts up.
That's so?
Definitely.
Huh.
A glint enters his gaze as he pulls me even closer.
Think I might need some kind of reward later.
Gordo makes a sound like he is in the throes of being violently ill, but we ignore him. I might be able to arrange that, but right now, you're due for your shift at the dunking booth.
That means I gotta take this off.
He carefully plucks the tiara from his head before removing his shirt and handing both to me. Oh, my eyes travel over his naked torso, tracing over the cuts and curves of his tattooed chest and abdominals. His board shorts hang low on his hips, and I know the other moms here will salivate over my husband. I certainly can't blame them.
Gotta stop looking at me like that, or this is gonna turn inappropriate real quick.
His words have me jerking my gaze up to meet his amused one. Playful expression in place, I wag my finger at him in warning. There are a few younger moms here, but remember that He abruptly yanks me in for a possessively delicious but all too brief kiss. Once he releases me, it takes me a moment to blink away the haze of lust. He backs away, our gazes locked.
You must have forgotten that I'm in love with my wife, and only got eyes for her.
With a wink, he turns and strides towards the dunking booth to relieve Nando. I release a happy sigh as I watch our daughter race over to him. He hauls her up in his arms and gives her a quick kiss on her cheek. After twirling her around in a circle, which makes her giggle adorably, he sets her back on her feet. And she runs off to rejoin her friends. Gordo sidles up beside me, taking in the festive atmosphere. Aside from the dunking booth, there is a booth for face painting, one for making beaded necklaces and bracelets, and an inflatable water slide with a ball pit. Did we go overboard with Alma's birthday? Possibly, but if we've learned anything, it's that life offers no guarantees. It can all end in the blink of an eye, so we need to cherish these moments and make the most of them.
You've got nothing to worry about. You know that, right?
I slide him a glance. You mean with the other moms?
With any other woman, Lola.
He slings an arm around my shoulders, his expression turning somber.
I ever tell you how glad I am you were in that house when dipshit pulled his stunt that night?
A little laugh escapes me at how he's referring to Andro. No, I don't think you have.
Well, I am.
Features thoughtful, he peers down at me.
Santi's not the only one who loves you. Gotta know we all do.
I know. I scan the crowd of individuals who've become my family, our family, and the feeling's mutual. When Alma calls out,
Uncle Gordo, come on!
And waves him over, Gordo plants a quick kiss to the top of my head and drops his arm.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I promised Alma we'd get matching unicorn face paint.
His tall, broad-shouldered torso cuts a distinctive path through the crowded yard. Alma waves and blows me a kiss before taking Gordo's hand and leading him to the face-painting booth. My heart is so full. I have the urge to pinch myself to ensure it's reality and not a dream. When something in my periphery catches my attention, I turn toward the area of the yard bordering part of the jungle. It takes a moment to focus, but Once I do, a sense of peace washes over me. A gorgeous ocelot stands watch beside the thick tree trunk, its tan coat embellished with black streaks and spots, helping it blend in with its surroundings. When he shifts, I notice he's no longer favoring his front left leg. I haven't seen him in over a month, and he was initially reluctant to let me tend to his wound. Somehow, I managed to gain his trust, and he allowed me to help him. We hold eye contact for a moment, and I get the impression he's come to thank me and tell me he's better. I cast a quick glance around before setting Santi's shirt and tiara on a nearby chair. Crossing the border of our yard, I venture into the jungle. The ocelot regards me cautiously once I stop a few feet away.
Hola, amor.
Hello, love. I slowly extend my hand, and after a brief hesitation, he approaches and allows me to pet his head.
¿Cómo está tu pierna? ¿Está mejor?
How's your leg? Is it better? He purrs and presses his head against my hand, silently demanding more petting. I'll take that as a yes. Some of Alma's friends squeal with delight, and the animal startles, going stock still, his muscles tensing. With a calm tone, I coo. It's okay. The girls are safe. They're just having fun. I slowly stroke along his back and repeat my words until he's relaxed once again. I'm so glad you're feeling better. He peers up at me and I ask, Can I take a look at it one last time? Will you let me? There's a brief pause before I slowly bend my knees and lower myself to inspect him. He shifts to sit on his hind legs before offering me his front paw. Good boy. I maintain a soothing tone as I carefully examine him. Thankfully, he's healed perfectly. He got caught in an illegal trap since ocelot fur is coveted by many. You've healed so nicely. I release his paw with a small smile. He lowers his head to give my hand a swipe of his rough tongue before turning and slinking away.
Mama, look at us!
Alma's voice rings out, and I straighten and emerge from the jungle. My daughter approaches alongside a grinning gordo, each of their faces beautifully painted like a unicorn. The large man doesn't seem the least bit perturbed by it, which makes me adore him even more. You both look exactly like unicorns, I gush, and Alma giggles. Gordo excuses himself, and my daughter peers up at me expectantly.
Will you make a necklace with me?
I'd love to. Alma takes my hand, leading me toward the designated booth, and a sense of rightness washes over me. It serves as a reminder that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. Abuelita was certainly right all along. Fate really is in control. I never anticipated remarrying, let alone marrying another narco, but fate taught me a powerful lesson, to never underestimate it or the surprises and gifts it has in store. I could have never imagined that after all the suffering, heartache, and pain, I would experience an abundance of pure joy. I never imagined I'd find love, that I'd be a mother, that I'd have a family, one supportive and loving in its own unique way. A family made up of individuals who'd risk their lives to defend one another. One that's made up of those not blood-related, but bonded by loyalty, love, and respect. I never imagined any of those possibilities coming true, but they have. All because of Santiago Hernandez, Central America's most ruthless cartel leader. Notoriously violent, cunning, powerful. Those are all characteristics he's known to emulate. But to me, he'll always be Santi, my beloved husband. The man with the little ponytail and the biggest heart. 90. Alma Hernandez. A few decades later. When you find yourself entrenched deep in the shadows, it's for a reason. There's a lesson to be learned. It may not seem like it at the time, but fate always has a purpose. I can attest to this because it led me to your father. The first time we met, other forces were already in motion. When we met again, we were far different people. We needed to rebuild ourselves to be better, stronger, and more resilient. We each found our inner strength through circumstances intent on destroying us, but we didn't succumb. Everyone has to deal with traumatic experiences, but if you let it define you, you've lost the battle entirely. Instead, use it as fuel to rise higher and to better yourself the way you want. Remember, my love, always pave your own way, and don't be afraid of those shadows. Make them fear you instead. Force them to face the light. But most of all, I want you to live every second as though it's your last, without a single regret. I love you, my sweet girl, and I'm so very proud of the young woman you've become. Fate's a ruthless bitch at times, and I hate the hell it put my mother through. Yet it brought her back to my dad, and in turn, it brought her to me. My mother wrote little notes for me year after year and kept them in a journal. She gifted it to me once Dad retired and handed over his business to me. Every single entry is special and relevant in a particular way. Many of them I've reread time and again. I change up the entry I carry with me depending on what's happening in my life. Shitty times come and go, but I don't let it get me down. Both my parents are responsible for teaching me that. They're also the reason I believe in love. Maybe not happily ever afters the way the movies portray, but the real authentic kind, the type that includes struggles and triumphs and love that never dies. They made me believe that I can achieve just about anything if I'm stubborn enough and work my ass off. It's how I got where I am today, proving myself not only to my father, but to the men who worked for him and subsequently chose to work for me. I like to think I inherited my strength and determination from my parents. My father taught me that getting my hands on all the information I can to increase my intelligence is critical. My mom taught me how important it is to be resilient, to learn to navigate the thickest part of the jungle and maintain the utmost respect for nature, to keep my body and mind strong and healthy. Most of all, she showed me what it meant to be willing to sacrifice for those you love, to willingly walk directly into danger. She did that for me when I was just a child. That moment confirmed that there was no other woman on this earth I wanted as my mother. Even though I wasn't her biological daughter, she never treated me like it. I never called her my stepmother, and she never introduced me as her stepdaughter. I never once wondered if she loved me, if she cherished me, if she adored me. She did all that and more. I've always believed that my mother had a little magic to her, 'cause she not only changed my life for the better, but my father's too. In my eyes, he was always a hero for rescuing me, but he never realized he needed to be rescued too. Mom rescued him from himself, from his own stubborn belief that he didn't have a heart or the capability to love, that he didn't have enough redeeming qualities to be loved. But they both gave me the most priceless gift, a family. Ours might not have been blood-related, but it never mattered to me. Mom always reminded me that a real family is comprised of those who love and protect you at all costs. Aunt Sabrina, Uncle Nando, Grandpa Esteban, and Uncle Gordo spoiled me with love. It was my mother who dazzled them individually and who cared for them in her special way. And while Dad was frequently flashing stern looks at Uncle Nando at birthday parties or other holidays for the first few years, I knew with a certainty that Mom only had eyes for my dad. He didn't have to worry for long, though, since Uncle Nando ended up falling in love and marrying Aunt Sabrina. I blink away the stinging sensation in my eyes and trace my finger over the worn photo. It's creased from keeping it in my pocket, but it's my favorite. It was taken during the celebration we had when I officially inherited the business from Dad. Standing with my parents on either side of me, everyone else gathered around with broad, happy smiles. "The next shipment's gonna be there soon, boss." Ronaldo's voice interrupts my thoughts. I turn to my second-in-command who's waiting for me beside the SUV. My other men mill around, cleaning up the scene. I put a bullet between the eyes of 3 pieces of shit who tried to traffic young girls, thinking I wouldn't notice what goes on in my territory. They assumed I got where I am by nepotism and thought I'd never figure it out, let alone retaliate. But I did. This sends a clear message to anybody else who dares to fuck with me and my business. 'Cause this isn't just a job for me. It's my family's legacy. And I'll protect it with everything I've got until my last goddamn breath. "We should leave now if we're going to be there in time to inspect everything," Ronaldo suggests. I nod. Got it. I fold Mom's words around the photo and slide them inside my pocket. It'll give me comfort and confidence and help to soothe a fraction of the ache that never ceases now that they're both gone. But Maudlin and my thoughts have no place right now. All my focus needs to be on my work. I glanced down at my left hand, inked with blue morphos identical to my mother's tattoos. Curling my fingers into a fist, I channel her strength and lift my eyes to the sky, knowing she and Dad are watching over me. I'm damn sure gonna make 'em proud. I stride toward the vehicle while double-checking my weapon one final time. Then I return it to the holster and tug open the vehicle's door. Let's go. The end. Where there is ruin, there is hope for a treasure. Rumi. This has been When Lies Unfold by R.C. Bolt, performed by Isabella Nicholson and Adrian Zander. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2025. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find out more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com.